Chapter 1. Ding, welcome to the Legendary World. Legendary World is the only globally shared holographic simulation online game jointly developed by the federal government. The game adopts an open gameplay, 100% freedom, 100% authenticity, and 1:1 exchange of game coins and federal coins. The game has 8 major career options: warrior, mage, priest, knight, thief, archer, beast tamer, and fighter. There are also hidden careers that are randomly triggered. For more exciting gameplay, please explore on your own. Moderate gaming is good for the brain, but addiction to gaming is harmful to the body. Wish you a happy game. Midnight, January 1st, 2080. 10 billion gamers worldwide. At the same time, a groundbreaking online game emerged, Legendary World, as a fantasy online game that claims to be 100% open. The gameplay is exciting and the imagination is rich. Unbelievable. For example, player Lilu, a young man with a mental disorder who I don't know if he has water in his brain. As soon as other players enter the game, they were all busy with ID setting, appearance adjustment, talent extraction, and crazy monster killing. And Lilu. But it is inside the Temple of Reincarnation, chasing NPCs crazily. The angel NPC was chased around like crazy. Don't run, stop right there. Player, please restrain yourself. I am the angel NPC of the Temple of Reincarnation, sacred and inviolable. Bullshit, I've touched your white silk. What's wrong with white silk? Can't angels wear white silk? I don't care. You have to come into the game with me today. I am only responsible for sending you into the game. I won't enter the game with you, humph. Then it's not up to you. Lilu chased after him. Angels fly ahead. From time to time a few feathers fell from the sky. Lilu almost succeeded several times, but in the end, still a little bit off. Call. After half an hour of chasing, Lilu held his knees and began to gasp for breath. The little angel finally recovered from his panic. Looking at Lilu, he said angrily, "Player, if you do this again, don't blame me for being rude." This little angel is about 1.5 meters tall. A chubby round face with delicate and cute facial features. Crystal clear wings and smooth calves. There is also a shocking childlike giant X. Under normal circumstances, the little angel's task is just to help players set some game parameters. For example, game ID, appearance adjustment, and game realism. Even the little angel himself couldn't figure it out. Some players actually have such wild ideas. I want to catch her and bring her into the game. This is really a knife in the butt. My eyes have been opened. That's enough. Brother is exhausted. Lilu took a deep breath and said, "I won't beat around the bush. Today you either come with me or leave me alone. Choose one. Is there any choice?" Broken voice. "Then don't choose. Just follow my brother. You are looking for death." The little angel was furious. Like a magic trick, he took out a magic wand from his arms. The magic wand pointed at Lilu. Thunderfall technique. A silver-white lightning, like a cunning white snake, directly hit Lilu's calf. Lilu's legs felt numb, as if he had been hit by an electric baton. He fell to his knees on the spot. So, now you know how powerful Alice is. Alice spun proudly in the sky. "Don't force me." Lilu knelt on one knee with his head lowered. There was something strange in his tone. "I warned you. Alice is not that easy to bully." Alice explained. "Then I'll warn you too." Lilu stood up slowly. His movements were very slow. In Alice's eyes, it seemed that the person standing up was not a man, but a mountain. "Come into the game with me now, or I won't be polite," Lilu said coldly. Alice couldn't help but shiver. "But the man in front of me, he is obviously just a newbie who hasn't even finished setting up the game. Where does this confidence come from?" "Just you." Alice looked sarcastic. "Well, Lilu took a deep breath. He gathered his strength again and concentrated all his power on his feet. In his mind, he repeatedly simulated Alice's various escape routes. In an instant, he attacked again and pounced on Alice. "My dear, I'm sorry." Lilu reached out and grabbed Alice. A white light quickly passed across his palm. This is not an ordinary light, but the light of skill. If there were any veteran players of Legend present at the scene, they would be so surprised when they saw Lilu's skills that their jaws would drop to the ground. Because the skill Lilu used was the special skill of thieves, stealing. But now the game hasn't even started. How did Lilu learn the thief-stealing skills? Empty hands. A cold light flashed in Lilu's eyes. Alice hastily took out her wand. However, this time, something strange happened. Alice didn't have time to activate her skill, and her wand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, a system prompt flashed through Lilu's mind. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold equipment. White Jade Scepter." "Wow, good stuff." Lilu was overjoyed. "I'm electrocuted." Alice was just about to let Lilu taste her power, but he felt his hand lighten and the staff disappeared in an instant. "Where's my staff?" Alice was horrified. Looking again, the staff appeared in Lily's hand. Alice pointed at Lily's staff and was stunned. How did you do that? Alice was dumbfounded. Is this a thief, a theft? Wait, that's not right. You haven't even set up an ID, let alone reached the job transfer level. How can you have thief skills? Even if you have the skill to steal, you are only level 1. How can you successfully steal from my level 60 NPC? Who are you? Who on earth are you? Alice seemed to have lost her mind and was terrified for a moment. The way he looked at Lilu had completely changed. Lilu weighed the staff in his hand. After thinking for a while, he threw the staff to Alice again. Okay, I won't bully you anymore. Come into the game with me. Alice was stunned. She suddenly felt that the player in front of her was not joking. He was serious. Are you kidding me? Player, you don't have to call me player, you can call me little brother. Of course, if you are more open-minded, you can call me husband. Hubby, this ID violates federal government regulations and needs to be re-entered. It's not an ID. I'm telling you, you can call me old. Presumptuous. Halfway through her words, Alice suddenly became anxious. Alice flapped her little wings, flew down from the sky, and hit Lilu on the head with a stick. Empty hands. Congratulations to the player for getting a piece of white silk. Well, Lilu looked at the socks in his hand, and his expression gradually became blurred. Alice's cheeks instantly turned into the color of a fine red Fuji apple, so red that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. I'm going to kill you, you filthy B******************. D. Don't get excited, I'll give it back to you. According to the 3-second rule, you can still wear it. Lilu was startled and quickly threw the white silk back. But Alice sped up, swooped down, and kicked Lilu in the cheek. Lilu was quick-eyed and quick-handed and dodged Alice's attack. Taking the opportunity, he also threw Alice to the ground. Got it. Lilu was overjoyed. Alice was stunned and felt a fanatical aura from Lilu that she had never had before. For a moment, her mind was a little confused and she was stunned. Let me go, Alice yelled. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come into the game with me now, otherwise. Lily's eyes gradually became evil. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What do you think? Bold. I'm Alice. I'm a public. Ugh. Alice's voice stopped abruptly. You won't obey, right? Then. I'm sorry, Bah. Lilu rubbed his hands, trying to make his movements as exaggerated as possible. Then he reached out his hand, slowly reaching out to. Chapter 2. Ah. Alice screamed. Okay. I promise you. Isn't it good enough if I promise you? Alice finally shed tears of shame. Lilu let go of his hand and stood up. He was not afraid that Alice would go back on her word. In his memory, NPCs like Alice belong to the lawful good camp. Lawful good people will not go back on their promises. But answer me a question. When he stood up, Alice sat up aggrievedly, rubbing her eyes and speaking. What's the problem? Lilu looked over. It's just, how do you know that I can be captured? Alice put down her little hands and opened her blue eyes wide. Her eyes were glowing. The burning eyes seemed to be taking a new look at the man in front of him, Lilu. Although we have entered the end of the 21st century, any veteran player who has played online games would not think of capturing NPCs. Especially the NPC in front of you, who is the Angel responsible for reincarnating the player. This is not a question of whether it is possible or not, but a technical job. I would like to ask any player who has just entered the game, why would they want to capture an NPC who is at least level 60? Obviously, even if the players have the desire and courage to do so, they don't have the strength to do so. But this Lilu is a ruthless person. After hearing this question, Lilu smiled at AIly. He raised his head slightly and looked up at the sky at a 30-degree angle with slightly sad eyes. His eyes gradually became mature, vicissitudes, and steady. It's been 10 years. 10 years. This sound echoed over and over again in the hall. That's right, 99% of the audience can guess it. Lilu is the shameless reincarnated person who has a golden finger and cheats. He was reborn and returned to 10 years ago. Coincidentally, Legendary World was launched. In his previous life, he was an ordinary player in the Legendary World, and his profession was a thief. Because he was a commoner, Lilu was destined from the beginning to work for other high-level players. But in the game Legendary World, every player will randomly get a talent at the beginning of the game, and the talents are divided into 7 levels, A, B, C, D, F, G. Going further up, there is the Legendary S level and even SSS level. Talents will affect the way players play the game, and many players will choose their careers based on their talents. Lily's talent is empty-handedness. This skill was given a level of G in the previous life, and has a 0.01% chance of stealing a random item from the player. Each theft will increase your proficiency. After the proficiency is maxed out, Each theft has a 0.01% chance of increasing your talent level. Li Lu saw the potential of this talent. So he spent 10 years stealing everyone in the novice village, from the village chief to the old hens at the entrance of the village. 10 years later, he came out of retirement. He became the only player in the entire legendary world who had worked in the novice village for 10 years and had no idea what he was doing every day. He once dominated the rankings of major forums and was dubbed the village chief of the novice village. No one knew that Li Li's empty hands had been upgraded from a G-level talent to an SSS-level talent. The success rate of 1 in 10,000 turned into a 100% success rate. The target of theft can be any item. Whether you are an NPC, a monster, or a stitch monster, you can steal things. And on the day Li Lu came out, the game exploded. That's right, it exploded. A series of terrifying doomsday scenes gradually emerged in Li Li's mind. These scenes are still vivid in my memory. When the luxury cars on the street were burned by evil dragons. When skeletons, undead, ghouls and bone dragons fly through human cities. When the human allies tried their best, they could only watch the demon army swarming in, killing people and destroying families wherever they passed. It was then that Li Lu realized it. This is more than just a game. This is reality. This is a war that concerns the survival of mankind. Before Li Lu died, he saw with his own eyes the little princess of the gods, the youngest daughter of the God King. That is the little angel Alice who is always stationed in the temple to welcome new players. She hid in the corner, shivering, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Li Lu realized that it was too late. It's too late. In this life, Li Lu is sure that he can no longer be a salted fish. I want to leave the mountain. I want to blow up the entire universe. Let all enemies and all evil tremble. After Li Lu was reborn, he discovered that he actually retained his talent in the game. The person is gone. The talent is still there. SSS level. Empty hands. So at this moment, Li Lu came up with a bold idea. Since she is the daughter of the God King. I won't say any more. Let me kidnap her first. What are you talking about? 10 years. Alice looked confused. Are you trying to seduce me? Do you think I'm just a little girl who's just beginning to fall in love and you're trying to show off to me? You're overthinking it. Alice is very mature and won't be charmed by you. Alice said smugly. Li Lu was too lazy to say more. Walk over and grab both of Alice's wings. The action is just like catching an egg-laying hen. What are you doing? Put me down. I warn you, your behavior is extremely reckless. You are insulting the God clan and will be hunted down by the entire God clan. Alice screamed and struggled. Hurry up. I'm very busy with the game settings, said Li Lu. With your level, what difference does it make if you're 1 minute early or 1 minute late? My level? What level? Li Lu was stunned. Look for yourself. Alice waved her hand, and a character attribute panel appeared in front of Li Lu. ID. I have spicy noodles with me. Occupation. None. Not yet changed. Level. LV1 HP 60 MP 60 Constitution. 6 Strength. 4 Intelligence. 6 Spirit. 2 Dexterity. 2 Agility. 2 free attribute points. 0 Reputation. 0 Lucky. Hidden Charm. Hidden Attack. For Magic. 2 Armor. 2 Magic Resist. 1 Speed. 1 Equipment. None Skill. Normal Attack. LV1. Causes 100% attack damage. Consumes MP. 0. Cooldown time. 1. Talent. Stupid. G level. The experience points required for upgrading increase 100 times, but the free attribute points obtained for each upgrade increase 100 times. Empty hands. SSS level. The success rate of stealing is increased to 100%, regardless of the target. This skill is visible only to yourself. Bloodline. None evaluation. Vulnerable. This. Looking at the introduction of his own attributes, Li Lu was confused. Just like the original legendary world, as soon as he entered the game, the system randomly assigned him a set of attributes and a talent. At the same time, he also has a hidden talent, which is the SSS level of magic, but this talent is only visible to him. So in Alice's eyes, he is just a waste with only G-level talent. Like hundreds of millions of other players, he is ordinary and good for nothing. Following him, there is no future. What's more, Li Li's talent is a very stupid talent, and the difficulty of upgrading it has increased by 100 times. In the early stages of the game, everyone is competing for levels. When scrambling for levels, if you can't level up, it can almost be said that you are useless. But when Li Lu saw the second half of the introduction to this talent, there was nothing but shock in his eyes. 100 times free attribute points. Are you sure? This is a G-level talent? Li Lu was filled with horror. Chapter 3. That's 100 times. In other words, Others can only gain 1 free attribute point when they upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 2 free attribute points when they upgrade from level 2 to level 3, 3 free attribute points when they upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and so on. As for him, he gets 100 free attribute points at level 2, 200 free attribute points at level 3, and so on. Very stupid indeed. But it's also very fierce. In Li Li's heart, this talent that appears to be only G level is actually more powerful than SSS level talent. Under the influence of this talent skill, his upgrade speed may be really slow, slower than a snail. Only 1% of normal players. But as long as he successfully upgrades, he feels that he can beat the shit out of players of the same level. It's just because Alice is naive enough that she can't see how serious it is. Alice also said, "Just accept your fate. It's written clearly in black and white. G-level talent. If I follow you, I will be starved to death by you sooner or later." Alice's face was full of disgust. "But you haven't set up a game ID yet. So where does the game ID come from?" 3 yellow question marks floated above Alice's head. Li Lu also discovered that he had inherited the game ID from his previous life and copied it without any settings. As for other attributes, there is no change. They are all randomly refreshed according to one's physical fitness. The only difference might be his hidden and invisible SSS level talent. Li Lu didn't answer Alice. His mind was racing. If I try to level up now, it might be too late. It is also impossible to catch up with other players. Why not? Li Lu once again had a bold idea. If he remembered correctly, before all players reached level 10, there would be a particularly powerful creature hidden in the novice village. That's a dragon. This kind of dragon is not a divine dragon, but an evil dragon. At the beginning of the game, all dragons will build nests and lay eggs in the novice village, but the location is very remote. Wait until the first player reaches level 10. These evil dragons are almost fully grown and will gradually leave the novice village and head to the deeper parts of the continent to dominate the world. Therefore, for many players, they will never see the shadow of the evil dragon in their entire life. It is even more impossible to become the legendary Dragon Slayer. In the legendary world, Dragon Slayer is undoubtedly the most powerful title. Every evil dragon has the potential to explode with the power of Bloodline, which is the strongest buff for later players to compete with each other. Slaying a dragon means having a chance to obtain Bloodline. Li Lu is a reborn person. Not only did he know where the evil dragons were, he also knew that the novice village stage was the time when players were rushing in frantically, and it was also the time when these evil dragons were at their most vulnerable. With his current strength, he is definitely not qualified to kill the dragon. But as a thief, how could he not know what was hidden in the dragon's lair? The thoughts in Li Li's mind became clearer and clearer. "Classmate." At some point, Alice leaned her head closer. Alice poked Li Li's shoulder with her little finger. Li Lu turned around and looked at Alice. Alice pulled out a clean white handkerchief, handed it to him, and said, "Wipe your saliva." "Oh, sorry." Li Lu then picked up the handkerchief and wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth. "You haven't answered my question yet." Alice quickly snatched the handkerchief back, and like a magician, she took out a bottle of alcohol and poisoned the handkerchief completely. "What's the problem? Why do you have a game ID? Did I remember it wrong? Or is it dazzled? I clearly remember that you didn't set an ID. How strange." Alice pointed her index finger at her chin and tilted her head in thought. But Li Lu had already walked towards the center of the hall, where a door of rebirth was emitting white light. "Where are you going?" "Wait, why are you pulling me? I'm not ready yet." It's over. If my father finds out about this, he will definitely skin me alive. I'll set up an intelligent robot to support me first. Let me make it clear first. You have to keep this a secret for me. Under no circumstances can you say that I ran away on my own initiative. Even if I say it, I was forced to do it, you know? Seriously, I'm serious." Alice flew beside Li Lu, chirping nonstop. Li Lu grabbed Alice's little hand and pulled it hard. The two of them instantly merged into the white light of the gate of rebirth and disappeared in a flash. The air is a little humid. The temperature is around 25 degrees Celsius. You can hear the noisy chirping of birds. It feels very comfortable on the skin, with a breezy, seductive feel. When Li Lu opened his eyes again, he saw a paradise scene with paths and roads connected, chickens and dogs hearing the sounds of each other. Li Lu touched his cheek, and then he remembered that he had forgotten the character settings. According to system rules, the system will automatically beautify the image, which results in an optimization of about 30%. Li Lu held his forehead and said, "I forgot to turn off the beauty filter. I am so handsome that I don't even recognize myself. Just finished." A mature and steady voice came from my ear. "Adventurer, welcome to Novice Village number 5555. Okay, village chief, stop crying. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Lilu stopped the old man from introducing himself. He has been in the novice village for 10 years, and he knows everyone here, even the cockroaches on the ground. He did arrive a little late, though. By the time he entered the game, he was already ranked behind tens of millions of novice villages. Of course, there are benefits. Alice at level 60 is still very powerful in the early stages. But the prerequisite is that Alice will not be too kind-hearted. This kind of lawful and kind NPC hates fighting and killing the most. Adventurer, you arrived just in time. The village chief said seriously. The monsters outside the village are rampant and have seriously disrupted the lives of the villagers. Brave adventurer, can you help us kill 10 magic rabbits? Lilu listened patiently to the village chief's nonsense. After the village chief finished speaking, the system's voice sounded automatically. You have triggered the task, hunting the demon rabbit. Task rewards. Primary blood recovery pill *1. Primary mana recovery pill *1. Copper coins *5. Novice wooden sword *1. Do you accept? Duh. Chapter 4. Don't worry, village chief, leave it to me. Lilu patted the village chief on the shoulder and accepted the task. Great. A wooden dagger appeared in the village chief's hand. He handed it to Lilu and said, a good saddle goes with a good horse, and a sword goes with a hero. Take this imperial sword to protect yourself. Lilu quickly waved his hand and rejected the village chief's kindness. I don't want the sword anymore. Village chief, do you have shoes? I need a pair of running shoes. Lilu didn't come here to listen to the village chief's nonsense. For novices, the village chief is the first guide. Receiving the wooden sword here and starting to kill the magic rabbit is the first step for novices to upgrade. But what Lilu wanted was not the wooden sword. He needed to hurry and find the evil dragon as quickly as possible. The earlier he went, the better his chances. Compared to a wooden sword, he needs a pair of shoes that can increase his movement speed. Lily's voice had just fallen. Alice interrupted. Why not just take whatever they give you? Why bother an 80-year-old man? If you have the free time, you should take care of yourself. Leela looked at Alice. Snort. Alice snorted coldly, took out her slender wand, and shouted thunder. Bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 lightning bolts fell one after another. Oh. Beside Alice, a group of piglets all fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and lying in a neat row. There was no way out. As soon as Alice entered the game, she was surrounded by a group of piglets. The game has been going on for a while now, but it is a global game after all, and there are all kinds of people involved. There are hardworking players who level up, lone wolves who complete missions, businessmen who do business, and Buddhist players who just want to experience life. There are always people wandering around the village and are not in a hurry to upgrade. As soon as Li Lu and Alice entered the game, they became the focus of idle players. With Alice's figure and beauty, she is definitely a goddess-level NPC in the novice village. It's only natural to be surrounded by a bunch of pigs and asked to do tasks. Of course, what finally greeted Pig Brother was a magical greeting from a level 60 NPC. Li Lu withdrew his gaze and continued talking to the village chief. The village chief looked embarrassed. Adventurer, I don't have any running shoes, but if you don't want the sword, I can give you a pair of straw sandals as a token of my gratitude. The wooden sword in the village chief's hand disappeared and was replaced by a pair of novice boots. A line of small words automatically appeared above the boots. Name, novice boots, level, whiteboard armor. 1 Li Lu saw nothing except +1 armor. Obviously, this old man is a bit stingy. The village chief is so generous. I still want the wooden sword. Lila nodded. The adventurer is wise and has a bright future ahead of him. The village chief held the sword, stroked his beard with his left hand, and said with great appreciation. But Li Lu would never believe the village chief's lies. 1582 tasks in the novice village. Half of the tasks were issued by the village chief. In the village chief's warehouse, there is everything from blank equipment to gold equipment. There was once a strategy revealed on the forum that the village chief actually gave out dark gold equipment. So don't be fooled by the fact that the village chief is honest. This guy is actually a stingy old fox. Young man, take the wooden sword and come back quickly. The village chief handed over the wooden sword. Ouch! Li Li's hand shook and the wooden sword fell to the ground. How can you be so careless, young man? My old waist can't take it. The village chief was stunned for a moment. Then he leaned on his crutch and bent down to pick up the wooden sword. And at this moment, empty hands. Li Li's right hand quickly reached out to the village chief's body. A flash of white light passed by. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Zhang Widow's handkerchief *1. Oh my god, what is this? Come again. Another flash of white light passed by. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Widow Lee's embroidered shoes, *1. No, come again. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Widow Zhao's bellyband, *1. Damn, what the hell is this? Can't the village chief do something useful every day? Before Li Lu could curse, the village chief had already stood up. Young man, this is the imperial sword passed down from our ancestors. It can kill tyrants and evildoers. Take it. The village chief handed over the wooden sword again. I am so ashamed to accept such a generous gift. Oops, sorry, my hand slipped again. Li Li's little hand trembled again. You kid. The village chief glared at Li Lu and had to bend down to pick it up again. Li Lu took a deep breath. Empty hands. +1 for the empty hands. Empty hands +2. Empty hands +N. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1-cent sachet of Widow Wong. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 pair of Xiao Widow's socks. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Widow Lu. Li Lu was completely at a loss for words. Am I entering the Widow Village? After using the skill dozens of times in a row, he felt that he had obtained almost all the belongings of the widows in the village. But I just didn't see where the shoes were. I don't believe in those shoes today. Li Li's heart was roaring. Other village chiefs have all kinds of elixirs and top-grade equipment. What's wrong with this village chief? He never does anything that a village chief should do. The village chief picked up the wooden sword again and handed it to Li Lu. Li Lu still pretended that his hand slipped, and the wooden sword fell to the ground again. The village chief was furious, but there was nothing he could do, and he continued to pick up the wooden sword. After repeating it 10 times, the village chief held his waist and said, "Forget it, adventurer. I don't think it's the wooden sword's problem. It's just that I really don't have the strength. Why don't you change the task and go ask somewhere else?" The village chief's tongue stuck out, his eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground. Li Lu was so angry that he dumped all the widow's belongings on the ground. Bellybands, socks, sachets, headscarves, handkerchiefs, waistcoats. Li Lu could no longer bear it and yelled, "Uncle, what kind of stuff do you have? There are hundreds of things in the warehouse, and they are all these treasures?" Chapter 5. Hey, bad guy, why are you being so mean to the old man? He's 80 years old, and you still. Alice solved the problem and flew over. But after seeing the village chief's pile of treasures in his treasure chest, just pretend I didn't say anything. Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside the village. Alice flew away without looking back. The village chief looked at Li Lu with great embarrassment. Although no one knew how Li Lu did it, he reacted quickly and took back all the items with a wave of his hand. Young man, don't get excited. Don't get excited. The village chief's face was full of smiles, a complete change from his previous kind expression. You want running shoes, right? Just pretend that nothing happened just now. Don't let Widow Zhang, Widow Wong, Widow Li, and Widow Zhao know about it. You know what I mean. I have a pair of running shoes here. What do you think? A silver-white light flashed on the village chief's hand. Wow, what kind of mission is this? I want to take it too. How could this happen? Why did we all get blanks, but this guy got silver at the beginning? Isn't this some kind of redemption code? Bro, how much do you want to sell it for? Where did the redemption code come from? This is clearly a cheat. Brothers, there is a cheat. Almost at the same time, a wailing sounded in Li Li's ears. It was jealousy that caused everyone to suffer from contagious pink eye at the same time, or the acute kind. The equipment the village chief took out this time was no longer blank equipment. It is a priceless silver equipment. The equipment in the legendary world is divided into blank, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, and legendary. In the later stages, players can obtain higher-level treasures, famous weapons, immortal weapons, holy weapons, and divine weapons through special channels or their own forging. Starting from the treasures, the release of each weapon and equipment will be announced to the entire server. But that was only later. There is no equipment at all in the early stage. Except for the novice blank equipment, a piece of black iron equipment is worth tens of thousands, or even more. As for silver equipment, it can be said that there is a high price but no demand for it, and the supply is simply insufficient to meet the demand. As long as the player level is below level 60, silver equipment is mainstream equipment, and its preciousness is self-evident. But no one could have imagined that Li Lu had successfully obtained a silver equipment less than an hour after the start of the game. This is definitely big news that will shake up the entire game. Li Lu was quick to put the equipment into his backpack immediately, as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, sir, no widow will know. Li Lu patted the village chief's shoulder solemnly. The old village chief smiled obscenely. Li Lu smiled knowingly. Without saying anything more, Li Lu accepted the task, said goodbye, and left. The wooden sword was put away. There are running shoes too. I found a deserted place and took out my running shoes to take a look. Name, speed boots, level, silver armor, 9 magic resist, 4 hidden attribute, speed plus, 5 nice 1. Put it on quickly. Lilu took off the cloth shoes that came with the system and quickly changed into running boots. I couldn't help but take 2 steps on the ground. Friction and friction, like the steps of a devil. Very cool. Lilu realized that with this pair of running shoes, the time it would take him to find the dragon could be cut in half, at least. There is no time to lose. Set off. Lilu walked quickly out of the village. But after he stopped under a big tree at the entrance of the village and looked around, he did not see Alice. After waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Alice. Oh no. Lilu frowned slightly. The wife we finally caught ran away. Lilu suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. He didn't believe Alice was in any danger. Alice is at level 60. According to the normal game upgrade progress, it will take an ordinary player at least a year to reach level 60. It was only from level 0 to level 10. The fastest player 10 years ago, whose name was Jun Mo Xiao, took a month to break out of the novice village. In other words, within 1 year, no player can threaten Alice's safety. Unless Alice runs away. I have the running shoes, but I don't have a wife. Lilu was a little annoyed. With Alice as his bodyguard, his early development will be much smoother. Without Alice, the difficulties we face will increase dramatically. Lilu looked at the running shoes on his feet and suddenly felt that they were not fragrant anymore. You gain sesame seeds and lose watermelons. He looked ahead and saw an open grassland outside the village. The grass is tender and lush green. There are undulating hills scattered across the endless grassland. On every hill, you can see players frantically killing monsters. Die for me. The sound of gnashing teeth and a bit of anger resounded throughout the grassland. And on the grassland, there are not only level 1 magic rabbits, cuckoo chickens, and snail monsters. There are also level 2 wild dogs, mountain cats, and jackals. Compared with level 1 monsters, level 2 monsters are more proactive and aggressive. Once the player is not careful, they may be attacked by these level 2 monsters. For most players who only have an imperial sword at the beginning, they are obviously no match for wild dogs and mountain cats. Many players were chased everywhere by wild dogs and mountain cats. The seemingly simple hunting magic rabbit task has greatly increased the difficulty. Lilu shook his head and gave up the idea of looking for Alice. He quickened his pace and headed towards the grassland. Just after passing a hill, I saw a group of people kneeling on the ground under a rock, and a shining figure was flying in the sky. Isn't this Alice? Lilu was delighted. Come closer and take a look. The crowd was seen prostrating themselves on the ground, kowtowed and bowed to Alice. Angel, give me some milk. Angel, please save the child. The baby only has 1 drop of blood left. Angel, please resurrect me. My friend is all black. My poor friend, you died so miserably. Wait, my friend, why did you only get 1 copper coin? I put it away with tears in my eyes. 555. Chapter 6. The crowd surrounded the place in 3 layers. Almost all of them came to Alice to ask for milk. Alice's race is Protoss, and her natural professional characteristics are healing and amplification. At Alice's level 60, she can even revive all players on the spot. Of course, resurrection is not unlimited. First of all, the resurrection must be completed within 5 minutes. If the time is exceeded, you will automatically return to the resurrection point and your level will be reduced by 1. Secondly, resurrection has a casting time requirement, is easily interrupted, and has a long cooldown time. Finally, even after being resurrected on the spot, the character will only retain the experience points, and what should be exploded will still explode. In addition, the character will enter a period of weakness that lasts for 1 day, and all attributes will be halved. It can be said that in the legendary world, the punishment for character death is extremely severe. So, if you can survive, do it, don't waste time. Lilu felt the same way. Because one day, when everyone thinks that death is just a level -1. When some people die, they are truly dead, forever dead. Right now the players have no reply items. 2. No level. 3. No fighting power. He was bitten by a group of wild dogs and had to run around holding his butt, his health dropping rapidly. As soon as I saw Alice appear, I naturally regarded her as a wild NPC, and the kind of NPC that specifically restores health to the player. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're AB*******************. So he went to Alice frantically to ask for milk. What gave Lilu a headache was that Alice really thought of herself as an angel. Don't worry, we have everything. We have everything. Everyone line up. I'm very good at nursing. Don't cut in line, keep order. Alice was busy in the crowd, and when she saw someone with no blood, She waved her staff, sprinkled a holy light, and bit the opponent. All those who were breastfed were filled with gratitude and kowtowed to Alice to express their gratitude. Lilu had no choice but to walk over and pull Alice. "Dear, let's go," Lilu said. That moment, Lilu felt that the eyes of the people around him were like sharp daggers, all staring at him. "Dear? Friend, did you recognize the wrong person? Who the hell are you? A level 60 NPC, you call me dear? Boy, you can't speak, right? If you can't speak, then shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock out your front teeth." The crowd roared. However, when Alice found out that Lilu had come, she was not angry at all. She said in a coquettish voice, "Can't you see I'm busy? Go play somewhere else. Who else is the one who had no blood just now?" Ugh. Alice didn't finish her words. Lilu grabbed Alice's wings. Familiar movements, skilled techniques. It's like carrying an old hen, with no mercy at all. Alice is not tall to begin with. She is a little girl, less than 1.5 meters tall. Lilu is 1.80 meters tall, and he carried Alice like he was carrying a thermos bottle. "Let me go. I can still breastfeed." Alice screamed, "Let go of my goddess." The crowd also screamed. Lilu doesn't care about so many things. He had said long ago that once Alice, a lawful and kind person, overflowed with compassion, even 10 donkeys couldn't pull her back. If Alice were to finish her work, she would never know when she would be done. Lilu grabbed Alice and ran away. Behind him, a large group of people picked up wooden swords and chased Lilu frantically. "You beast, give me back my goddess." "Beast, what are you going to do to the goddess?" The crowd was like a bereaved family, and they chased Lilu frantically. At first there were only a few people chasing, but 10 minutes later, the number of people is increasing and the team is getting bigger and bigger. Then a magical scene appeared in Novice Village number 5555. Behind Lilu, smoke and dust rolled up, creating a magnificent sight. More than 1,000 people followed Lilu and played the game of running train. Other players passing by didn't know what the crowd was chasing and didn't know what to do. Chase first and talk later. "Friends, what are you chasing after?" Passerby A. "I don't know, don't you know?" Passerby B. "I thought you knew, don't you know?" Passerby A. "I don't know a thing." "Chasing the hammer?" "Yarn, yarn. Okay, I'm telling you a hammer." "That's a hammer? What level of hammer?" "I'm planning to learn blacksmithing." "I'm telling you nothing. Is it a hammer or a yarn?" Groundhog screams. Although most people don't know what they are chasing, they just think of it as chasing a boss. After all, the game has just started. If you can catch a boss, you will make a lot of money. This scene happened to be filmed by many players and posted on the game forum. Shocked. A mysterious boss appeared in Novice Village number 5555. Thousands of people killed the monster. It was a spectacular scene. Please give me the picture and the truth. Detailed explanation of the boss of Novice Village number 5555. A complete guide to killing monsters in the Novice Village number 5555. Level up 1 level a day and never fall behind. I'll teach you how to run and breathe in 3 minutes. Mom won't have to worry about you chasing the boss anymore. The big boss has appeared. Here is the inside story of Novice Village number 5555. Less than an hour after the server was launched, Novice Village number 5555 successfully grabbed the headlines of major news. Although I don't know what happened, it's awesome. Chapter 7. At this time, Lilu didn't know what was happening outside. I can see that the number of people following me is increasing. He didn't care about anything else and ran as fast as he could using all his strength. Alice struggled at first, but he found that the people behind him were like crazy, with red eyes and shouting, "Kill the boss! Where is the boss? Who saw the boss?" and so on. Alice turned pale and trembled with fear. "Let me go. I have wings," said Alice. In order to save energy, Lilu had to let Alice go. Alice flapped her wings and flew above Lilu's shoulders, looking back at the crowd behind her from time to time. "Run faster. Run faster. It can be faster," Alice urged anxiously, like an overseer. Lilu was sweating profusely and kept running forward. Fortunately, Lilu's shoes were fast enough. More and more people joined the following large group, but they could never keep up with Lilu's pace. About a quarter of an hour. There is no one behind me. Lilu finally relaxed and sat down on the ground, feeling exhausted all over. The body feels like it's in a sauna, sweating profusely, hot and dry. It's so real. I'm so thirsty and tired. Lilu gasped for breath. Hot breath passed through his throat, and his mouth was dry, without any saliva. Alice landed on the ground. She lay down beside him, sprawled on the ground like a female hooligan. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "I am so surprised. No wonder my father always says that humans are stupid and cunning, and have no martial ethics. It is indeed so." Lilu looked at Alice and asked, Are you thirsty? Hmm. Alice nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lilu looked at his physical strength value, which had dropped sharply and was already marked in red. Now we must find resources to resupply. Without energy recovery pills, the only option is to find food and water. Lilu stood up. Looking ahead, you can vaguely see a sparkling wave about 1 kilometer ahead. There's water. Let's go get some water. Lilu took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart rate. Then, he walked towards the direction of the sparkling light. Alice also flew up and followed Lilu. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of a small lake. Lilu opened the map and took a look. The map shows Sakura Lake, level 5 map. After closing the map, Lilu looked up. Both sides of the Sakura Lake are full of cherry blossoms. It is the flowering season and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. There are some stupid spores wandering around the lake, and the way they look at people reveals a bit of mental retardation. Silly Spore, level 3. The system will simply display the monster's information. To prevent players from having any thoughts of suicide or fraud, the system will also add different colors to the monster information. Gray means you can bully it. Green means you can give it a try. Red means you'd better know yourself. And the color of Silly Spores is green. It is also a neutral creature and will not actively attack players. When Lilu gets close to the stupid spores, these mentally retarded creatures will come over on their own initiative, as if asking about Lilu's purpose. Family, I'm just going to get some water to drink. I won't hurt you. Lilu carefully pushed away the stupid spores. He came here to replenish his energy, not to show off. These stupid spores are really annoying. Although they did not actively attack Lilu, they kept rushing towards Lilu. They stretched their necks and rubbed against Lilu's body, as if to say, if you are a brother, cut me down. Lilu is only level 1. The attack power does not exceed 5 points. Even with the blessing of the Imperial Sword, don't think you can easily deal with the stupid spores. If you're unlucky, you'll get hit by a donkey's leg. Whether you get kicked in the head or the balls, the consequences will not be good. Lilu had no choice but to slow down and move towards the lake little by little. Alice flew in the sky, helping Lilu to clear the way. Get out of the way, go play somewhere else. Alice lowered her flying altitude, stretched out her hand, and pushed away the stupid spores that were blocking her way. We finally reached the lake. For some reason, Lilu suddenly smelled a hint of danger. The lake water under my feet is not shallow, but it is the kind of lake water that is dark blue, clear, strange, and very deep. At first glance, it gives people a claustrophobic feeling. Lilu was frightened, but stimulated by hunger and thirst, he bent down, scooped up the lake water with his hands, and put it into his mouth. The sweet lake water enters my throat. The feeling of dry mouth was instantly gone. Sprite is refreshing. It feels so good and addictive. Lilu was so excited that he couldn't help but lower his head and wash his head with the lake water. He put his head into the lake and turned it twice. It's a state where the whole body is enjoying the spa and its VIP service. The consumption experience is great. However, when Lilu was enjoying the bath and opened his eyes under the water, in the sight, a black shadow swooped over at lightning speed. The black shadow is huge in size and is definitely not an ordinary creature. Careful, Alice's voice screamed. Lilu jumped 3 feet high. At the same time, a huge wave arose on the water surface. Bang! Crash! Water splashes. A monster rushed out of the water and pounced towards Lilu. Lilu picked up the wooden sword on the ground and chopped it over. -1. I was careless and got some sha while scraping. Lilu threw down his wooden sword and ran away. The moment my eyes swept across the monster, some information flashed before my eyes. Pointed-mouthed white-skinned crocodile, level 5. I knew water wasn't that tasty. Although this game is not produced by Tencent, you can't play it if you don't have money. But based on Lilu's many years of gaming experience, do you want to rely on drinking water to replenish your energy? At least you have to spend some money, right? A level 5 monster isn't too much, right? What? You can't even beat a level 5 monster, so you deserve to drink water? The pointed-mouthed white crocodile in front of me was over 2 meters long and had a mouth full of teeth. The name displayed is red instead of green. Lilu didn't dare to think anymore and just ran for his life. Yamity! Yamity! Alice followed behind him, screaming all the way, etc. As Lilu ran, he looked at Alice beside him and suddenly felt something seems to be wrong. Lilu stopped and grabbed Alice's chicken wings. I said, "Why are you running?" Lilu frowned deeply. "I'm only level 1. I'm running because I can't beat this thing." "You're already level 60. Why are you running?" Lily's face was covered with black question marks. Duh. Chapter 8. Alice is an NPC. Lilu can't see Alice's detailed information, but the level information at level 60 is still clear at a glance. Oh, Alice seemed to have reacted as well. Yeah, Why should I run? She tapped her chin with her finger and tilted her head as if the program had jammed. Come back with me, damn. Lilu cursed and grabbed Alice and walked back. Alice followed with grievance, muttering, I'm just afraid. Can't an angel be afraid? What if such a big crocodile goes crazy and bites me? Lilu doesn't care about that. Sitting on the shore, he pointed at the sharp-nosed crocodile wandering on the shore and said, Hurry up, kill this guy for me. Alice had no choice but to pick up the staff and was forced to open for business. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck. The majestic sharp-nosed crocodile died in 3 seconds. However, nothing came out. Lilu also has no experience points. This is a battle between NPCs, and players cannot gain experience. But Lilu had never thought of relying on Alice to upgrade himself. Only after the sharp-nosed crocodile turned over its belly did he walk over with peace of mind. Continue drinking water. Wash your face. Pick some more berries. There are many edible berries growing by the lake. In the game, if the player activates the herbalist's secondary profession, the collection efficiency will be greatly improved. If you don't have the learning skills, you can still collect them, but the efficiency will be low and the output will be small. It doesn't matter. Lilu should still be the first one in the novice village to arrive at Sakura Lake. There was no one around, and supplies were plentiful. Lilu sat by the lake, drinking water and eating berries. When Alice had finished her work, she flew over to the edge and sat down on a rock. Lilu was halfway through his meal when he suddenly realized that a pair of eyes were watching him. Faintly, you can hear the sound of swallowing saliva. It was none other than Alice. The key point is that Alice didn't speak either, and suddenly seemed much more restrained in front of the food. Lilu picked up a bunch of berries, handed it to Alice, and asked, Do you want to eat it? Eat or not eat? Alice was in a dilemma. She avoided his gaze and didn't dare to look at the delicious berries that Lilu handed to her. My mother said that we can't eat strangers' things, Alice said in a low voice. Goo-goo. But a wonderful music came from my stomach. Lilu was speechless and said, What do you mean by Queen Mother or not? People are made of iron, and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. That's absolutely right. Alice looked up at once, her eyes sparkling. It was as if I had reached some kind of consensus with Lilu for the first time. Eating is the top priority. Other things can be dealt with after you are full. Alice forgot to even say thank you. She grabbed the berries that Lilu handed to her and started gobbling them up on the spot. Be-a-chi, 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 be-a-chi. While eating, Alice would shake her legs and make strange noises with her mouth. After all this time, it turns out he's just a foodie. Lilu scratched his head. Judging from the way Alice was eating, the few berries he picked were not enough for Alice to eat. It was cleared in just a few seconds. No wonder when he was caught by himself, he doubted his ability to provide food. It's true that it eats too much and is not easy to feed. Seeing Alice had eaten all the berries, she looked at herself longingly. Lilu had no choice but to go pick berries again. Because his level is too low, he cannot hunt other monsters. If he cannot kill monsters, he cannot collect monster supplies, such as leather, dried meat, etc. He can only eat this kind of wild fruits. It took Alice half an hour to finish her meal. Alice looked much better and became more lively and active. Bad guy, where are we going? Alice flew up into the sky again, talking as she flew. The dragon's lair. Lilu led the way, holding a wooden sword. The dragon's lair? Alice was stunned when she heard this. The next second, Alice's expression changed slightly as if she had thought of something. You mean, the dragon's lair? Lilu opened the map and determined the location of the evil dragon's lair based on some of the terrain on the map. The map of each novice village is different, but most dragon nests have some common characteristics, such as remoteness and cliffs. Did I hear you correctly? You are a level 1 human, and you want to go to the dragon's lair? Alice exclaimed. Then what do you think I am arresting you for? Lilu closed the map and rolled his eyes. Maybe because Alice eats too much, Lilu feels a little uneasy. If Alice could find food for herself, this could be discussed. But Alice was just like a lady from a wealthy family who had never done housework. She had no idea how to find food and didn't know what was edible and what was not. If Lilu didn't know that she was the daughter of the God King, he wouldn't understand such a naive Alice. If he didn't feed her, he had no doubt that Alice would starve herself to death. Well, Lilu sighed, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. And at this moment, Alice's face suddenly fell. He didn't follow, but just dawdled at the back, slacking off. What? Lilu turned around and asked. So you captured me just to work for you? The baby is unhappy. The slight, good impression that had just arisen from the meal disappeared in an instant. Then why do you think I captured you? To be my wife. Lilu said unhappily. I don't want to work for you, nor do I want to be your wife. Alice said as she rushed over, spun down, and attacked with a beautiful leg. kicking Li Lu in the face. Nonsense. Alice is out here for fun. Take my kick, it hurts. The kick came with the feeling of blindly cheating. Li Lu dodged, then grabbed it easily. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Alice's safety pants *1. Puff. This works too. Li Lu looked at the cute Doraemon in his hand. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. The atmosphere was weird, yet also had a hint of murderous intent. Alice gradually forced a smile on her face, her expression changing from, "You can" to "You're dead." Chapter 9. Li Lu was not mentally prepared for this situation. He tried to remain calm. He threw the things to Alice and said, "They are an old couple. Why bother with the details? Next second, go to hell." Bang, 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 bang. Shadowless kick. Sprint. The mountain is falling. Black tiger digs out the heart. The scene is too bloody, so 10,000 words are omitted here. 10 minutes later, a new species with several bumps on its head, which looked a bit like Li Lu, crawled out of the ground. Li Lu pinched his nose and said, "What a rubbish SSS-level skill. It ruins my integrity and my reputation. There is no time limit for the use of Li Lu's skills. The only trouble is that, just like opening a blind box, you might get anything." This was his only possible means of subduing Alice. Of course, it is also possible that you fail to subdue the enemy and end up getting a severe beating. For example, in this situation, it's okay. Li Lu knew he was in the wrong and could only complain secretly. He is still level 1 after all. Without Alice's help, he might never reach the dragon's lair, even if he wasn't going to slay the dragon. Because the highest level of monsters in the novice village is over level 20, and the evil dragon is even higher. It is a hidden boss of level 100. No one dares to offend the majesty of the dragon clan, not even Alice. Many of the monsters on the road are actively aggressive and can kill people. It is extremely difficult for Li Lu to enter the dragon's lair. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. "Can we go now?" Li Lu turned around and asked Alice. After venting her anger, Alice calmed down a lot. She raised her fingers and smoothed down her hair, which had become disfigured due to excessive violence. The head can be cut off, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. You can bleed, but you can't lose your temperament. From any angle, Alice is a well-deserved kawaii goddess. Let me make it clear first. I have to provide meals. Alice made one last condition. "No problem, just send me to the dragon's nest." Li Lu has clear ideas and is steady but smart. "Make a deal." Alice flew over and kicked Li Lu on the head with her little feet, and the deal was sealed. "I say, can't you be a little gentler?" Li Lu touched the back of his head. "What is gentleness?" "No, you are an angel after all." "Ah, that's their business. I don't want it. You will never be able to get married in your situation. None of your business." "Look, you still don't believe it. In your situation, if you fall into the sea, the killer whales won't attack you." "Why didn't the killer whale attack me?" "Because it will treat you as its friend, the barb whale." A human, an angel. One walks on the ground, the other flies in the sky. I don't know what nonsense they were talking about, but they walked away from the novice village, getting farther and farther away. Half a day passed in a flash. A huge cliff is rising little by little from the horizon. Li Lu stopped and began to study his game map. In fact, he didn't know the exact location of the dragon's lair, because the map of each novice village is different. To find the dragon's lair, he must explore the map and narrow the scope. The originally dark map was constantly revealing new names as he explored deeper. Blue Wind Grassland, Butterfly Plain, Sakura Lake, Rabbit Man Cave, Hungry Wolf Mountain, Bat Ridge, Abandoned Mine, Chinya Forest. Under the acceleration of the silver running shoes, the speed of exploring the map has been greatly improved. The place Li Lu was looking for was a cliff and a hidden terrain. Plains, hills, mines. Li Lu looked at the map and thought deeply. Alice is killing spiders not far away. I step on it. I step on it. Alice's way of killing spiders is very special. She doesn't use fire or electric shock, but steps on them. He won't be satisfied until he has crushed the spider into pieces. "Bad guy, hurry up, how are you going?" While stepping on the spider, he asked Li Lu how to get away. "Why are you in such a hurry? Men shouldn't be too quick." Li Lu picked up a small wooden stick from the ground and drew a rough map route. Then, Li Lu drew a circle at an unmarked location. This location should be the main city. Li Lu looked up into the distance and muttered. According to the attributes of the monsters on the map, the closer you get to the main city, the higher the level of the monsters will be. After players reach level 10, they can go to the main city to change their job, but they usually fly there through a teleportation array instead of walking over mountains and hills. Li Lu can roughly determine the location of the main city and the novice village based on the distribution of monsters and further narrow down the location of the evil dragon's nest. The dragon's lair will be very far away from the novice village and the main city. Only in the later stages of the game will players go deep into high-level maps and find the top dragons that have already dominated an area. At this stage, the evil dragons have just appeared and are still laying eggs and reproducing offspring. First, let's rule out this cliff in front of us. Then the location of the evil dragon's lair is Chinya Forest. Lilu slapped his head, and an idea suddenly came to him. No one knows dragons better than me. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Alice shouted. Lilu looked at the dead spiders all over the ground, and without further delay, he quickly rushed towards Chiba Forest. 3 hours later, Lilu returned to the place where he killed spiders. At this time, Lili's image was very different. I saw that his lips, cheeks, and corners of his eyes were swollen like buns. I can't even see where it is. The whole face looks like it has a hip-hop special effect added to it. Alice roared madly. What evil dragon? Where did the evil dragon come from? They are all bees. Small bees, big bees, killer bees, wasps, all kinds of bees. I'm so P*** D off. You're such a directionally challenged person, even dumber than me. Can you lead the way? Aren't you the one who knows dragons best? I don't trust you. You are a complete idiot. Lilu studied the map on the ground again. Under the swollen eyes, the outline of some maps can be vaguely seen. If it's not Chinya Forest, could it be a mine? No, the mine only spawns skeletons and jump monsters. It could also be a ghost. If it's an evil dragon, it's definitely not in the mine. Lilu was certain that the evil dragon was definitely not in the mine. Just tell me, do you understand it? Alice said angrily. I understand. Why shouldn't I understand? A man must understand. Lilu tried to save his dignity. Alice grabbed Li's ear and pointed to a cave on the cliff in the distance. Open your eyes and see what that is. A dark shadow passed by on the cliff, and something flew out. Are you sure you want to eliminate this cliff first, rather than the correct answer? High on the cliff, a black shadow hovered in the sky, emitting dragon roars. That was not a majestic dragon roar, but a very angry roar. It is also a warning to other creatures. There is an evil dragon inside. No one allowed. After circling for a while, the evil dragon flapped its wings and flew away into the distance. See, I told you, the dragon's lair must be on the cliff. What do you think? Lilu grabbed Alice's wings. One of them pulled his ears, and the other pulled his wings. After a profound and simple emotional exchange, Alice snorted. Lilu held his swollen face, and they let go of each other. Afterwards, Lilu did not delay any longer and walked quickly towards the location of the evil dragon's nest. Chapter 10. The game is barely 12 hours old. People like Lilu start to explore the dragon's lair alone. That should be the first person who has no predecessors and no successors. You can also become a vanguard who rushes to his death. Of course, Lilu is not afraid of death. The maximum level you lose upon death is 1. His experience bar is still at 0 now. How much room is there for it to go down? It won't be a -1 level, right? As I thought about it, the dragon's lair was getting closer and closer. Lilu stood at the foot of the cliff and looked up. The cliff is at least 200 meters high, but it doesn't seem very high when viewed from a distance. But when you look at it up close, because it is at a vertical height, it is very steep and very oppressive. This is troublesome. The dragon's lair is located in the center of the cliff, more than 100 meters from the ground. It is about the height of a 30-story building. Lilu now understood a little bit why the evil dragon dared to build a dragon cave here. Except for races like gods and demons who are born with wings, it is impossible for ordinary players to fly into the sky before level 20. After reaching level 20, you can tame some flying pets, and only then will it be possible to fly. By the time the player reaches level 20, the evil dragon has already left the novice village. And the question now is, how to get up there? Lilu stared at Alice, and his eyes became more and more strange. Alice quickly retreated 2 meters and warned, "What are you thinking? You want me to carry you up? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. You're dreaming." Indeed, let Alice, this little lowly. He carried the burly man Lilu up on his back. That's called forcing someone to do something. Just resist. Lilu watched Alice fly away and knew that there might be no hope of convincing Alice. But the problem is that the cliff is as smooth as a mirror and there is no support at all. He was not an expert in rock climbing, so it was impossible for him to climb up on his own. What about dropping a rope down the mountain? That's even more impossible, because the cliff in front of us is itself an isolated peak. After eliminating all possibilities, Lilu had an idea in his mind. I'm so tired. I've been busy all day. Lilu stretched and sat down on the ground. Let's take a break first. How can the dragon's lair be more important than Miss Alice's health? I mainly want to take the beautiful, generous, kind and gentle Miss Alice to see the scenery and relax. Look at the mountains and waters around you, the blue sky, and the white clouds. Do you feel happy? Lilu has a bright smile and is very friendly. Haha. Alice laughed a few times, holding her belly. She pointed at Lilu and said with a smile, "Don't tease me. You just want to coax me and send you up. Do you think I don't know? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. In a word, it's impossible." Haha. Lilu also laughed. "Just you? Are you overthinking it?" Lilu shook his head, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Alice. "I'm chatting with you, and you think I'm just trying to coax you. Am I that kind? Besides, you are just a little kid. How can you carry me? Do you believe that I can hurt you internally with just one finger?" Alice was not convinced and said, "I am almost an adult. I can carry things on my shoulders and hands, but I can't carry you." "Bullshit," Lilu said disdainfully. "Do you think I don't know that this is how you humans provoke others?" Alice wasn't fooled. Lilu sighed, looked at Alice, with a hint of understanding in his eyes, and said, "There's no such thing as provoking me. It's not that I look down on you because you're a girl, but I'm just being realistic. If I'm not mistaken, you've never been carried on someone's back, nor have you ever carried someone else on your back, right? If we really have to carry each other, I'll carry you. It's not your turn to carry me, right? As for you carrying me, forget it. You can't do that. You simply can't do that." Lilu repeated this sentence. Alice's face kept changing. When Lilu finished his last sentence, he finally couldn't help it. "Come up here, and I'll carry it for you to see." Alice said, "I'm not going." Lilu shook his head quickly. "No, you have to come up." Alice said angrily, "I'm not going." Lilu refused loudly. "If you don't come up, I'll beat you." Alice put her hands on her hips. "You beat me. Okay, I'll do it." Lilu climbed onto Alice's back reluctantly. Alice is really small. The wings are not big, they are small and cute. Lilu climbed onto Alice's back and his wings were bent by Alice. Alice sucked with all her might, and her whole face turned red. Alas, alas, alas. In order to carry Lilu, Alice clenched her teeth and made strange noises from her mouth. "I told you, you can't carry me." Lilu pushed Alice with his hand and said, "Okay, stop being so stubborn and put me down." Alice hugged his thighs and said hurriedly, "I haven't even used my strength yet." "You try hard? Come on, you can't carry me even if you try hard. You're too small. It hurts my heart just looking at you." The second half of Lilu's sentence was the truth. But the current situation is urgent. Even if he doesn't want to exploit child labor, he has to do it. Don't say anything. Alice is not a child anymore. Look at me. After Alice's continued efforts, finally, the flight altitude reached 1 meter. "Only 1 meter? Does that count? I can fly higher than you with one jump," Lilu said disappointedly. "Who said 1 meter? Just wait for me." The flight altitude continues to rise. Lilu felt that Alice's 2 wings were about to hit his face. She tried very hard. The cute baby's face was covered with sweat from his hard work. Beads of sweat dripped down, and his whole face turned red. Finally, the flight altitude reached 10 meters. "How is it?" Alice said proudly. 10 meters? That's it. That's it." Lilu was still very disappointed. "Then how much do you want?" Alice felt cheated. 10 meters? That means I have to carry you for 10 steps. Does that count as carrying you? It's too difficult for you. I think you should just forget it and let me go," Lilu said helplessly. Alice stopped talking and flapped her wings hard to continue increasing her altitude. 20 meters. Only 20 steps? That's all. It's 30 steps. I can do it in one breath. Okay, stop wasting your energy. You can only fly to a height of 50 meters at most. Finally, the height reached 90 meters. It's only 1 step away from the dragon's lair. Are you tired? Aren't you talking nonsense? Go rest in the cave. I'll show you how to carry you 100 steps in one breath. Well, I want to see how powerful you are. Alice took all her strength and carried Lilu into the cave, etc. Looking at the familiar cave in front of me, Alice always felt that something was wrong. Isn't this the dragon's lair? What just happened? Am I going insane? Oh my god, I actually carried this guy up here? Duh. Chapter 11. Don't say Alice doesn't believe it. In fact, Lilu himself didn't believe it. Because Alice is indeed too petite. It's a magic profession. How can it have any power? Carrying him up to the dragon's lair is like carrying a person to the 30th floor. It's not an easy thing at all. Certainly, believe in miracles. For example now, fool people into making miracles happen. What have you done to me, you evil creature? Alice didn't rest for 2 seconds and went to find Lilu angrily. However, At this time, Lilu ignored Alice and made a gesture. Lie. Alice was startled. Look up. Wow. For a moment, Alice couldn't help but open her cherry lips and let out a soul-trembling cry. What appeared before Lilu and the others was a huge cave shining with golden light. The cave was filled with all kinds of sparkling jewels, which illuminated the entire cave with jewels and gems. The dragon's greed for treasure is vividly displayed here. Are we rich? Alice flew over, and the word sheep was clearly written in her two blue eyes. Do you still feel tired now? Lilu asked. I think I can still fly 100 meters. Alice shook her head like a broken wave. Take whatever you like. Don't be polite to me. Lilu said generously. Who was being polite to you? It was never yours in the first place. Alice said dissatisfiedly, but her voice was still happy. The evil dragon was leaving at this time. If they took the things away now, no one would be able to stop Lilu and the others. The jewels in front of me were piled up to 3 meters high, like a small mountain. Lilu walked over, picked up a piece of jewelry at random, and looked at it carefully in front of him. Name, Silver Moon level, Silver attack, 10 magic, 10 hidden attribute. Charm +2 not bad, not bad. Lilu put it around his neck. Wearing failed. You do not meet the wearing requirements. Wearing requirements. Female. In this case, the sound of the system is very annoying. What's wrong with being a woman? It's okay for her to look down on men. Besides, why not just give it a try? No, damn, this is a shady shop. Lilu had no choice but to give up, threw down the necklace, picked up a pair of shoes, and took a look at it. Name, Wind Boots level, Gold Armor, 24, Magic Resist, 16 Agility, 5, Hidden Attributes, Constitution +12, Speed +12 Skill. Wine Chaser, increases movement speed by 5% within 10 seconds, cooldown time, 1 hour, good stuff. Lilu changed his shoes without thinking. After wearing the sprint boots for less than a day, her status suddenly changed from little sweet girl to Mrs. Neo. Lilu also threw it into the pile of jewelry in front of him. After changing shoes, Lilu went to choose other equipment. The character's equipment includes headdresses, facial ornaments, clothes, pants, arms, belts, necklaces, rings, bracelets, wristbands, and shoes. And most importantly, weapons. Lilu put on all the clothes he could wear. The weapon chosen was a dagger. Name, Soul Eater level, Dark Gold attack, 60 to 100 magic, 10 armor, 10 magic resist, 10 hidden attributes, crit +10, hit +10, explosive damage +10% skill. Soul Devourer, when hitting the target, it will cause Soul Devourer damage. The Soul Devourer damage is 100% of the poison, bleeding, burning, and other damage you have caused to the target. Lilu held the dagger in his hand, but he felt something was wrong. Until that annoying system sound sounded again. Failed to wear. Did not reach the equipment level, minimum equipment level, level 10, occupation restriction, thief. Depend on. Not change job yet. Lilu could only look at such a good thing, but had no way of putting it on. Moreover, this dagger was the only dark gold equipment he found. There are other equipment as well, but they are basically silver and gold equipment. There are more things like some forging stones, such as mica, marrow stone, bloodstone, and so on. Even if he wanted to take these things away, he couldn't. For example, Alice sat on the gold, silver, and jewelry and worried. Why are you unhappy? Lilu asked knowingly. Woo! Alice burst into tears. I can't lift it. Alice was holding all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry in her arms and was about to cry. Even though she is a level 60 mage, her attributes are all on intelligence, and she has no strength at all. Without strength, there is no weight. Without weight, you can't lift anything. Equipment happens to be the one that takes up the most weight. You can wear it on your body without taking up any weight. Once you put it in the system backpack, it will bear the weight. Lilith's is only level 1, with only 4 points of strength, and 1 point of strength is equal to 10 points of weight. He can only carry objects up to 40 points in weight. The weight of weapons is generally above 40, and the weight of jewelry is between 10 to 20. For example, the Soul Eater dagger weighs 40. Since the dagger cannot be worn, Lilu can only put it in his backpack if he wants to take it with him. But once you put it in, he couldn't take anything else with him. This is too torturous. Lilu looked at the cave full of treasures and could only cover his aching heart and sigh. Suddenly, Alice, who was sitting on the hill of gold and silver, let out a cry of surprise. Bad guy, look, what is that? Alice flew to the top of the gold, silver, and jewelry, pointed at a spot in the center, and shouted. Due to the angle, Lilu has not climbed up to see. After hearing Alice's voice, Lilu stepped on a pile of equipment and bent down to grope his way up. In the center of the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry, there was a groove. and in the groove, a light green dragon egg lay inside. This is... Lilu was stunned. Dragon egg. It's a dragon egg. Duh. Chapter 12. The dragon egg is about half a meter high and only 30 centimeters wide, like an enlarged ostrich egg. The location of the dragon egg is right in the center of the entire pile of gold, silver, and jewelry. The center is slightly sunken. Lilu stood on top of the pile of jewelry and realized that the entire pile of jewelry looked like a bird's nest and also like an altar. It is not a nest made up of ordinary items. It is built of jewels. Various precious gems and jades are piled in the middle, and various equipment are enshrined around them. Maybe it's because the game has just started and the dragon's inventory is not large. The equipment level is still silver and gold. But even so, it is enough to express the maternal love that Mother Dragon has for her baby. Seeing the Mother Dragon taking care of her children like this, Lilu was so moved that he picked up the dragon egg on the spot. Follow me. I don't need anything else today, but I must get this dragon egg back. This is a dragon egg. It's not a dinosaur, it's a dragon. Level 100 Evil Dragon. The pet function is enabled at level 20. Once hatched, it becomes a dragon knight. If only I had a dragon baby as a mount. That must be breaking news that will shock the whole world. Although Lilu knew that there was an evil dragon in the novice village. But in his previous life, he had never even left the novice village, let alone seen a real dragon with his own eyes. I have only seen some pictures on forums and Tieba. This was the first time he saw a dragon egg. The excitement in my heart is beyond words. Alice also seemed to realize the importance of this dragon egg. He quickly jumped into the air, followed Lilu, and ran outside. Without further ado, get out of here. However, it was almost the same time. Roar. A roar was heard outside the dragon's lair. The real owner is back. Lily's legs trembled, and he was so scared that he almost dropped the dragon eggs. Oh my god. This bud will not come back sooner or later. I came back as soon as I touched the dragon egg. Is there any kind of induction? Alice shuddered with fear. It's cold. If you get caught by the dragon, you'll be skinned alive if you don't die. Lily's face suddenly turned ugly. Run, Alice. Lilu shouted at Alice. This time, Lilu didn't call him dear. Because he panicked. Normally when I call someone dear, it's just a joke. But this time, there is no need to joke. The evil dragon is a level 100 boss. It is impossible to subdue this kind of creature unless several seraphim from the Protoss take action personally. Alice is only level 60, the youngest princess of the Protoss. She was not very strong and was rather willful and capricious. Because of this, she was sent to the Temple of Reincarnation by the God King to do a non-dangerous clerical job. The reason why the God King did this is because in this world, NPCs will die. Unlike players, players will be resurrected after death. And when an NPC dies, it is dead forever. There will be no resurrection. So, Lilu can die, but Alice must not die. If the evil dragon finds out that Alice is stealing dragon eggs, no matter if they are from the gods or demons, the evil dragon will not let any egg thief go. Kill them all. Right now, Lilu no longer had the heart to play with Alice. The evil dragon really kills people. When Alice heard his voice, she was so frightened that she didn't know which way to go for a moment. Seeing the dragon egg that Lilu treasured, Alice quickly flew down and held the dragon egg in Lily's hand. Lilu pushed Alice away and said angrily, F***K, why are you still concerned about the dragon eggs? Run for your life. Idiot. Lilu cursed on the spot. Alice turned pale with fear. Even as she stumbled, she still did not give up the dragon egg and forcibly snatched it from Lilu. Because she knew that Lilu was not capable of taking the dragon egg away. Lilu can't fly. The only way to go back is to die. There is no other choice. Unless she takes the dragon egg away, it is impossible to take the dragon egg away today. Lilu looked at the dragon egg that was taken away. Suddenly I was stunned. His lips turned a little blue with anger, and he moved his mouth to make a sound, as if he was still calling Alice an idiot, but he didn't say it out loud in the end. Alice flew out holding the dragon egg. However, before Alice could escape, a huge air current blew in from outside the cave. Alice's body seemed to have suffered a severe blow and was ejected at the speed of a cannonball. Bang! Alice was hit hard against the mountain wall, and the dragon egg rolled to the side. Alice, minus 1,000. Dragon egg, minus 1,000. A blood bar appeared above Alice and the dragon egg's heads at the same time. Just a moment. Alice and the dragon egg were both badly damaged. Wow! Alice spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a piece of mud, it rolled down softly from the mountain wall. Lilu felt very distressed. She is still a baby. How could this reptile have the heart to do this? Lilu wished he could chop this evil dragon into pieces right now. But he is only level 1. Only level 1. Now is not the time to be impulsive. The evil dragon took advantage of the wind and flew into the cave. The huge wings, when folded, created a feeling of covering the sky and blocking the sun in the cave. Seeing the evil dragon coming, there is no time to think about anything else. Li Lu ran to Alice, pulled Alice, and ran towards the depths of the cave. After running 2 steps, Li Lu turned around and looked at the dragon egg again, etc. Li Lu thought about it, then held Alice under his armpits again and held the dragon egg in his arms. One man, one angel, and a dragon egg ran wildly towards the depths of the cave. The dragon's lair doesn't just have one cave. Li Lu just discovered that there is another world inside the dragon's lair, which should be an abandoned cave. It was only after being transformed by the evil dragon that a larger cave appeared. The cave inside is very damp and the space is very small, but there was no other exit in the cave. Li Lu walked 50 meters forward and reached the end. By the light from the dragon egg and Alice's wings, Li Lu saw that there was no way forward. He looked back and saw the dragon chasing him. Roar, roar, roar. While chasing, he let out an angry roar. Due to the small internal space, the evil dragon can no longer fly and can only crawl on the ground. Its wings are like a bat's wings and can be used for walking. Every movement brings it closer to Li Lu. However, the space is too small. When he was 10 meters away from Li Lu, boom, there was a loud crash. The gravel in the cave was shaking and dust was falling from above. The evil dragon's huge head was stuck in a crack in the rock, and it could not move forward even a single step. Chapter 13. The crack in the stone is less than 1 meter wide. There was no problem for Li Lu and Alice to come in. But the evil dragon's head is more than 1 meter in size, and its dragon head is triangular and covered with spikes. The width of the dragon head near the ear reaches 2 meters. Its body is 5 meters wide and about 18 meters long. When its wings are spread, its wingspan exceeds 20 meters. This thing can scare a child with gigantic fear to death on the spot. Li Lu could see that the evil dragon's nostrils were as big as a pot lid, and they were curling and wriggling with anger, emitting bursts of green smoke. Under the erosion of smoke, Li Lu found that his blood volume was slowly decreasing. -10, -10, -10. This is just the breath of the dragon. Before he launched any attack on Li Lu started losing blood. What the hell is this? Li Lu was scared out of his wits. It's a poisonous dragon. It's a poisonous dragon. Alice's weak voice came. Holy light. Alice took out her staff and cast a ray of holy light on herself. As the holy light descended, his complexion recovered slightly. Disperse. Then, another ray of holy light fell in the direction of Li Lu. Li Lu felt that the poisonous smoke in the air was slowly dissipating, and his blood volume stopped falling. Boom. The cave shuddered. The poisonous dragon pulled its head back. After a while, another claw stretched out. Li Lu quickly dodged. Alice also dodged quickly, under the limitation of sight and space. The poisonous dragon could neither see the location of the dragon egg nor catch Li Lu and the other man. After struggling for a long time, he could only roar outside. After a short period of time, Li Lu and Alice were safe. But Li Lu didn't believe that the evil dragon would give up. These level 100 monsters have high IQs, some even comparable to humans. Within 2 minutes, the dragon stopped roaring. There is a slow flow of air in the air. This airflow is unusual. Li Lu keenly discovered that the air was flowing outwards. This is a change in air pressure. The air pressure outside has decreased, while the air pressure inside the cave has increased. Under normal circumstances, there is no exhaust vent in the dragon's lair. There is no possibility of any air movement. So, Li Lu realized that the evil dragon might be about to use its ultimate move. He looked at Alice, who was flying around like a headless fly. Under the evil dragon's ultimate move, he would have died. But what about Alice? What to do? Li Lu was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Since the poison dragon can use poison mist to make itself lose blood. In other words, no matter what the poisonous dragon sprayed out, he and Alice would not be able to withstand it and would surely die. Suddenly, Li Lu looked at the dragon egg on the ground. Got it. Li Lu took out a dagger and stabbed it hard into the dragon egg. Because he cannot equip a dagger, Li Lu cannot obtain the attributes of a dagger, but the dagger is sharp enough, and his equipment has now been updated. One cut. The dragon egg lost 100 health points. Roar. As soon as the dragon egg started to bleed, the evil dragon immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. The air suddenly became much calmer. The dragon may have stopped using its ultimate move. Li Lu quickly shouted outside the cave. If we don't survive, neither will your eggs. The dragon roars no more. He seemed to understand what Li Lu said. Outside the cave, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. Li Lu continued. We just happened to pass by here and have no intention of harming your baby. If you get out of the way, we'll just let this matter go. Roar. Li Li's answer was an angry roar. Obviously, the dragon disagrees. It's right that Li Lu wants to leave. But the evil dragon also wants to ensure the safety of Long Bao. And once Long Bao is safe, given the evil dragon's character, there is absolutely no chance that Li Lu will survive, including Alice. There is basically no solution to this problem. Li Lu can only delay time now. And his thoughts were racing, constantly trying to find solutions. Whether Long Bao is safe or not, he and Alice will not survive. To offend the authority of the evil dragon clan is already a death sentence. There is a possibility that you will be hunted down by the evil dragon clan in the future. The reason why the evil dragon stopped attacking now is that it can't get in. Another reason was that they were afraid that Li Lu would become desperate and take the dragon egg with him to be buried. Li Lu stopped talking and didn't touch the dragon egg again. The evil dragon outside gradually calmed down, dragged its feet, and walked away. After hearing the sound, Li Lu looked outside. Roar! A sharp claw suddenly attacked from the darkness. Grass. Li Lu dodged and, with the help of his sharp subconscious developed from a lifetime of playing the thief, avoided the fatal blow in the darkness. The dragon claw and his golden light armor brushed past each other. Durability -100. The golden light armor cracked on the spot and fell to the ground. Li Lu just felt his scalp tingling. This attack power and destructive power. Just a touch and the light armor shattered. The point is, this beast is so cunning. They even tried to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, launching a sneak attack. The IQ is so high that it is unbelievable. No wonder ordinary people never see a dragon in their lifetime. Li Lu could only consider himself lucky if it weren't for Alice's help. Even if we know where the dragon's lair is, it is impossible to threaten the safety of the evil dragon, including the safety of the dragon eggs. Now the dragon hides in the shadows. Li Lu hid in the cave. The situation has reached a stalemate. In the darkness, the dragon egg was flashing a faint green light. Alice's wings also emitted clusters of light blue halos. Li Lu looked at Alice, who was huddled in the corner, hugging her knees, at a loss. Suddenly, I felt a little guilty. I know that Alice is the daughter of the God King. That's why Alice was tricked into the game. The idea of going to the dragon's lair for adventure came to him suddenly, and he himself had not thought that there would be such a big risk. It would be fine if he died, but if Alice died. Li Lu walked slowly towards Alice and sat down next to her. Alice seemed to have cried, and her voice was a little hoarse. She said, "I shouldn't have listened to you." Li Lu was silent. "Is there a possibility that I can beat the shit out of that evil dragon outside?" Li Lu made a joke that was neither too big nor too small. "Yes, because you are dreaming." Alice sobbed. "As a man, you can't say no." Li Lu patted his chest. "Honestly, I just like the way you brag." Alice sobbed. Li Lu touched the back of his head awkwardly. "This is a bit of a dilemma. The problem now is that bragging won't solve the problem." Li Lu restrained the frivolousness in his words, found 2 stones on the ground, and knocked them against each other, making a thudding sound. The sound dispelled some of the loneliness and made people feel more at ease. Li Lu asked in a more serious tone, "Are you afraid of death?" "Afraid." Alice said affirmatively without hesitation. "The evil dragon will kill you." Li Lu said again, "I know." Alice was about to cry again. Li Lu stopped talking. "So I shouldn't have listened to you," Alice added. Li Lu took a deep breath and suddenly said, "I have a way to get you out safely." "What method?" Alice asked with a hint of hope in her tone. "Alas," Li Lu sighed and said, "the rules of the game require that every player has a pet space and a slave space. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master and enter my slave space, I can take you out." Chapter 14. Recognize you as my master? Alice's voice trembled. "You know, this master-servant relationship is equivalent to a soul contract. Once it takes effect, Alice will be Li Li's slave who can be beaten and scolded at will, and she can no longer have any thoughts that go against her master's will. She had to do whatever Li Lu asked her to do. Although Alice is naughty, she is well aware of the consequences of signing a soul contract. For the proud gods, even if it means death, they would never sign such a humiliating contract with anyone. That would be a huge shame for the entire god clan. In the history of the gods, there has never been a case where any member of the tribe has signed a master-servant contract, let alone with a human. I feel you are trying to trick me." Alice shed tears. "From tricking me into entering the game, to tricking me into working for you, to tricking me into carrying you on my back, and now you're tricking me into being your slave. Mother is right. All men are liars, woo." The sad cry echoed throughout the cave. "I know this is unfair to you." Li Lu heard the despair and the crying. The only way to save Alice is to make her his slave. But this possibility has never existed in the entire history of the gods. Now to Alice. How could she betray the dignity of the entire god clan and sign a master-servant agreement with me? What qualifications does Lilu have to have a princess from the god clan as his slave? In Alice's heart, it is true that Lilu is a bit humorous. But after all, he is just an ordinary human being. In this case, if Alice chooses to sign the agreement, that would be going against the entire god clan, and the consequences would be disastrous. Not only will Alice be abandoned by the gods, but Lilu may also become the target of the entire gods. Of course, for Lilu, this kind of pursuit is not important. Stealing dragon eggs now means that he has angered the evil dragon clan. It is only a matter of time before he is hunted down by the evil dragon clan. What's the harm in having one more god? Lilu doesn't care about the evil dragon or the gods, but the girl in front of me, Alice. But Lilu took a deep breath. Painful memories flashed through his mind. Cities, streets, and races that were destroyed by the demons. He wants to become stronger. Become very strong. Very strong. To achieve this goal, you can take risks or give it a try. Being chased by the dragon. Hunted by the gods. What is there to fear? The strong are destined to be lonely. One day, the evil dragons were slaughtered by the demons. When the gods' territory was filled with blood from the demons, people will know that everything Lilu did today was to welcome the arrival of that day. Apart from this method, there is no other possibility that you can walk out of this cave alive. Lilu spoke clearly and plainly. This is not a solution, because it is simply impossible. Alice said lightly. I know you won't agree, and I never thought you would agree. I also know that you would rather die than agree. As Lilu said this, he was walking closer to Alice. What do you want to do? In the darkness, Lily's shadow continued to grow bigger. Alice seemed to realize something and suddenly became terrified. I know you won't agree to be my slave, but what if you become my wife? Lilu asked back. No, you can't do this. What do you want to do? You want. Alice's face quickly turned red due to excessive excitement. Lilu gently grasped Alice's hand and said calmly, Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. When Lilu said this, I feel like this sentence has no weight. He calmed down his thoughts and said calmly, Death or fulfillment, I know that neither is fair to you. But, as long as I am here, even if the entire god clan betrays you, I will not betray you. If anyone bullies you, I will kill them if they come to me, and I will kill them if gods come to me. As for the master-servant contract, you have to sign it whether you want to or not, whether you recognize me as your husband or your master. I only have one request. You can't get into trouble, and I won't allow you to get into trouble. Lilu finished his words in one breath. Alice's eyes filled with tears and she cursed. Liar. Of course Lilu knew that he was indeed a liar. Are you ready? Lilu finished speaking. With a skillful move, he stretched out his empty hands to the helpless Alice. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold equipment, White Jade Scepter. This move is called Seeing the Dragon and taking off its armor. The meaning of the idiom is that after encountering a dragon, one must learn to solve certain difficult problems by removing some equipment. Of course, this is just Li's personal understanding. After completing the first move of seeing the dragon take off his armor, Lilu continued to perform his moves. Each move is faster than the last. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Alice's private money coins *5. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Alice's butterfly hairpin *1. Congratulations to the player. You won Alice's butterfly shirt *1. Congratulations to the player. You got Alice's little skirt *1. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Alice's white socks *1. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Alice's white silk *1. Congratulations to the players. Under the system prompts, Alice's dress became thinner and thinner. She huddled in a corner, hugging her shoulders, her little white wings trembling. Call me husband. Lilu approached and said softly, You. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth was blocked. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lilu pounced on his prey like a hungry wolf, and then 3 + 5 divided by 2. The formula is too complicated. 10,000 words are omitted here. The small cave was submerged in darkness. No one knows what happened inside. Chapter 15. So real. That softness, tenderness, lingering, tenderness. Lilu looked at his character attribute panel and saw an additional column of slaves options. After clicking in with your mind, you can see a cozy room with a small light blue bed in it. Alice, who was already exhausted, was sleeping on the small bed, looking at the happy and satisfied smile that Alice couldn't help but draw on the corner of her mouth. Lilu couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Is this still a game? It seems not. This is already another world. And he just knew the truth earlier than others. In his daring attempt, Not only does he now have a wife, but this wife also has another identity, his servant. Lilu shook his head. Get rid of all the distracting thoughts in your mind. His sight returned to the dark and narrow cave. Outside the cave, one could faintly hear the sound of huge dragon claws rubbing against the ground and walls. There were also clear and long sounds of the evil dragon breathing. Alice has been taken back to the slave space. What Lilu has to do now is to think about how to die and go back. Things have come to this point today, and there is no way for him to survive. But dying is also a technical job. Just like the death song. To play the death song well, you must first learn how to die. Lilu looked at the dragon egg beside him. What a pity. This is a dragon egg. Lilu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. With an evil dragon guarding outside, it is impossible for him to take the dragon egg away. But if I don't take it away and leave it here, wouldn't that be giving the evil dragon an advantage? Goo goo. At this moment, a feeling of hunger came over me. I'm hungry. Lilu touched his belly. I glanced at the dragon egg inadvertently, etc. This thing, it should be fresh, right? A bold idea flashed through Lilu's mind again. He walked toward the edge of the cave. In the darkness, I couldn't see what was happening outside, but he knew that the dragon must be waiting for him to get out. Reptile, do you still remember how you beat my wife just now? Lilu broke the silence in the cave and shouted outside. The evil dragon did not respond, probably because he didn't know what Lilu was up to. But the breathing sound of the evil dragon in the air became much more rapid. I can't even bear to hit my wife. Who allowed you to do that? With this attitude, you still want to save your son? Go back and tell the Dragon King of your evil dragon clan that we have a feud today. All the reptiles, wait for me at home. Hit my wife once, and I'll make you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Grass. Lilu cursed fiercely, according to the death fantasy in the mind. Before death, the first step is to maximize your momentum. You may not win the fight, but you cannot lose your momentum. Just like Big Bad Wolf. You may not be able to catch the sheep, but before you leave you must say that you will come back. Step 2. Take all the benefits. You can die, but you can't die in vain. It's not too much to be a glutton, right? Lilu looked at the dragon egg, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Come, let me hear your angry and desperate roar. After Lilu finished speaking, he drew out his dagger and rushed towards the dragon egg. Raise the dagger and stab it hard. Dash 100. The dragon egg trembled. After being attacked indiscriminately by the evil dragon, he had been stabbed by Lilu. Now that it has been stabbed again, the dragon egg has little health left. Lilu can tell this from the health bar. And the evil dragon outside knows the same. Hiss. The evil dragon stretched its neck and let out a long roar. The sound was not one of anger, but one of sadness. It should know that the life of the dragon egg is about to end, right? Lilu had no expression on his face. Hearing the roar of the evil dragon, another knife stabbed at the dragon egg. Immediately following, the knife cuts faster and faster. Although Lilu had never left the novice village in his previous life, he deliberately stayed in the novice village just to practice his skills. After the teleportation arrays in the novice village and the main city are activated, he had already completed the job change. Know the gameplay and skills of thieves thoroughly. Although I haven't learned the skills of a thief yet, I haven't changed my job. However, the use of quantity still enhances the effect of the attack. Every cut of the knife would leave a scar on the dragon egg. And outside the cave, the evil dragon's voice gradually changed from excitement to despair. Finally, tongue. A crack appeared on the dragon egg. And the next second, bang. The entire dragon egg broke into pieces and exploded in an instant. Roar. The dragon's roar prolonged infinitely, echoing throughout the entire novice village. At the same time, Lilu didn't care how crazy the evil dragon was. He dived into the dragon egg. Look at me eat. Something that cannot be obtained. Then let me eat it. With his mouth full of fresh juice, Lilu suddenly felt that this was worth it. The egg liquid tastes similar to eggs and has a natural umami flavor. But it's a bit hot. Lilu just ate it and didn't feel anything wrong. After eating a belly full of egg liquid, a burning sensation arose in the mouth, throat, and chest at the same time. It's like drinking a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. Lilu thought to himself that something was wrong. This will definitely cause diarrhea. Really? He just thought so. A shocking number popped into my head. Poison damage minus 3,888. After being blessed by the equipment, Lilu has about 500 health points. But it couldn't withstand such a strong toxin. He died on the spot, turned into a streak of white light, and disappeared. You were attacked by a deadly poison, and your health was reduced by 3888. You are already dead. Experience loss. 0. Equipment dropped. Helmet, greaves, wrist guards, bracelets, mask, belt, ring, Clearance completed. Resurrecting for you. Countdown 60 seconds. Hear the sound of equipment falling. Lilu suddenly felt a little regretful. That's not the sound of equipment falling. That's the sound of heartache. If I hadn't heard the information about the weapons, boots, and necklace exploding, Lilu would feel that his trip was in vain. That is to say, dark gold dagger that devours souls. Silver necklace, silver moon. Golden boots, popular boots. These 3 pieces of equipment did not explode. Enough is enough. Already earned. What's more, he also earned a wife. Lilu was happily counting his harvest. Another system prompt sounded. This voice is not spoken to oneself, but is announced to the entire server and can be heard by all players. Byte. Notification to all servers. Player, I have spicy noodles. Follow me. And the power of bloodline has been awakened. As the first player to awaken the power of blood, you will be rewarded with 1,000 reputation. 1 talent wheel draw. The gameplay of Legend World is open and free. Everything is possible. I wish you all have fun. Damn it. Lilu was waiting to be resurrected and was shocked when he heard the voice. Who is so awesome? The power of blood? This is a top-level buff that can only be obtained in the later stages of the game. Less than 24 hours into the game, someone actually obtained the power of blood? Is it dragon slaying? Or did a secret boss appear? But whether it is the dragon clan or the secret realm boss, which one is not a god-level monster? Kill god-level monsters in 24 hours. Isn't that cheating? Lilu began to doubt the fairness of this world. If the blood vessels start bleeding so quickly, there will be no chance of survival. What's it called? I have spicy noodles with me. It's definitely a wallflower. Cheating dog, no house. Lilu cursed secretly. He was originally feeling proud of the dark gold weapon, gold shoes, and silver necklace that he had survived. But suddenly I felt unhappy, etc. Sudden. Lilu seemed to realize that something was wrong. He looked suddenly at his game ID. I have spicy noodles with me. This ID, isn't it me? Duh. Chapter 16. The game was launched less than 24 hours ago. Someone has awakened the power of blood. All major news, forums, and bulletin boards were once again in an uproar. The popularity of Novice Village number 5555 has not yet faded, and a new wave of public opinion headlines has already dominated the major charts. A god descending to earth? Or the devil reincarnated? I have Latiao with me, and I will be the first to awaken the power of my bloodline. This is ridiculous. 24-hour bleeding? I have spicy noodles with me, and I'm being exposed by the entire internet. Overseas headlines. Millions of gamers jointly petitioned the federal government, demanding the release of detailed information about I have spicy Tiao with me. Today's observation. A large-scale demonstration broke out in the United States to protest against the Dragon government's secret manipulation and open selling of cheats. Expert Forum. A famous critic spoke out today. The fairness of the game is obvious to all. We suggest that everyone spend money rationally to avoid destroying the fairness of the game. Eat melons, eat melons. A certain star said that I have spicy noodles with me, and she is a match made in heaven. God's plan is the best. This wave of public opinion has shocked the whole world. As a game jointly released by the federal government, its influence has already surpassed a certain state and has reached the entire global village. And inside the Dragon Country. Because of this wave of public opinion headlines, major groups, studios, and lone wolf players were attracted by this server-wide announcement. Novice Village number 0001. A man in full gear, holding a rapier, looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, Bloodline power? I have spicy noodles with me. Who is this man? I've never heard of him. The man's voice was not loud. Although there were many monsters around, there was no sign of a player. He seemed like a wanderer or a lone wolf. Above his head, there is a line of shocking information hidden. Name, Jun Mo Xiao. Level 3. Novice Village number 0002. A beautiful woman with a sexy figure and a melon-shaped face was holding a staff and summoning magic. Suddenly, the system voice came. What? Bloodline. The beauty was shocked. Oh my god, it's only been a short time and you're already bleeding? This game is unplayable. Someone, come and find this spicy noodle for me. You must find it for me. Novice Village number 0054. I'm invincible. I'll be level 3 soon. No one can level up faster than me. The upgrade rewards, village building rewards, boss rewards, bloodline rewards, all are mine. Ha ha ha. A broad-shouldered and fat-waisted man laughed loudly towards the sky. Ding. Server-wide announcement. What? Bloodline. Damn, is this what a human being does? Buy a cheat. I'm R&M. Novice Village number 2404. Monkey, how's the matter going? A big guy asked his little brother. Don't worry, big brother. Everything will go well. We have recruited 10,000 brothers to ensure that you will have no worries in upgrading. You will definitely reach level 10 within a month, replied the monkey. Not bad, not bad. You've worked hard. The boss was very satisfied and said with a smug smile, Lord Grim, Peacock, Iron Blood, what's the point of you all rushing to upgrade? Sharpening the knife makes the work easier. Once I have all the people, we'll compete to see who's faster. Brother is wise. Of course, everyone should strictly follow the plan. First, upgrade, then build a village. Once we have the babies, mounts, weapons, equipment, skills, enhancements, star upgrades, training, soul refining, all done, we will be qualified to go down to the abyss and meet the god-level boss. Yes, big brother. By then, we will have the opportunity to fight for our bloodline and awaken the strongest bloodline. Ding, server-wide announcement. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air. There was silence in the room for 3 minutes. Even novels don't dare to write like this. It's been less than 24 hours, and you're telling me about bloodline. Find it for me. Find it now. Dig deep into the ground. No matter the cost. You must buy this pendant for me, understand? The boss roared at the top of his lungs. Okay, big brother, we'll do it right away. During the waiting time for Li's resurrection, the outside world has already been in turmoil, and various forces are trying to find out information about Li Lu. They are unwilling to let go of even the slightest clue. Everyone knows that this is either a system failure. Either Li Lu really awakened his bloodline. As for ordinary players, awakening their bloodline is something they are only qualified to consider after reaching level 80. Now the whole world is trying hard to make an impact. But after all, the time is too short, and the level of the top masters will not exceed level 4. And who else can directly awaken the bloodline at this point in time? If the news is false, so that means the system is malfunctioning? But the probability of bugs in a game jointly developed by the federal government is smaller than the probability of Mars hitting the Earth. So, you can curse as much as you want. Everyone knows that this, I have spicy noodles to take with me, is probably really a god descending from heaven or a demon in the world. Novice Village, Resurrection Point. The first thing Li Lu did after being resurrected was to check the chat channel. As he expected, the world chat and nearby chat all exploded. A little goblin. Has anyone seen Brother Latiao? If anyone knows, please drop me a line, moi. Zhang Zioxianer. Same request from the second floor. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to eat spicy noodles. Please don't misunderstand me. _ Big Soldier. We should resolutely resist such blatant cheating. Everyone has a responsibility to oppose cheating. Chop Hyatt, I have spicy noodles with me. Where did the hook come from? How dare you show off such an obvious hook? Where is your conscience? Where is your morality? Where is your address? Li Du Witch. Excuse me. I'm a newbie. Is there any brother willing to take me with me? For example, Brother Latiao? In the chat channel, out of 10 messages, 9 are about, I have spicy snacks to take with me. Even passers-by wandering in the village would occasionally see a message from a nearby person saying, I am against cheating. If you defeat me, I have spicy snacks, and I will follow you. Li Lu quickly entered his character panel. Click all the information to hide it, including ID, title, equipment, mercenary group, and other information. But as for the level, my current level is still very low. Li Lu thought about it and decided not to hide the level and made it public directly. Afterwards, he changed the option of automatically displaying personal information in server-wide announcements on the system settings page to displaying it only after asking. Avoid the system from directly exceeding your authority next time and exposing yourself again. Wait until everything is done. Li Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Only at this time did he look at his character information. Read all the information carefully to avoid missing anything. ID. I have spicy noodles with me. Occupation. None. Not yet changed. Level. LV1, HP 180, MP 80. Physical fitness. 18 strength. 10 intelligence. 8 spirit. 2 dexterity. 2 agility. 9 free attribute points. 0 reputation. 1000 lucky. Hidden charm. Hidden attack. 14 magic. 12 armor. 30 magic resist. 17 speed. 13 equipment. Windrunner boots. Gold. Silver moon necklace. Silver. Skills. Normal attack. LV1. Causes 100% attack damage. Consumes MP. 0. Cooldown time. 1. Wind chase. Increases movement speed by 5% within 10 seconds. Cooldown time. 1 hour. Talent. Stupid. G level. The experience points required for upgrading increase 100 times, but the free attribute points obtained for each upgrade increase 100 times. Empty hands. SSS level. The success rate of stealing is increased to 100%, regardless of the target. This skill is visible only to yourself. Talent to be extracted *1 bloodline. Power of the poison dragon, S level. Each attack will cause 1% of the attack power to cause poison damage, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and it is immune to detoxification skills. Comment. The king of all poisons. Chapter 17. S level. Power of poisonous dragon. Look at your task panel. An irrepressible joy surged in Li's heart. Here it comes. Bloodline skills are here. In the previous life, the pursuit of bloodline was the belief of countless legendary players. Because it is really too difficult to obtain this thing. Only god-level bosses can drop it. And the drop rate is not 100%. This means that even if the player works hard to kill a god-level boss, he may not necessarily obtain the power of bloodline. The power of blood, like talent, is divided into 7 levels. A, B, C, D, F, G. It is said to be the power of blood, but in fact it is the talent of monsters. For example, the power of the poisonous dragon is the talent of the evil dragon. This talent is a perfect match for Li's career. He was already planning on continuing to play the thief. The rogue's most disgusting and most effective poisoning skill will be restrained by the priest's detoxification skill. This leads to the existence of a natural enemy for thieves, priests. However, the poison damage caused by the talent, power of the poison dragon, will be immune to detoxification skills and will last for 100 seconds. This means that every attack of Lilu will cause a poison damage of 100% of the attack power, which is real damage. This effect will be superimposed. Lilu could no longer describe the awesomeness of the poison dragon power. Fierce. It's so fierce. Etc. Lilu looked at his talent column. Looks like there's still a vacancy. Talent to be drawn *1. Another talent. It's still given away free of charge by the system. If the extracted talent is very good, with the bonus of the talent skill, Li's strength is several times greater than that of ordinary players. Extract talent. Lilu selected the talent to be drawn. A talent turntable appeared before my eyes. The turntable is divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple color areas, with the letters A, B, C, D, F, G written on them respectively. There is also a colored area that says unknown. Players, please spin the wheel. Lilu moved the pointer on the turntable through his mind. The pointer quickly passed through the 7 letters A, B, C, D, F, G, and the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, it stopped at the colored area. At that moment, a dazzling golden light came towards me. Lilu knew. I won the prize. First prize. Congratulations to the player for obtaining SSS level talent. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. The monster you hunt has a 1% chance of sacrificing 1 free attribute point to you. Lilu took a breath of cold air. 10 years ago, someone summarized that the most terrifying type of talent in Legend is not damage, attribute, skill, assistance, or money-making talent, but the talent for growth. Because talent is innate. Once you get the growth talent, you may be beaten like a dog by anyone in the early stage. But in the later period, anyone would be tortured like a dog by him. As long as you get this talent. That almost means invincible in the later stages. Lilu let out a long breath. He needs to calm down. There is a growth talent, sacrifice, an attribute talent, stupidity, a skill talent, empty hands, and a damage talent, poison dragon power. The overall framework of his talent set has reached perfection. Now he can choose to kill monsters to level up. Although the level is still 1. However, with the attribute blessing of 1 gold equipment and 1 silver equipment, the attack power and defense are significantly improved. Now when you kill monsters, you can basically kill monsters of higher levels, and the upgrade speed will not be slow. Just when Lilu was carefully thinking about his next plan. Bad guy, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you let me out? A familiar voice came to my ears. It's Alice. Alice is awake. In this game, players do not need to sleep. NPCs will have sleeping time, but it also depends on the specific NPC's schedule. Hearing the sound, Lilu quickly opened the master servant space. Release Alice. Just released. A pain. Alice kicked Lilu in the head. I told you not to be gentle and considerate to women. You are hurting the baby to death. Alice scolded with a red face. Lilu was stunned. After reacting, he touched the back of his head and said with a wry smile, in that situation, there is no time to save people. So how can there be time to be kind to women? So, you can do this to me? Alice was filled with shame and anger. Lilu came over and winked. Don't worry, honey. I promise that if we do it again, this situation will definitely not happen again. After Lilu finished speaking, he ran away. Sure enough, Alice's shadowless kick came again. This girl is good in every way except that she has a tendency to be violent. If Li Lu had dodged slower, the back of his head would have been hit again. After avoiding Alice, Li Lu saw the village chief standing under a peach tree not far away, issuing tasks to several players. It can be seen that the village chief is still very busy. Before level 10, you can receive different tasks from the village chief at each level. Are we going on a mission? Alice flew over and asked. Li Lu frowned slightly. There is no problem in doing the task now. But Li Li's eyes narrowed into a line. Look at the bloodline column in your attribute panel. A bold idea once again emerged in his mind. By the way, could you please stop smiling so obscenely? Alice's voice came from my ear. Li Lu quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, How do you talk to your husband? You have no manners. Snort. Alice turned her head arrogantly and said, Who told you to ignore me? What did you say? I asked you if you want to go on the mission. Oh, Li Lu reacted and replied, No mission. Then what? You'll know if you follow me. After Li Lu finished speaking, he walked towards the direction of the village chief. Chapter 18. Brave Adventurer. There are too many pheasants outside the village. Brave Adventurer. There are many wild boars outside the village. Brave Adventurer. There are many wild dogs outside the village. Leela hadn't come close yet. Then I heard the village chief issuing tasks. The rhetoric is exactly the same, and there is almost no difference except for the different task objects. If Leela didn't know how terrifying the freedom and openness of this game is, Leela might also be fooled by such confusing NPC lines. Hello, village chief. Li Lu walked over and greeted the village chief. The moment the village chief saw Li Lu, the corner of his eye twitched. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, then said, The weather is nice today, so I'll stop here for the mission release. I'm going to go get some sun. See Li Lu. The village chief was like a mouse seeing a cat. Turn around and run away. After all, Li Li's move of empty hands was superb. Even though the village chief is knowledgeable and knows countless people, he cannot withstand Li Li's methods. Last time I just lost a pair of silver running shoes. This time, Li Lu targeted him. It must be nothing good. You can say that. The village chief's premonition was correct. When Li Lu saw that the village chief was about to run, he suddenly quickened his pace and blocked the village chief's way. Village chief, you are so old and walk so fast. Aren't you afraid of spraining your waist? Li Lu said with a wry smile. The village chief looked surprised, as if he didn't recognize Li Lu at all. He said in a daze, Brave adventurer, have you completed your mission? The magic rabbits outside the village are overrunning. The fate of my novice village number 5555 is really miserable. As he said this, the village chief bent down, sighed, put his hands behind his back, and was about to leave. Li Lu patted the village chief on the shoulder, pointing to a village woman who was sitting in a small courtyard 100 meters away, weaving a bamboo basket. Look, village chief, who is that? Above the village woman's head, the NPC's basic information is written. Lu Jiao, also known as Lu Sanyang, was once a charming village girl. After her husband fell off a cliff, she struggled to support her family and made a living by weaving bamboo baskets. See the direction Li Lu pointed. The village chief was furious. With his beard curled up, he stared at Li Lu and said, Boy, what do you mean? Ask around. Everyone knows that Mr. Feng from novice village number 5555 is upright and has nothing to fear. He has never stolen Lu Jiao's clothes, shoes, pants, socks, sachets, etc. There is also information about the village chief above his head. Feng Xiaocai, a down-and-out scholar, studied by night for 20 years in order to seek employment in the court, and his literary talent was slightly improved. Later, he was recommended by someone to study an essay on spring scenery on campus, on Baidu, and from then on he went astray and could not stop. Mr. Feng? When Li Lu saw this name, some additional information gradually emerged in his mind. In the legendary world, the basic information of NPC is a mixture of Eastern and Western elements. If the player is born in a map of Eastern culture, the NPCs in the novice village will be based on Eastern elements. If you are born in a Western world map, the NPC will be based on Western elements. However, in terms of map design, monster design, and character design, it is still mainly based on Western magical elements. What are you excited about? Li Lu quickly stopped Mr. Feng, who was about to lose his temper. Then what do you mean? Asked Mr. Feng. Li Lu looked at Feng Xiaocai with a smile and said, I just want to ask about something, about the teleportation array in the village. Teleportation array? Feng Xiaocai frowned and looked at Li Li's appearance carefully. His eyes swept over Li Li's shoes and necklace. Finally, Mr. Feng shook his head and said, Players below level 10 cannot use the teleportation array. This is a turtle's butt. Li Lu straightened up and waved his hand, saying, Of course. How could I make things difficult for Village Chief Feng? How about this? You give me a task, such as an envoy mission to go to XXX Novice Village. Then I can use the teleportation array naturally. Why not? Li Lu said with a smile. Mr. Feng's face darkened. Staring at Li Li's smiling face, his eyes flickering. Do you want to go out? Asked Mr. Feng. That's right, Li Lu said. The Shenlong continent is vast and rich in resources, but it is also full of dangers. With your current strength, leaving the novice village is no different from committing suicide, said Feng Xiaocai. Why should we be sad about life, and why should we suffer about death? Village Chief Feng, why don't you do me a favor and help me? I am not talented, but I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. Li Leike said politely. This is not easy to do. Mr. Feng did not agree. Follow the rules of the open world. The minimum level for players to leave the novice village is indeed level 10. But rules are dead, people are alive, and Li Lu has other ways to leave novice village number 5555 and go to other places to explore the world. Li Li's smile became amiable. He looked at Lu Jiao in the distance and sighed. Since the village chief is unwilling to help, forget it. Back then, the village chief and Lu Sanyang were childhood sweethearts. Lu Sanyang even secretly wrote love letters to him, and no one knew who they were written to. What a twist of fate, what a twist of fate. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Feng's face changed drastically. How do you know? Mr. Feng glared at Li Lu like a bulldog whose *** was stabbed. At that time, Mr. Feng missed the opportunity to propose to Lu Jiao because he went to Beijing to take the imperial examination. By the time Mr. Feng returned home after failing the imperial examination, everything had changed. Li Lu sorted out this character background through 10 years of exploration by sorting out the relationships between the various characters. This is a hidden pain of Mr. Feng that no one knows about. Even now, the woman that Feng Xiaocai is most obsessed with is the widow Lu Jiao. Also, in the character setting of Feng Xiaocai, he always stands under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. This is because this location is not only closest to Lu Jiao's home, but also the place where Feng Xiaocai had his first date with Lu Jiao. About the trivialities in the novice village, Li Lu really understands. Seeing Mr. Feng's surprised expression, Li Lu was not surprised at all and said calmly, Is it strange? I also know that Lu Sanyang writes a diary every night, and I don't know what she writes about. What if she has something on her mind? A lonely and helpless woman. Who else can she tell except to keep it in her heart? Mr. Feng's face changed again. For a lovesick man, whether the woman he missed still has feelings for him is really important news. It can even be said to be explosive. But given Feng Xiaocai's current situation, it is completely impossible for him to get hold of Lu Jiao's diary and see what's inside. I don't even have the nerve to ask in person. There seems to be no choice but to reminisce secretly. Forget it. These are all unimportant matters. I won't bother the village chief anymore. You can get busy first. Li Lu waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, and turned to leave. Haven't left yet. A system prompt sounded. You have triggered the hidden mission, Feng Xiaocai's obsession. Mission target, Lu Sanyang's diary. Mission reward, free transfer to all novice villages before level 10. Do you accept it? At the same time, Feng Xiaocai's voice suddenly rang out. Young man, please stay. We can still discuss this matter. Chapter 19. In fact, Li Lu has already received a system prompt. I also know what Mr. Feng is going to do. What's wrong, village chief? Out of courtesy, it is better to patiently finish the story. Mr. Feng put on a polite smile. His originally wretched face now had a more rustic look after going through so much vicissitudes of life, and his eyes also seemed much clearer. He walked towards Li Lu and chatted for a while. The gist of it is that Li Lu helped him find Lu Jiao's diary. As a reward, he will open up the right for Li Lu to teleport freely between all novice villages, and it will be free, but only before level 10. After level 10, there will still be charges, and the transmission fee is not low. Since the village chief has said so, I have no choice but to do it. Li Lu agreed readily. Thank you, young man. Mr. Feng grabbed Li Li's hand tightly, with high hopes in his eyes. Li Lu nodded and then said goodbye. Alice didn't have a good impression of the old village chief. After Li Lu accepted the task, he said, Why should we help him? I see he is a man who attracts many women. He has never changed his bad habits. He deserves to be single for the rest of his life. You understand again? Li Lu looked at Alice with amusement. I just don't like it. It's so disgusting. Just like a pervert. Alice paused and added, You too. Are you trying to provoke me? Li Lu said, and added, Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm afraid of it myself when I start to fight. Then are you going to hit me? Alice flew far away, twisted her butt, and performed a gesture of asking for a beating to Li Lu. Come here. or I'll spank your butt in two. It has two petals to begin with. Which one do you want to hit? He. Li Lu was chatting with Alice. While walking towards Lu Jiao's villa, there is no gate in the courtyard, and people can enter freely. After entering, I saw Lu Jiao sitting in the yard, concentrating on weaving a bamboo basket. She is not young anymore, but she was once the village beauty after all. The traces of time are hard to hide on her face, but the charm of her past youth remains. Hello, player. Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Jiao raised her head and asked. Li Lu said, I heard that San Yang likes poetry and has a deep understanding of it. I came to visit you today. Sorry for disturbing you. Lu Jiao was slightly stunned. How? How do you know I like poetry? Lu Jiao, who originally didn't take Li Lu seriously, suddenly perked up. I can smell the scholarly atmosphere here from afar. This might be fate. I wonder if I have the chance to read San Yang's masterpiece. Li Lu naturally wouldn't say that he was cheating. He even knew whether the cockroaches in the village were male or female. As long as he has a little information about any character or background story in the novice village, he can associate it all with it in an instant. Lu Jiao quickly put down her work, adjusted her apron, and nervously grasped it with both hands. Her face flushed as she said, It's not a masterpiece, it's just a hobby of some old stories. If you like it, feel free to read it. Thank you, San Yang, said Li Lu. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Jiao smiled and welcomed Li Lu and Alice into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Li Lu quickly looked around the layout of the room. In the middle is a main room similar to a living room. There are some small doors on both sides, corresponding to bedrooms, kitchens, wing rooms, etc. If he remembered correctly, Lu Jiao's diary was in the drawer of the dressing table in the master bedroom. But the bedroom is a girl's boudoir. Except husbands and children, other men are not allowed to enter. If Li Lu wants to get the diary, he has to think of other ways. You two take a seat. I'll go make you some tea. After entering the room, Lu Jiao warmly invited Li Lu and Alice to sit down and made tea for them. When the tea was served, Li Lu said, I see there is some new tea drying in the yard. San Yang is really versatile and frugal. Oh, Lu Jiao slapped her head and said awkwardly, I forgot. We still have new tea. Wait a minute, young man. I'll go get a new cup of tea. No, no, no. Alice became restless and quickly refused. I am a guest, so I feel a little embarrassed to trouble the host. But Li Lu held Alice down and said, What were we discussing just now? Moonlit night on the spring river, right? It seems that you have a lot of opinions about this poem. What? Alice looked confused. Do you think its theme is not lofty enough, or that the writing style is biased? Li Lu said seriously, No way. Alice opened her mouth wide, and her confused look turned into a diagonal confusion. Yes, that's quite right. Li Lu himself didn't know what he was talking about. But when Lu Jiao saw that he and Alice were very engaged in the conversation, she said, You guys chat first. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Lu Jiao walked out of the room and went to the yard to get new tea. Lu Jiao just left. Li Lu jumped up from the stool at lightning speed and rushed to Lu Jiao's bedroom. He is very fast and agile. After entering the bedroom, I saw a bright mirror. The mirror is placed on the dressing table. It was an essential item for girls in ancient times as a dowry and is very easy to identify. Li Lu gently opened the drawer under the dressing table. A diary with a blue cover appeared in sight. The information on the item was exactly Lu Sanyang's diary. The moment I picked up the diary, the system prompt sound came. You get the mission item, Lu Sanyang's diary. In addition to the diary, Li Lu also saw a stack of letter paper in the drawer. There were not many words on the letter, and it was most likely a poem or something like that Lu Sanyang wrote on a daily basis. That is to say, wait for Lu Sanyang to make tea. I will definitely come here to get poems, and I will also find. Her diary is missing. Li Lu didn't dare to delay. After putting the things into the portable storage and preparing to leave, he found Alice flying beside him. With his big, rolling eyes, he watched my every move. Alice said with a smile, Bad guys, what are we, thieves? How can you call him a thief? Li Lu said nonchalantly, If you steal someone's things without their permission, aren't you a thief? Alice questioned, What's stealing? This is called taking. Take. Understand. Li Lu said, You're just fooling around. Stop talking, retreat now. Just as Li Lu was about to walk out, he saw Lu Jiao coming in with 2 cups of hot tea on a plate. Young man, what do you want? Lu Jiao looked at the actions of Li Lu and the other man, a little confused. I'm sorry, San Yang, something urgent happened and we may have to leave. It's a pity that I can't read your excellent work. Li Lu said with emotion. It's okay, it's okay. You're too polite. You're welcome to come often when you have time. There was a hint of loneliness in Lu Jiao's eyes, but she still behaved politely and did not try to keep him. Afterwards, Li Lu and Lu Jiao exchanged a few words and said goodbye and left. Call. Just walked out. Li Lu let out a long sigh. Although the mission was going smoothly, but this was Li Li's first time using his golden finger ability as a reborn person, so it was inevitable that he was a little nervous. So, are you feeling guilty? Alice was flying behind, with a tone of gloating. What's there to be ashamed of? Li Lu waved his hand and said, Duck, no need. You stole other people's diaries. Seeing Li Lu looking over, Alice changed her words. You took someone's diary. What should they do? Li Lu took out the diary from the warehouse, weighed it in his hand, and said, I am doing a good deed, but you don't understand? What is written here is what LV Jiao said to Feng Xiaocai. If it were you, would you rather talk to yourself or find an opportunity to tell the other person? This. Alice tapped her chin with her finger and tilted her head in deep thought, but there was no answer for a long time. Li Lu no longer paid attention to Alice. After a while, Mr. Feng was found. Village Chief, look, what did I bring you? Li Lu handed the diary to Feng Xiaocai. Diary. Mr. Feng held the diary in his hand, his eyes moist, and he remained silent for a long time. Thanks. Mr. Feng bowed deeply to Li Lu, then walked away in a daze. Several players wanted to accept the task, but after shouting for a long time, they got no response from Mr. Feng, so they could only leave cursing. At the same time, the system's voice arrived in Li Li's ears as expected. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission, Lu Sanyang's diary. You get a teleportation token *1. Teleport token. Freely teleport to all novice villages before level 10. No level restrictions, no cost. A token shining with golden light appeared in Li Li's hand. Li Lu looked up at the sky, the smile on his lips growing more intense. Evil dragon, are you ready? There was a flame burning in his chest. Dragon's lair, here I come again. Chapter 20. Because of the restrictions of the novice village teleportation rules, unless Li Lu upgrades in the normal mode and reaches level 10, he can then spend a certain amount of money to teleport out. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave the novice village. To be more precise, it would be very difficult for him to leave here and wait until he reaches level 10. The evil dragons and other novice villages had already flown away, so the current situation is very time-sensitive for Li Lu. He needed to conduct a second, third, and even more dragon cave expeditions before the other evil dragons left the novice village. There are countless rare and exotic beasts on the dragon continent, and there is not just one evil dragon, but many evil dragons. In addition to poisonous dragons, there are also fire dragons, water dragons, wind dragons, thunder dragons, earth dragons, fairy dragons, bone dragons. All evil dragons are god-level monsters. There is a chance that the power of blood will explode. Now is the critical period for the evil dragons to reproduce. Li Lu was exactly level 1, and was killed by the dragon without any loss. In addition, the dragon's lairs were completely under Li Li's control. Alice is here to help again. If it weren't for Alice, the story would have been very different. Due to various reasons, Li Li's grand ambitions became clearer and clearer. Kill the evil dragon. Let them feel what it means to be in pain. Before setting off again, Li Lu took some time to tidy up the warehouse. Warehouses are divided into portable warehouses and system warehouses. A portable warehouse is a warehouse that players can use at any time, also called a backpack. In addition, there is the system warehouse. There is a warehouse manager in the novice village. As long as you complete the conversation, you can use the system warehouse. The system warehouse has no weight limit, but only has 50 grids. When the storage space is full, you can spend gold coins to unlock more slots. Li Lu found the warehouse manager and completed the conversation. Then I saved Soul Eater in it. Silver Moon was also deposited in. Forget about the shoes. I had to wear them since I had to hurry. Just when Li Lu was about to close the system warehouse, Alice came over stealthily, etc. Alice looked around, and after making sure there was no one around, she extended her hand towards Li Lu. Then, open your little hands. It was as if he wanted to show off his white rabbit milk candy to Li Lu. Certainly, Alice's hand was not filled with candy, but 2 rings. A look of surprise appeared on Li Li's face. Lie. Alice said quickly, my pocket is small and can't hold too many things, but I found 2 rings. You can put them in too. If I find other treasures this time, I'll try to decorate as many as possible. Something is better than nothing. Li Lu picked up Alice's 2 rings and took a look. A gold ring. Name, Angel Heart, level, gold attack, 10 magic, 20 intelligence, 10 hidden attributes, spirit +5, charm +3, luck +1 skill. Divine blessing, provides a magic shield of 10% of health, Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. A dark gold ring. Name, Space Ring level. Dark gold attack. 25 magic. 25 strength. 10 intelligence. 10 hidden attributes. Carrying weight plus 100. Speed plus 5. Luck plus 3 skills. Exclusive. The item will not be exploded after death. Low-level storage. Provides 10 additional storage spaces. Does not occupy the load, but the items in the space cannot be stacked. That's awesome. Lilu said nothing. He grabbed Alice. He took a big bite on Alice's face. Alice's face skin was stretched 10 centimeters. Wife, you are amazing. Lilu wanted to have an in-depth communication with Alice on the spot. Is there? Alice felt Lilu's enthusiasm. Her face turned a little red, and she felt embarrassed. Lilu didn't say much because he saw someone noticed him. He actually touched the NPC angel and molested her in public. Lilu couldn't keep a low profile. Lilu quickly put the angel's heart into the warehouse. Then you don't need to put the space ring in, just wear it yourself. There is a space ring. His carry weight is increased by 100 and his movement speed is increased by 5. There is also an item-exclusive skill that makes it immune to explosions. In this way, if he encounters danger, he can put his running shoes into the space ring. Make sure your running shoes don't get blown out. As for other items, everyone that survives is a success. Don't be too greedy when snatching food from the dragon's mouth. Get everything done. Lilu didn't wait for people to gather around him. Pulling Alice, he walked towards the village's teleportation array. Someone was asking behind me. Friend, where did you get the angel? Are you selling it? Is this a baby? Or an NPC? Can you tell me? By the way, my friend, your boots seem to be very nice. I will buy them at a high price. Would you like to know more? Friend, add me as your friend, so we can keep in touch. The crowd asked from behind. But Lilu rushed directly towards the teleportation array. In the stunned eyes of the crowd, a white light flashed and disappeared. Wow, am I seeing things? This guy activated the teleportation array. It's level 10. Oh my god, it's already level 10. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible that he's level 10. Jun Maxiao is only level 3. That doesn't make sense. Could it be an NPC? It should be. Let's disperse. The player capacity of each novice village is about 100,000. It is understandable that Lilu is paid attention to, discussed, and pointed at by passersby. But Lilu has closed all the information. The color glow of the equipment is also hidden, even if someone noticed him. Nor could his true identity be found out from him. He is the one who is causing unrest in various countries, outraging both humans and gods, and is intolerable to heaven, Brother Leixiao. Chapter 21. Accompanied by the disappearance of the white light. What appeared before Lilu's eyes was a brand new village. Compared to the original village, at first glance, it seems that there are a lot fewer people. That's right, there aren't many people, and they're getting fewer. Adventurer, welcome to Novice Village number 00000001. A receptionist spoke beside him. He is the teleporter of the Novice Village and can also be called an astronaut. Thank you for your help. Lilu thanked the receptionist and made himself familiar with him. Just getting ready to go out, etc. Look back. Damn, where's Alice? Lilu looked everywhere, but couldn't find Alice. Didn't Alice fly over? What are you looking at? Until a complaining voice came to my ear. If I hadn't entered the master servant space quickly, I would have been abandoned by you. Alice's voice came from the master servant space. Lilu quickly let Alice out. Without waiting for Alice to lose her temper, he bit Alice's face again. I've been thinking about my wife all the time, said Lilu. TSK, you say one thing and mean another. Alice snorted, flew high up, and ignored Lilu. Lilu chuckled. Taking Alice, he walked out of the village. As he moved, the dark map began to light up with various map information. Pharmacy, jewelry store, weapon store, blacksmith shop, grocery store. Walk out of the village. What comes into view is a spectacular sight of huge crowds of people rushing to level up. Kill. Cut. 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 I'll cut you to death. Little rabbit, where are you running to? Die for me. Little pheasant, give me your life. Little puppy, let me hit you once, just once. Even a frail girl turns into a ferocious tigress here, chasing monsters everywhere. Because there are too many people, a monster just spawned. At least 3 wooden swords chopped at the same time. Bang! The monster was dismembered before it could react. There are more players than monsters. I can't even brush it all. This is F*********************************** G. Lilu wiped the sweat from his forehead. There are too many people. No wonder there are no people in the village. In the previous novice village, Lilu also saw the bustling scene of leveling up. But compared to the atmosphere, this newbie is even crazier. Novice village number 1. It should be a village full of experts, Li Lu observed, while walking towards the distance. In the field of vision, you can see different terrains with ups and downs. He needs to find the location of the dragon's lair. I don't know what bloodline power this village's evil dragon has, Li Lu observed as he walked. As he continued to move away from the novice village, there are fewer and fewer players on both sides of the road. Now exactly 24 hours have passed in the game. 90% of the players are still at level 1. It's not that everyone doesn't work hard to upgrade, but the upgrade difficulty in the legendary world is extremely high. Of course, there is a big gap between each level. In addition to the freely allocated attribute rewards of the corresponding level, there is also a 10% increase in all attributes. That is to say, there is one level 10 player and one level 1 player. The difference in all attributes, leaving aside the free allocation of attribute points, that's exactly twice as much. This twofold gap is very, very large. Strength, intelligence, speed, attack, etc. Li Lu walked for half an hour. Although there are fewer players around, their levels have also increased accordingly. Li Lu began to see some level 2 players. It's really the number 1 novice village. The upgrade speed is catching up with Lamborghini. Li Lu sighed secretly. As far as I can remember, the person who reached level 10 the fastest in the previous life was a player named Jun Ma Xiao. It took 1 month. He was also rewarded with a village building order by the system. At that time, the value of the village construction order was 100 million on the black market. The price is not low, but no one sold it. In the first half year of the game, the village building order was in short supply, more valuable than equipment. That's why any consortium, studio, or boss with a bit of strength will enter the game. They leveled up as quickly as possible and went crazy trying to get the first village building order. Of course, this has nothing to do with Li Lu. He had no intention of establishing a village order at all. What he wants is strength. Absolute strength. If other players are given a choice between blood and the village building order, Li Lu believes that anyone with a sound mind will choose bloodline rather than the order to build a village. I don't know how far I walked. There were basically no people around. See Li Lu walking around with an angel. Many players also sent out team invitations, but they were all rejected by Li Lu. The level of the map gradually changed from level 1 to level 5. There was no one around anymore. Another lake appeared in front of me. The area is similar to the Sakura Lake in the previous novice village, but the name and monsters have changed. Crescent Lake, level 5 map. On both sides of the lake, there are level 4 monsters, golden Tibetan mastiffs. After taking a quick look, Li Lu prepared to move on. Friend. Suddenly, Li Lu heard a voice behind him. Looking back, I saw a man with sword-like brows and bright eyes holding a rapier. The man is 178 centimeters tall, slender but strong, with an extraordinary aura, and he exudes a sense of oppression from the inside out. He stood at the spawning point of the golden Tibetan mastiff, surrounded by the corpses of golden Tibetan mastiffs. Even though the golden Tibetan mastiff has reached level 4, its attack power and destructive power far exceed those of ordinary monsters. But in front of this man, she couldn't pose any threat at all. Not simple. Li Li's mind moved, but he didn't show it. It is not surprising to encounter experts in Novice Village number 1. What's wrong? Li Lu asked. Nothing. I saw that you were alone and kept moving forward, which was a bit impulsive. So I reminded you to avoid any danger. The man put away his rapier and said kindly, It's okay. I'll just walk around and play games. I just want to have fun. Li Lu said casually. Having said that, he prepared to retreat. But what is unexpected is, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit the stranger's head. Alice was a little uneasy today. I'm worried that I have no place to vent. Seeing this man coming to her door, she immediately used a thunderbolt and shouted, What do you mean by being alone? Am I not a human? Where are your eyes? The man's head was smoking from the beating, and when he saw Alice, a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. Alice is not a player, and her equipment is not hidden. Although her equipment was not very luxurious, the lowest quality equipment from head to toe was silver, and it was a complete set of equipment with almost nothing missing. You don't care. Alice was still angry with Li Lu. Hianai. Li Lu smiled awkwardly and quickly called Alice. Come back here. You are so rude. My dear wife. The man's eyes almost popped out. This mysterious player actually turned the NPC into his wife? Oh my god, this is what high-level gaming is all about. Compared to these high-level players, a lone wolf like me is nothing. Friend, what's your name? The man came to his senses and asked quickly. Li Lu frowned. Although this man had no ill intentions, Li Lu could not help but be on guard. An old friend from the Jianghu, a lonely shadow on the cold river. Why do we have to know each other when we meet? Li Lu thought about it and replied. After saying that, Lilu didn't stop. With a dashing back, he walked towards the distance, getting farther and farther away. At that moment, the level of coolness was maxed out. Jun Ma Xiao's chrysanthemum tightened and almost bent, looking at Li Li's receding back. In the end, he just murmured, "What a beautiful saying. An old friend in the rivers and lakes, a lonely shadow on the cold river. Why do we have to know each other when we meet?" Chapter 22. The map of Novice Village number 1 is not much different from that of Novice Village number 5555. Although there are differences in terrain distribution, the basic terrain is similar, including plains, hills, mines, forests, etc. Lilu only spent 2 hours. I just got a rough idea of the map information. After a little research, Lilu took Alice and headed towards the hilly area. At the junction of the hills and forests, Lilu saw a mountain rising from the ground. Found it. Lilu's face was filled with joy. This is the dragon's lair in Novice Village number 1. Lilu gradually approached the mountain, walked around the mountain for half an hour, and found the steep side of the mountain. The mountain peak is higher than the cliff of Novice Village number 5555, and the location of the dragon's nest is also higher. It is about 150 meters above the ground. With the experience from last time, this time we went on a dragon cave adventure. Lilu seemed to be much more familiar with the process. Lilu took Alice and hid in the grass below the mountain. Now is not the time to act. Need to wait. Wait for the mother dragon to fly away. Otherwise, if you just go up like this, it will be a waste. But just as Li Li's enthusiasm rose, a basin of cold water was poured down on him. Bad guy, don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if you tricked me into crippling me today, I still wouldn't carry you up there. Looking at the towering mountains, Alice backed out on the spot. 150 meters. It's like carrying Lilu up to the 50th floor. It was really too much for Alice given her small body. Lilu glanced at Alice. Without saying a word, he walked quickly into the dense forest. Bad guy, what are you doing? What else can I do? Feed the pigs. Feed the pigs. Alice reacted and kicked Lilu in the back of the head, cursing, "You are the pig." Lilu allowed the back of his head to be kicked hard by Alice's little feet. Of course, Alice wasn't really trying hard. The little feet are still very gentle, comparable to the strength of a Thai massage. When Alice had finished making enough noise, Lilu entered the dense forest and began to look for wild fruits. With his gaming experience from his previous life, he could clearly distinguish the edible value and medicinal value of the fruit. After picking a bunch of fresh fruits, he wrapped the fruit in a large leaf and gave it to Alice. "Umph, I forgive you." Alice flew over from the sky, flapping her little wings rapidly, and ran away holding the leaf. Lilu chuckled. Then, with his bare hands, he rushed towards a honey badger in the bushes. Honey badger, level 3. People nicknamed him Flat-Headed Brother. It looks a bit silly and cute, and feeds on snakes and small animals. Will not actively attack people. Lilu had no weapons and his level was low, so he couldn't defeat ordinary monsters. But there is still no problem dealing with level 3 wild monsters. Lilu grabbed the honey badger's tail to prevent it from escaping. The honey badger shook its head and bit. Hit. Punched the honey badger on the head. -30. A string of red words appeared on the honey badger's head. The health bar dropped by about 1/10. Oh, the honey badger cried out in pain, but instead of running away, it pounced on Lilu even more ferociously. He bit Lilu's arm. Lilu felt the pain in his arm. -7. The health also dropped a bit. Fortunately, it is within the acceptable range. Lilu swung his arm and punched again. With the blessing of the dark gold ring, the damage is greatly increased. -30. The honey badger's health dropped a little again. But after all, it is a battle-hardened flat-headed brother. How could he succumb to Lilu's tyranny? I fight, fight, fight. I bite, bite, bite. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The battle lasted about 5 minutes. Lilu's health dropped by almost 2/3. The last heavy punch hit the honey badger on the head. Oh, accompanied by a scream. The honey badger turned over on the spot. Experience +10 bang. The honey badger dropped 1 bottle of red medicine, 5 copper coins, and 1 piece of fur. But Lilu didn't want the fur. He put away the copper coins and red medicine. Then, walked to the side of the honey badger's body. He squatted down, half-knelt on the ground, and reached out to feel the honey badger's body. Peel off the fur and cut up the meat of the honey badger. Because there is no gathering skill, Lilu's technique seemed clumsy, but the system still gave him the due reward. Congratulations to the player. You got honey badger jerky +1. Done. Lilu was delighted. Holding a piece of dried meat, he walked towards Alice, who was eating fruit. It's time to eat meat. Wife, look at what this is. Lilu showed off the honey badger jerky to Alice. What? Said Alice, without looking up. Meat, said Lilu. Meat? Ah, meat. Alice was startled, put down the wild fruit, and flew over quickly. Looking at the fresh dried meat in Li Li's hand, his eyes lit up and he swallowed saliva gurgling in his throat. Husband, husband. Alice pointed at the jerky and kept calling him husband. Li Lu smiled happily, handed the jerky to Alice, and said, "Eat it." Alice grabbed the jerky and flew away happily to chew it. Li Lu walked back contentedly. I cut off another piece of honey badger meat and dried it. Because of the game's open gameplay and settings, Li Lu not only knows that the monster's corpse can be divided into materials. Also know if you keep repeating this behavior, the system will also determine that the player has mastered the skill. In the absence of skill books, players are allowed to understand other skills through learning and trying. Li Lu sat beside the stone, chewing the dried honey badger meat slowly. Sudden roar. A dragon roar came from above. Li Lu was so frightened that he quickly hid in the bushes. Before the dragon goes out, it will inspect its lair. If danger is detected, it will be eliminated immediately, especially the female dragon who is particularly sensitive to danger. Wife. Li Lu called Alice, and Alice also realized the danger. He flew over quickly and hid with Li Lu. Are you full? Li Lu asked. Almost. Alice nodded. Do you have strength? Li Lu said again. I'll carry you again, hey. Li Lu smiled happily. The dragon above his head circled once, but found nothing unusual and quickly flew away. Chapter 23. Alas, alas, alas. The evil dragon had just flown away. Under a steep cliff, poor Alice became a worker who worked like a slave for Li Lu again. This round of flight altitude is 150 meters. The degree of difficulty rises sharply. Li Lu put his arms around Alice's neck and kept whispering in her ear. Think of the glittering dragon's lair. Imagine sleeping on money and counting it. Think of rings, necklaces, clothes, fashion, headwear. Think of fancy hair clips, pretty bows, and cute socks. Just work a little harder, and all these things will be yours. Under Li Li's constant pillow talk, the brainless Alice was fooled after all. After belching hard for 10 minutes, successfully reached the dragon's lair. Li Lu thought Alice would take a break. Who knew that Alice didn't even stay for a second? After putting him down, she rushed towards the jeweled dragon's nest like a flash of lightning. Little skirt, Alice is here. Li Lu shook his head and smiled bitterly. He felt that his pillow talk might have been in vain. This person is not only a foodie, but also a money grubber. Even without him saying anything, he would definitely come to the dragon's cave. But without him, Alice could get in, but not necessarily get out. Li Lu thought about it while walking towards the center of the dragon's lair. Both sides of the stone wall were dyed red by a mysterious force. The temperature inside the cave is significantly higher than the temperature outside. Fire dragon. Li Lu guessed the identity of the dragon's mother at the first opportunity. In the center of the cave, a dragon's nest that looks like an altar was built. Both the height and width exceed 3 meters. Various shining equipment and weapons are scattered on both sides. Li Lu climbed up to the dragon's nest and took a look. The very center of dragon's nest, a half-meter-high red dragon egg was lying quietly inside. As expected, it's a fire dragon. Li Lu took a deep breath and calmed his accelerated heartbeat. He couldn't defeat the dragon. It is impossible to obtain bloodline talent by defeating dragons, mainly because it is unrealistic. But no one knows, just eat the dragon eggs. There is also a chance to obtain the talent of the evil dragon. Moreover, the first cub of a mother dragon can be said to be the most precious one, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon. The chance of obtaining talents is greatly increased. Li Lu looked at Alice, who was searching everywhere for treasures, and reminded her, don't touch the dragon eggs. Take what you can. If you can't, forget it. Li Lu did not forget. The dragon eggs and the dragon mother have a connection. Once you touch the dragon egg, the mother of dragons will definitely come back. So the most urgent task is to seize the treasure. Got it, got it. Alice lowered her head in response. Alice was flying in the air, stopping here and there, like a little bee collecting honey. Then, Li Lu walked to the edge of the dragon's nest. Start picking up the equipment scattered on both sides. For equipment below gold, just skip it. Because I can't take that much with me. There are thousands of pieces of equipment on dragon's nest. Just like the branches wrapped around a bird's nest, they are densely packed and countless. Most equipment is silver, followed by gold, and there is very little dark gold. With the space ring, Li Lu can randomly select 9 pieces of equipment and take them away intact. The reason why 9 pieces were chosen instead of 10 pieces was because Li Lu wanted to leave a compartment for his popular boots. The equipment on you can explode in any way you want, but once the Wind Walker boots explode, the efficiency of subsequent map exploration will be greatly weakened, which is not worth the cost. So Li Lu had to make sure to put the wind boots in first, and then select 9 pieces of equipment and put them into the space ring. Li Lu stood beside the dragon's nest. 5 golden weapons, 3 golden clothes, and 1 golden greave were selected. These equipments are heavy and expensive, especially weapons and clothes. As for jewelry, it is light and doesn't take up much weight, so you can just put it in the backpack and forget about it if it explodes. Take as much as you can. Li Lu also saw that the dragon's nest was covered with a large number of gems. Among them are many top-quality gems that have been processed, strengthened, and upgraded. Unfortunately, he couldn't take it away. Just give up. Just as he was concentrating on choosing equipment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my ears. Byte. All server notification. Player Jun Ma Xiao has completed the first boss kill, Golden Tibetan Mastiff King. First kill rewards. Reputation plus 50. Pet collar *1. Attack potion *1. Silver weapon *1. Forging stone *10. Strengthening stone *10. Byte. Server-wide notification. Lord Grimm has obtained a piece of silver equipment, becoming the first player in the server to obtain silver equipment, and has obtained reputation plus 50, 10 forging stones, and 10 strengthening stones. Don't laugh. At this moment, Li Lu knew it without thinking. Jun Ma Xiao once again made headlines with his strength. In the previous life, there was a solo player who once took on a main city alone and killed all 1,000 players defending the city. That person's name was Jun Ma Xiao. In the legendary world, player forces are divided into teams, mercenary groups, guilds, villages, towns, cities, main cities, royal cities, and imperial cities. The clan is the simplest team. The second is the mercenary group. Mercenary groups will try every possible means to obtain guild tokens and establish guilds. After the number of guild members increases, a village will be established by swiping the village construction order. Starting from the village, a monster siege will be launched every month. The monster siege is divided into 7 levels: snake level, eagle level, tiger level, elephant level, dragon level, ghost level, and god level. Monsters attacking the city may drop items for upgrading the village, such as city building orders, tiger talismans, jade seals, and various building upgrade drawings. Only after obtaining the corresponding props can you upgrade the village, develop your power, and fight for the world. In Li Li's memory, he had a very deep impression of Jun Ma Xiao. Li Lu was not surprised at all when he heard Jun Ma Xiao's name. But at this moment, Alice's words made Li Lu shiver. Bad guy, don't you have so many equipments, including gold equipments and dark gold equipments? Why didn't I hear your name? Alice can also hear server-wide announcements. When she said this, Li Lu was stunned on the spot. Yes. How could Jun Ma Xiao become the first player in the entire server to obtain silver equipment? What about me? Why wasn't I included in the statistics? If I got it by cheating or stealing it with my own ability, does that not count? Li Lu was speechless for a moment. Unable to figure it out, Li Lu simply stopped thinking about it. Maybe the system judged him as an NPC. Or maybe the system discriminates against him as a reborn person. Or maybe there is a bug. Li Lu thought about it. In the previous life, the most mysterious player in the game was actually Jun Ma Xiao. And in this life, since the system doesn't say my name, that's just perfect. I'll be the mysterious player, why not? Duh. Chapter 24. After packing up the equipment, Li Lu looked at the sky outside the cave. It's getting late. The dragon is coming back. Alice, stop playing. It's time to go, said Li Lu. At this time, Alice also selected some equipment she liked. But Alice's criteria for replacing equipment is not practicality. But it looks good. So a lot of equipment was changed. But choose and choose. It's a mix of silver and gold equipment. I haven't chosen enough. Alice is like a girlfriend at the mall. It can make any boyfriend think about when and how to break up at the first moment. When you buy it, the dragon eggs will be hatched. Li Lu cursed inwardly. Idiot. He picked up a wand and threw it at Alice. Alice quickly dodged. Ding dong. The wand fell into the pile of equipment, making a crisp sound. If you don't want to choose, then don't choose, humph. Li Lu nodded and said, we need to be faster, blow up the dragon egg, and then immediately enter the master servant space, understand? I know. Alice nodded and took out her staff. Close your eyes and mutter something. Unlike the thunderbolt, in order to increase the attack power, Alice chose to release more powerful magic. Thunderstorm. Accompanied by Alice's scream. A huge ball of lightning hit the dragon egg. Bang. The entire pile of equipment was smashed to pieces. All the top-grade equipment that would make the outside world jealous to the point of going crazy were thrown high into the air and then fell to the ground. 2000. A bright red number floated above the dragon egg's head. The health bar was directly drained by half. Not bad, not bad. Lilu looked at Alice's actions with satisfaction. Alice is a mage after all, so her attack power is still very good. Roar. But Alice just made a move. A terrifying roar sounded from the distant clouds. This sound could be heard in almost the entire novice village. It's just that most players won't take it seriously even if they hear the sound. Because at this time, even if the players know that there is a powerful boss hidden in the wild and want to kill the boss, they are unable to do so. Besides, even a fool can recognize the voice of the evil dragon. Unless you are level 80 or 90, don't think too much about it. Speed. When Li Lu heard the dragon's roar, his expression changed slightly. Alice also became nervous. She was halfway through reciting the thunderstorm spell when her spell was interrupted because of distraction. Li Lu looked at Alice's trembling little hands, and his expression changed slightly. Alice is scared. Although my wife is very capable, she is still a little lowly after all. When you encounter danger, it's good enough not to tremble. Pay attention and don't be distracted, Li Lu said angrily. Alice glanced at Li Lu and nodded. He gritted his teeth and continued to chant the thunderstorm spell. The second chant was about to end. Roar. Another roar of the evil dragon was heard. Alice's magic was interrupted for the second time. Lily's face changed drastically. Alice trembled and said, "It's a mental attack. The evil dragon is attacking me mentally." Lilu only felt a chill on his back. He is not a mage, but he knew that the mage was most afraid of mental interference during the chanting process. At the very least, skills will be interrupted. In serious cases, the magic will backfire. This game is far from being just a game. Under the setting of 100% openness and authenticity, there is almost no difference from reality. But what scares Li Lu the most is, the dragon's power is much stronger than expected. The level 100 god-level boss is not in the dragon cave now, but it can still cause mental shock to Alice from a distance of dozens of kilometers. Li Lu gritted his teeth and didn't bother to wait for Alice to cast magic. He grabbed a handy dagger and rushed towards the dragon egg like the wind. The dagger stabbed into the dragon egg. 150. Li Lu is now fully equipped, and he uses this information to arm himself to the teeth. Greatly increases attack power. One cut. The dragon egg's health bar also suffers damage. But the dragon was getting closer. Outside the cave, you can feel the weather changing dramatically and the clouds are turning red. That's right, it turns red. This female dragon is a fire dragon. The fire dragon has the strongest destructive power. Realize that your baby is in danger of dying. The fire dragon's rage seemed to burn the entire world. Lilu didn't dare to look around, afraid of being distracted and missing the opportunity. He chopped down 3 times in succession. The dragon egg still has 1/3 of its health left. And at this time, a strong wind blew outside the cave. Hiss, hiss. A red dragon let out a shrill roar and rushed towards Li Lu and Alice. Completion. Li Lu felt a chill in his heart. It's too late. And once it's too late, the evil dragon was on guard, so there was no way he could succeed a second time. Wife. Li Lu raised his head and shouted angrily. Go back. It's dangerous. Now is not the time to be greedy for dragon eggs. My wife's life is more important. However, what shocked Li Lu was, Alice didn't even have the slightest intention of hiding. She kept biting it and said, "No, I'm not afraid. Alice is not afraid. Alice is not afraid." Alice kept giving herself psychological hints. She is still young. As the youngest princess of the gods, she must be at least several hundred years old. But in terms of social experience, she is no different from a young girl who is just beginning to fall in love. In front of a level 100 dragon, once the dragon takes the initiative, she wouldn't even have the chance to leave a last word, nor would she have the possibility to fight back. Alice. Li Lu recovered from the brief shock. He roared at Alice. This is no longer stealing eggs, but playing with your life. However, Alice stared at the dragon eggs in the nest with sharp eyes. She raised her staff high, and not only did she not stop, she continued to chant the spell. Distant thunder and lightning, obey my call. Thunderstorm. Rise. There is a torrent surging in the air. A large amount of lightning elements rushed towards Alice's staff. Electric light surrounded Alice, making crackling sounds. Roar. The dragon sensed the danger. It was roaring, it was warning Alice. But after all, the dragon is still far away from Alice. No matter how you roar, Alice's spell can no longer be interrupted. As Alice pointed her staff, the power of thunder and lightning pounced on the dragon eggs on the ground like a roaring beast. The evil dragon's claws also slashed across Alice's body at lightning speed. Alice. Li Lu screamed. Alice had long forgotten the danger of the dragon. Hearing Li Li's voice, he finally came to his senses. Go back. Li Li's throat felt like it was smoking. Alice blinked. A little naughty. And then, it disappeared in an instant. Li Lu quickly opened his attribute panel. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Alice appear inside. And as the thunderstorm fell, the dragon egg's health was finally drained. Bang! The dragon egg cracked. A large amount of egg liquid flowed out and spilled all over the floor. The evil dragon's mother stared at the scene blankly, her expression empty and distraught. Lilu knew what the evil dragon was thinking. This is not a pain in the A***. But the eggs are gone. Even the old hens in the village will protect their eggs. Not to mention the mother of dragons. But Lilu felt very sympathetic towards the fire dragon. Said, "It's very painful, isn't it? It doesn't matter. Although the egg is gone, the egg liquid is still there. According to the law of conservation of mass, your child is still there. Obviously, it just exists in a different way. No more talking, let me taste it first." Lilu was in the desperate and heartbroken gaze of the fire dragon. Dive into the dragon egg. Mouthful of egg liquid. It tastes delicious. And the fire dragon did not disappoint Lilu. A scorching flame descended from the sky, melting Lilu and the egg liquid on the ground completely. Chapter 25. Bite. You have gained the power of blood. The power of the fire dragon. Should we make a server-wide announcement? No. Inside the resurrection point. Lilu chose to refuse without hesitation. Regardless of whether he chooses to announce it to the entire server, the system's rewards will still be in place. Sure enough, he had just finished speaking. Congratulations, you have the second bloodline power in the server, reward reputation plus 500, and one chance to draw a hidden profession. Do you want to draw it immediately? Hidden profession? Oh my goodness. Extract. Lilu chose to start immediately. In the site, a virtual lottery plate appeared again. Please select start. Lilu looked at the reward options on the turntable. To be honest, Lilu was a little excited. Because hidden professions are professions that exist outside the 8 major professions. Warrior, mage, priest, archer. He does not affect the player's primary profession. In other words, players who can become hidden professions. In addition to the skills of the main profession, you can also learn skills for hidden professions. Hidden professions also have different strengths and weaknesses as A, B, C, D, F, and G. Most hidden professions are enhancements of a certain profession. It can be understood as the pro version of a certain profession. And players either don't have a hidden profession. Either you have one, or you can only choose one hidden profession. The generation rate of hidden professions is less than 1 in 10,000 in the legendary world. Only a very small number of lucky people can trigger hidden career tasks. And even if it is triggered, it is difficult to choose a powerful hidden profession. Lilu suppressed his inner excitement. Take a deep breath. Extract. As his thoughts began, the turntable spun rapidly. Lilu felt his heartbeat quickening. The brain is constantly deprived of oxygen. I can't control myself at all. The pointer in front of me finally slowed down. Finally, it hovered in a golden area. Gold. It's gold. A familiar feeling. Familiar recipe. The familiar smell of cheating. Lilu's breathing stopped suddenly, and his pupils dilated violently. This is... Congratulations to the player. Obtained the SSS level hidden profession, 9-turn Dragon Master. Almost at this moment, in the void, Lilu faintly heard a sound like a sigh. Everything can be a dragon. Everything can be me. 9-turn Dragon Master. The voice revealed a kind of infinite vicissitudes of life. It seemed as if a terrifying giant beast was hidden in the vast, deep space. It uses the sun and the moon as its pupils, and the galaxy as its body, spinning and tumbling in the endless universe. It's the dragon. It's the dragon. Lilu seemed to see a mysterious and invincible creature from the legend of the Dragon Kingdom. It flashed past Lilu's sight. After making a sound, it quickly disappeared. Lilu only felt his heart tremble. He quickly looked at his attribute column. There is no change in basic properties. But below the profession column, there is an additional hidden profession. Hidden occupation. SSS level 9th, turn Dragon Master. 0th turn. After clicking in with your mind, new career and skill introductions appeared. 1. You can learn all the skills of a Beastmaster without changing your job. 2. You have dual identities and 2 attribute panels, and the hidden profession and the main profession do not interfere with each other. 3. The main profession and hidden profession have independent lives, attributes, and skills. Upgrading the hidden profession consumes equal experience points and obtains 100 times the free attribute points. 4. When the main profession's health drops to 0, it will retain 1 health point, enter a weak state, and automatically switch to a hidden profession. 5. The above 4 items will take effect only after you have reached the first level as a 9-level dragon tamer and officially changed your job. 6. For every 10 levels your overall professional level increases, your reincarnation level as a 9 transformation dragon tamer will increase by 1. 7. All reincarnation skills of the 9-turn Dragon Master are as follows. First transformation. Fusion, skills, equipment, and talents between two professions can be shared, except for exclusive skills. Second job. Emperor, you can bring an unlimited number of pets, and there is no limit on the number of pets you can summon. Third job. Killing. The monster you kill has a 1% chance of becoming your pet. Fourth job. Devour. Pets can be upgraded by devouring pets. Fifth job. Dragon Blood, 10-star. Pets gain Dragon Blood. All attributes doubled. Sixth rank. Dragon Transformation. 100-star pets transform into dragons directly, with all attributes increased tenfold. Seventh rank. Gift. Obtain 1% of the attribute value of all dragon pets. Eighth rank. Frenzy. Increases the strength of killing and gifting by 10%. Ninth turn. Eternal Life. You and all dragon pets share health points. Finish reading your hidden career introduction. For a moment, Lilu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. What makes me cry is that hidden professions consume an equal amount of upgrade experience. So for Lilu, the experience points required for upgrading are no longer 100 times, but 200 times. Changed to ordinary people. What the hell is this? Just give up. But the hidden profession and the main profession are actually independent. In other words, Lilu will have dual careers, dual identities, and 2 lives. If the main profession is dead, there is still a secondary profession. One character dies, and another one gets up. 10 reincarnation skills. Unlimited pets. Unlimited pet capture. And the last 3 skills attribute gifts and life sharing. Especially the last turn, sharing health points with all dragon pets. Unless all dragon pets die, once the hidden profession is activated, he may not die at all. Watching and watching. A strange sound came out of Lily's mouth. Woo woo hee hee wow wow. Ga. Finally, all the sounds converged into 3 words. Ha ha. Ha ha. At the resurrection point, at least 100 players were standing around, looking at Lily's crazy appearance, pointing and talking about something. Is this child stupid? Friend, do you make sticks? Young man, think positively. You will be sent to a mental hospital if you keep doing this. Poor child. He has such a weak psychological endurance that he will collapse when he dies. From what I can see, it could be that he got kicked in the head by a donkey and got a concussion. Lilu heard the voices of people around him. Suddenly came back to my senses. A silly smile on his face. Ignoring the looks from people around him who thought he was an idiot, he quickly escaped from the resurrection point. Then, he walked towards the teleportation point in the village. He opened the master servant space again and looked at Alice. Alice fell asleep again. Maybe I was under too much pressure just now, and I felt a little exhausted after the battle. Alice sleeping, lying on its side, wings curled up, legs bent, and little hands placed on its chest. An angelic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Very beautiful. Lilu watched for a while, and his mood gradually calmed down. He suddenly realized, it seems like I have new bloodline abilities. I quickly opened the property panel and took a look. In the blood column, a new bloodline ability has emerged. Bloodline, power of the poison dragon, S level. Each attack will cause 1% of the attack power to inflict poison damage, which lasts for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked and is immune to detoxification skills. Power of the fire dragon, S level. Each attack will cause 1% of the attack power to inflict burn damage, which lasts for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked and cannot be cleared. Cool. With this skill, every time Lilu strikes down with a knife, it is not just 100% attack power plus 100% poison damage. Also add 100% burning damage. 1 knife is better than 3. Lilu couldn't help but be intoxicated for a while with the power of fire dragon bloodline. So the next step is to go to the next dragon cave and continue to brush up blood. Lilu thought, try to gather all the blood power of the evil dragon clan within 1 month. Once they are all gathered together, it would be like 1 blow to tetanus, 2 blows to the death. And his dagger is Soul Eater. The Soul Eater dagger has a harvesting skill. When hitting the target, continuous damage will be detonated at the same time, causing equal amounts of poisoning, bleeding, burning, and other damage. Lilu could imagine. When I slashed with the knife, it felt like smoke was coming out of the other person's head. Another sword to devour the soul. Take it away directly. The more this is the case, the more important the evil dragon bloodline becomes to Lilu. There is no time to lose. Let's get going quickly. Lilu hurriedly walked towards the teleportation array. Adventurer, please choose the village you want to teleport to. After checking Lilu's teleportation token, the teleportation messenger returned the token to Lilu and asked Lilu to choose the target location. Lilu thought about it. after excluding villages 55, 55, and 1. So, choose number 2. Leela said. Okay, adventurer, have a nice trip. Duh. Chapter 26. After experiencing a feeling of space distortion that lasted for 3 seconds, a strange village appeared in front of Lilu. Welcome to Novice Village number 2. Adventurer, how can I help you? The messenger's voice in his ears made Lilu sure that he had arrived at his destination. No thanks. Thank you, messenger. Lilu said goodbye to the messenger. Then he walked towards the warehouse manager. Soon we arrived at the warehouse manager's position. Cleaned up the equipment. The last round of Dragon Cave treasure hunt. Almost all the equipment on their bodies was destroyed. The equipment I'm wearing, there's only one wrist guard left. Name, Vajra wrist guard level, gold armor, 20 magic resist, 20 hit, 20 hidden attributes, attack speed plus 1%, block plus 10, physical penetration plus 10 skill. King Kong, gain 1% absolute blocking probability, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown, 30 minutes. Lilu himself didn't expect this. Weapons, clothes and jewelry all fell off. There was actually a wristband left behind. The main attribute of the wristband is to increase blocking. The difference between blocking and armor is that blocking directly blocks all damage, and once blocked, you will not receive any damage at all. The armor is effective when it can block some of the damage after the damage has already been sustained. But blocking can only block physical damage, not magical damage. But for warriors, the importance of wrist guards is self-evident. Pity. Lilu saw the end of the equipment. There was a string of small red words written on it. Durability 0/100. The equipment is damaged and cannot be worn. Well, Lilu sighed. It is indeed not that easy to steal treasure from the dragon's lair, even if there is a chance that I can bring out my equipment. However, equipment can also be destroyed and cannot be worn again. If you want to wear it, you have to repair it, and then you have to find the blacksmith in the village. There's no rush to sell it anyway, so just leave it alone for now. Lilu planned to store the diamond wristband in the system warehouse first. What he urgently needed to do now was still to go to the dragon's nest to find dragon eggs. If you can't get it, eat it. It's worth it to refresh your bloodline. But Lilu just stored the wrist in the warehouse. Sudden, Lilu seemed to have thought of something. He looked at his space ring at lightning speed. Name, space ring durability 0/80. The equipment is damaged and cannot be worn. Damn, Yamit. Lilu screamed and almost died on the spot. The warehouse manager nearby took a step back in fear, her body trembling. Big brother, you scared Nyo. The warehouse manager reminded. No. It's okay. Lilu smiled awkwardly, but he was already sweating profusely. This fire dragon is poisonous. The fire dragon's dragon flame did not cause his space ring to explode, but it drained the durability of the equipment at once. Lilu quickly checked the equipment in the space ring. All the equipment except the wind boots were put into the warehouse. He looked at the equipment in his backpack again. Because the equipment is damaged, the load is reduced. Almost all the equipment in the backpack exploded. Only a gold bracelet remained. Lilu stored the bracelet in the system warehouse again. The final result of the liquidation is: Fire Dragon steals treasure. Gained 1 bloodline. 1 yellow gold bracelet. 1 wrist guard with no durability. There are 9 other pieces of equipment. The harvest is not small, but beads of sweat were dripping down Li Li's head. The space ring is broken. Without the protection of the space ring, it would be almost impossible for him to bring any equipment out of the dragon's lair. Once you meet a grumpy mother dragon, any wave of damage from the mother of dragons will drain the durability of all his equipment. Even if he brought the equipment out, the value of the equipment will also be greatly reduced. Lilu just felt torn. He now has to either continue to brush up his bloodline, either repair the space ring first to ensure that every exploration can not only refresh the bloodline, but also get at least 9 pieces of gold equipment. How to choose this? Although the value of equipment cannot catch up with bloodline, the drop rate of bloodline is not 100%, and each piece of gold equipment in the early stage is a priceless and rare item. There is no space ring. Lilu didn't even have to think about it. But when it comes to repairing dark gold equipment, ordinary blacksmiths simply cannot do it. The blacksmiths in the novice village are generally low-level and mid-level blacksmiths. It's so frustrating to deal with the black iron equipment. What's more, you need to repair a piece of dark gold equipment. Dark gold at least requires a high-level blacksmith. Lilu felt like he was in a difficult situation. At this time, the warehouse manager whispered, "Big brother, are you worried about something? You can listen to some music, and you will feel better." I didn't expect this warehouse manager to be so gentle. Lilu felt much better all of a sudden, smiled, and said to the warehouse manager, "It's okay. Thank you for your reminder." "You're welcome, big brother." If you need to store something, you can come to Nyo anytime, said the warehouse again. Okay, Nyo, Lilu said with a smile. Nyo. As soon as Lilu said this, some NPC information suddenly flashed through his mind. Nyo. Lilu immediately stared at the NPC. Nyo was wearing simple beige clothes and a headscarf on her head. She was only 15 or 16 years old, with a round face, and looked quite cute. What's wrong? Big brother, do you know Nyo? Nyo asked Lilu with bright eyes. Is your grandfather the blacksmith Xiangchu? Lily's expression turned serious. Yes, big brother. Grandpa is the best blacksmith in the village and is very famous in Jinlong City. Nyo said proudly. A hint of joy flashed across Lily's face. There's help. The space ring is saved. This Xiangchu is one of the most awesome blacksmiths in the novice village. Chapter 27. It is rare to find a high-level blacksmith like Xiangchu among 100,000 novice villages. Lilu suppressed his surprise and said, Nyo, I have admired your grandfather for a long time. Can you introduce him to me? Are you going to see Grandpa? Nyo asked curiously. Yeah. Lilu nodded. But Nyo can't leave here. Nyo still has to go to work. Nyo was in a dilemma. It's okay. I'll call someone out to help you watch it. Lilu didn't say anything and directly took Alice out, who was still sleeping. As soon as Alice was released, she flew towards Lilu at lightning speed. Pain. A kick that could cut off the number of his descendants was delivered fiercely towards Li's Shaolin temple. What crime should you be punished for teasing a girl while I'm sleeping? Alice yelled. Lilu covered his vital parts and quickly dodged. What? I just want to ask for advice, and that can be called flirting with girls. Lilu shouted. This princess knows exactly what men are thinking. Alice didn't give Lilu any chance to argue. Depend on. Lilu was speechless for a moment. He followed Alice's gaze and glanced at Nyo. Not to mention, Nyo is pretty, with big eyes, a round face, and she is lively and gentle. Compared to the tigress at home. Just thinking so. Go to hell. Alice took out her wand and hit Lilu on the head. Lilu quickly activated his skills and stole Alice's white jade scepter. He pulled Alice into his arms. She hugged Alice tightly and coaxed her. Husband is doing something important. Stop making trouble. Who would believe you? Do you think I'm blind? I saw it all. Your lewd eyes and the saliva that was about to flow out. It's all about repairing the equipment. The equipment is running out of durability, so I asked Nyo for help. Real. It has to be true. In Alice's skeptical eyes, Lilu took out the space ring and showed it to Alice. Seeing that the space ring was indeed not durable and could not be worn, Alice's face looked a little better. Lilu seized the opportunity and bit Alice on the face. Honey, be obedient and help Nyo guard the warehouse. I'll be back soon. After Lilu finished speaking, he said to Nyo, lead the way, Nyo. Nyo was a little afraid of Alice and looked at her timidly. Alice flew into the air, folded her arms, snorted, turned her head to one side, and said, Am I fierce? No. Oh, Nyo. Nyo will be back soon. Thank you, angel sister. Nyo didn't dare to think too much and ran away quickly to leave Lilu. 10 minutes later, Lilu arrived at a remote blacksmith shop. From a distance, then I heard bursts of iron hammering sounds coming from inside. Clang, boom, clang, again and again. Every stroke is steady and powerful with a steady rhythm. Led by Nyo, Lilu walked into the blacksmith shop. The surrounding temperature rose by at least 5 degrees, and a wave of heat hit my face. In the iron forging position, an old man with gray hair on his temples, bare-chested, was wielding a hammer and hitting a silver sword on the table. After Lilu and Nyo went in, the old man didn't react at all. He just heard the noise and said, The equipment is all outside. Pick whatever you want. This service attitude. There is none of the enthusiasm found in other blacksmith shops. One can even say, buy it if you want, or not. Lilu didn't take it to heart at all, because he knew that the old man in front of him was not an ordinary blacksmith. But it was Xiangchu, a rare senior blacksmith even in the main city. Xiangchu's words had just fallen. Nyo shouted happily, Grandpa, Grandpa, Nyo is here to see you. Nyo is here to see you. Nyo's cry is clear and sweet, like a happy little bird. Xiangchu's movements suddenly stopped. He quickly put down the hammer in his hand and looked back. When his eyes fell on Nyo, Xiangchu's smile suddenly appeared on his face, with a kind look on his face. Why is Nyo here? Grandpa is so busy. Does Nyo want to eat anything? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Nyo replied. Nyo misses Grandpa. Ha! Xiangchu's eyes disappeared due to laughing, and he kept saying, Okay. He hunched his back and went into the room to find a stool. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at Lilu. Who is this? A sharp light flashed in Xiang Chu's dim old eyes. Grandpa, Angel's sister is helping me look after the warehouse. Big Brother said he had something to talk to you about, so I brought Big Brother here. Nyo told the whole story. After Xiang Chu listened patiently, he said to Li Lu, "What's the matter? Why don't you come to the village blacksmith to find me?" Li Lu knew the old man's temper. Xiang Chu is an old man with a very strange personality. In the memories of the previous life, Xiang Chu's identity information was quite mysterious and his background was very vague. There is no other information except that he has a precious granddaughter. There are no particularly obvious behavioral preferences. For example, among the other blacksmiths, there were all kinds of people, including alcoholics, gamblers, and lustful people. Xiang Chu only knows how to forge iron and can't do anything else. Leela didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the space ring and said, "Junior has something to ask of you. Senior, can you take a look?" Oh, Xiang Chu became interested. "Grandpa, my big brother seems to be in trouble." At this time, Nyo jumped and brought 2 stools from the blacksmith shop. After giving one to Grandpa, he gave another to Li Lu and said sweetly, "Grandpa, sit down. Big brother, sit down. Nyo, go play somewhere else." Xiang Chu interrupted Nyo. Seeing Xiang Chu's serious expression, Nyo didn't dare to say anything more. She said, "Oh," and retreated obediently. Xiang Chu picked up the ring that Li Lu handed to him, then turned on the fire in the room and looked at the ring for half a minute. Li Lu didn't know what Xiang Chu was looking at. "Senior," Li Lu was about to speak. Xiang Chu said, "I can fix it for you." Li Lu was overjoyed. The old blacksmith is awesome. Dark gold equipment can also be repaired without any delay. But the old blacksmith's next words poured cold water on Li Lu. "There is one condition," Xiang Chu said. "What conditions?" Li Lu asked carefully. Apart from having lots of equipment, he doesn't have any other skills now. If Xiang Chu Shitzi asked for a high price, he might not have the capital to repair the equipment. "Don't be nervous, I don't want money." Xiang Chu put away the ring and glanced at Li Lu indifferently. "Senior, please feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it." Li Lu said gratefully, "I want you to come to me when you reach level 10. Can you do it?" Xiang Chu said calmly. Duh. Chapter 28. What kind of mission is this? Li Lu was a little confused. He knew too much about the novice village. But Xiang Chu was an exception. The background of the NPC Xiang Chu can be traced back to Golden Dragon City, one of the 24 main cities. Li Lu had no idea what tasks Xiang Chu would issue. "Don't worry, Senior. I will come to visit you when I reach level 10. Li Lu replied with a stiff face. Xiang Chu said no more. He arched his back and walked towards the second-floor room of the blacksmith shop. The room was a little dark, and there was a shelf near the wall. On top of the shelves, there are some books, minerals, bottles, cans, etc. Xiang Chu searched one by one, and after a slight pause, he took a bottle of medicine from the shelf. Xiang Chu came out again, placed the potion on the selling stand. Li Lu saw that the medicine was contained in a transparent glass bottle with a slender neck and a simple shape. The medicine in the bottle was light blue in color, like sea water, without a trace of impurities. Xiang Chu took out a pair of tweezers, picked up the ring, and carefully put it into the bottle. Sizzle! The potion began to boil, emitting a large amount of bubbles. Wait until all the bubbles disappear. Xiang Chu used tweezers to pick out the space ring, held it in his hand to look at it, nodded slightly, and then returned it to Li Lu. "Okay," Xiang Chu said. "Is that all?" Li Li's face was filled with disbelief. "It's been less than 5 minutes. Is it done? What do you think?" Xiang Chu stroked his beard. "I thought we needed some other materials." Poverty limited Li Li's imagination. "The materials are needed, but they are all in the potion," Xiang Chu replied. Nyo interrupted and said, "Big brother, Nyo is right. Grandpa is the best blacksmith." Li Lu picked up the space ring doubtfully and looked at the equipment attributes. Name, space ring level, dark gold durability, 80/80 processing, 1-star blessing, 1-star attack, 30 magic, 30 strength, 12 intelligence, 12 hidden attributes, carrying weight plus 100, speed plus 5, luck plus 3, blessing attribute, damage reduction plus 1% skills. Exclusive, the item will not be exploded after death. Low-level storage. Provides 10 additional storage spaces, does not occupy the load, but the items in the space cannot be stacked. Li Li's pupils dilated rapidly. Is Xiang Chu still a human being? Not only did the equipment get repaired in 5 minutes, even the processing and blessings are given up. It is different from the equipment that Li Lu gave to Xiang Chu. The equipment returned to Li Lu not only replenished its durability, but also gained new processing and blessing attributes. And if Li Lu remembered correctly, Any blacksmith can process any equipment. But if you want to give a blessing, you have to be at least a master blacksmith. Could it be that Xiang Chu has another identity? Li Lu suppressed the doubts in his heart. He bowed to Xiang Chu respectfully and said, "Thank you, master. It's okay. Remember the conditions just now." Xiang Chu smiled faintly. Must. Li Lu didn't think any more and looked at Nyo again. Xiang Chu said, "Nyo, let her play here for a while. You don't need to worry about her. You don't need to look after the warehouse. There aren't many people here anyway. If you want to leave, just go." "Good." Li Lu clasped his fists to Xiang Chu again, then said goodbye and left. "Goodbye, big brother." Behind me, I heard Nyo's cute voice. 10 minutes later, Li Lu returned to the warehouse again. Although Nyo is gone, but the warehouse's symbolic structure, a building resembling a beehive storage box, still stands. The warehouse function can also be used normally. What Nyo does is mainly to help other novices open warehouses. Even if she leaves, she just can't open the warehouse, which will not affect the warehouse function. And Li Lu just went back. Alice was seen kicking and slamming the warehouse building, cursing. "You be asterisk 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 D. You damn be asterisk 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 D. You are such a lecher and a playboy." When he sees a beautiful woman, he loses his sense of direction and doesn't take his wife seriously at all. "Look, I'm going to kick you to death. I'm going to kick you to death." Boom, boom, boom. The system warehouse was kicked and clanged. Ahem, Li Lu coughed. Alice looked back, then immediately folded her arms, turned her head away, and snorted. When he hummed, his shoulders shook slightly, and his expression was arrogant. It was clearly written on her little face. "Your wife is angry. You can do whatever you want." Li Lu walked over quietly. He smiled. He put his arms around Alice's slender waist. Alice struggled hard, flapping her little wings so hard that Li Lu couldn't open his eyes. In this situation, Li Lu can't let go. While Alice was off guard, he aimed at Alice's face and bit her. In 3 seconds, Alice fell softly into Li Lu's arms, gasping for breath and no longer having any strength left. "Do you still beat your husband?" Li Lu asked. "Why don't you fight? If you go and flirt with other beauties again, I'll beat them up." Alice said angrily. "Then you won't beat me?" Li Lu asked. "You get beaten too." Alice waved her little fist. Li Lu smiled without saying anything and turned to look at the inn not far away. "Wife, wait for me." After Li Lu finished speaking, he walked towards the inn. "I used the copper coins I got from killing the honey badger to buy 2 steamed buns and 2 dumplings. Steamed buns and dumplings are both used to replenish physical strength and also have a certain blood recovery effect. Are you hungry, honey? Eat something." Li Lu handed the food to Alice. Alice flew down from the sky. She grabbed the steamed buns and dumplings, hesitated for a moment, and gave half to Li Lu, saying, "Hubby, eat too." Li Lu nodded, grabbed the steamed bun, and ate it in 2 bites. After eating, Li Lu asked Alice to store the equipment she picked up in the warehouse. Alice's backpack was small, and she only took 2 necklaces with her. However, the 2 gold necklaces are priceless treasures in today's market. "Not bad, not bad, my wife is awesome." Li Lu saved the necklace and rewarded Alice with a kiss. Alice was so happy that she spread her wings and flew into the sky, not realizing at all that her wife was the real wage earner. 2 steamed buns and 2 dumplings, and only half of them were eaten. But I have to exchange it for 2 gold necklaces. This is probably the power of love. After everything was packed up, Li Lu didn't waste any more time. Taking Alice with him, he strode out of the village. Chapter 29. 2 hours later, a steep cliff appeared in front of Li Lu. There were still no other players around. It can be said that after walking for half an hour, you can barely see other players. Only about a day and a half of game time has passed, and the player's normal level has been raised to level 2. But it is still a long way to reach level 10. Because the further you go, the more difficult it becomes to upgrade. It may only take 1 day to go from level 1 to level 2, but it will take more than 1 day to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. If your equipment and strength cannot keep up, it may take even 2 days to reach level 3. They will be stuck in the original map, unable to cut, and dare not easily provoke monsters in the advanced map. For Li Lu, now is still the golden period for hunting dragon eggs. This time we are going to explore the dragon cave. Mother Dragon is a bit careless. The location of the dragon's lair is not high, only about 70 meters. Alice is better than Li Lu. As soon as the evil dragon flew away, Alice said, "Husband, come up quickly, come up quickly." Li Lu felt that this was ambiguous, so he suppressed his laughter and said, "Can't you be more reserved?" Alice kicked forward with her little feet. "Laugh at me, it's not serious." Only then did Li Lu climb onto Alice's wings. Alas, alas, alas. Although the altitude has been reduced, it is still quite tiring. Alice took a breath while flying halfway and said, "Next time I level up, I must increase my strength. Maybe my husband is too heavy." Lilu felt a little ashamed. "It's okay, husband. Don't be anxious. Wait for me." Almost caught my breath. Alice continued to fly. In about 3 minutes, we successfully arrived at the dragon's lair. After entering the dragon's lair, Lilu first observed the environment. It is about the same size as the previous 2 dragon caves, but the atmosphere is different. It's cold and damp inside this dragon's cave. The equipment pile is still that big. The golden light is flashing, dazzling. Lilu climbed onto the dragon's nest, looked inside, and saw a light blue dragon egg. Water dragon. I don't know what the water dragon's bloodline reward is. Lilu slowly slid down from the pile of equipment. Start looking for equipment. Put away the popular boots first. Then choose 9 pieces of equipment. The equipment stack in this dragon cave is more luxurious. Lilu found 3 pieces of dark gold equipment. 2 weapons, a bow and a sword. A piece of clothing belonging to a thief. Name, night clothes, occupation. Thief, level, dark gold, life. 200 armor. 150 magic resistance. 150 attack. 50 hidden attributes. Speed plus 20. Explosive damage plus 20. Critical hit plus 50 skills. Night walker. Combat power increases by 10% in the dark. Shadow, after the thief turns on stealth. The duration increases by 20%. Looking at the equipment, the first place Lilu thought of was the mine. Among the equipped skills is Night Walker. Perfect for fighting in mines. When a thief wears this outfit, not only will his defense attributes be greatly increased, but his damage will also be qualitatively improved. It also has the property of increasing damage in darkness. It's worthy of being dark gold equipment. Never mind, just save it first. Wait until after you change jobs. Except for 3 pieces of dark gold equipment. Lilu also found 6 other pieces of equipment, for weapons, a piece of clothing, and 1 helmet. After careful selection, Alice finally exchanged her golden gloves for silver gloves. Wife, the more you play, the more you go backwards. Lilu happened to see this scene and sighed. You don't understand. Alice excitedly showed Lilu her silver gloves. The silver gloves were decorated with many lace wreaths and were long enough to cover the entire forearm. After putting it on, you will feel like a proud queen. Do you feel cool? Alice asked Lilu with her arms bent. Gloves are cool, but don't you think this equipment is more suitable for longer legs and longer arms? Lilu hasn't finished speaking yet. You're looking for death. Alice swooped down. No, wife, listen to my explanation. I heard you. You're talking about my short legs. You're talking about my short legs. You're talking about my short legs. Ah, important things should be said 3 times. The last scream scared Lilu badly. Alice was originally a little lowly. Lilu is also pragmatic. But apart from the straight man, only someone like Lilu who is not afraid of death would dare to say such words. My wife's legs, those must be my favorite legs. Force yourself to find an excuse to increase your chances of survival. That's more like it. Alice calmed down a little. Lilu saw that they had finished selecting their equipment, so he said, let's hurry up to avoid unnecessary trouble. Also, don't let your husband worry. If your husband fights, go into the master-servant space immediately. Understand, thinking of Lily's worry about him last time. Alice's anger finally dissipated, and she nodded. I know. Then Lilu waited for Alice for another minute. Alice stopped searching when she didn't find any equipment she particularly liked. Flying into the air. At that moment, the dragon egg seemed to sense the danger. The humidity in the air is slowly rising. The air is also getting colder, and there are some subtle changes. Lily's expression changed slightly. Compared to the first day he went to catch the dragon eggs had obviously grown a little and could even sense danger. Lilu realized that he might not have much time left. Maybe the dragon eggs will hatch before the evil dragon leaves the novice village. If I still want to kill the dragon eggs at that time, it won't be that easy even if the mother dragon is not there. Wife, do it, Lilu said. Alice nodded. At the same time, Lilu also picked up a silver dagger that he could wear. Rushed towards the dragon eggs. I stab. Zazaza. -168. -168. -168. Alice waved her staff. A thunderstorm descended from the sky and hit the dragon egg. Bang! The dragon egg was hit, and it was shaking, and its health dropped sharply. -2000. Roar! At the same time, in the clouds, the familiar roar of the evil dragon sounded again. The mother of dragons began her return journey. Lilu seized the time. Alice's mentality also stabilized a lot. The second thunderstorm spell did not miss and hit the dragon egg steadily. Bang! -2000. Lilu stabbed again. Bang! A crisp sound. The dragon egg cracked. A large amount of egg liquid flowed out from the broken eggshell. Alice giggled. With a flash, he disappeared. Lilu plunged into the egg liquid. When the dragon mother came back, Lilu had already turned into an ice sculpture, merging with the light blue egg liquid. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother of dragons let out an earth-shattering roar. A huge icicle spurted out, smashing Lilu to pieces on the spot. Chapter 30. It's cold. At the resurrection point, Lilu hugged his shoulders and shivered violently. The poison of a poisonous dragon, the scalding heat of a fire dragon, and the coldness of a water dragon. Every time you taste it, you will have a completely different experience. As soon as I was resurrected, the system's voice came as expected. Lily's blood burst out again. Bite. You have gained the power of blood, the power of the water dragon. Should we make a server-wide announcement? Since the system says so, there must be another reward. No. Lilu chose to refuse. No matter which server-wide announcement it is. Lilu knew the shock and intimidation that blood power brought to ordinary players. If anyone knew that he got 3 bloodlines by himself, other players don't need to play the game. Just playing him is enough. He will gain a new title in the shortest time, that is, the public enemy of all races. The system's voice continues. Congratulations, you have the 3rd bloodline power in the server, reward reputation plus 200, fortune cleansing pill *1. Do you want to use it immediately? Good fortune cleansing pill, a god-level elixir that takes away the good fortune of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the sun and moon. After taking it, the player's initial attribute values will be readjusted, and all attribute values will be adjusted to the highest values. Lilu was so happy that he nearly died on the spot. This reward, compared to hidden professions, it is no worse. When a player enters the game, the system randomly generates initial attributes based on the player's physique. In the subsequent upgrade process, with each level up, all attributes will increase by 10% based on the initial attributes. The initial attributes of each player are different. The difference in initial attributes will largely determine the attributes of the player after upgrading. The greater the gap in initial attributes, the more players of the same level will encounter in the later stages of the game. This gap will get bigger and bigger. There is only one way to change this situation. That is the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pills are divided into 5 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, super, and godly. The highest level of marrow cleansing pill is called the creation marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill second only to the creation marrow cleansing pill is called the heaven and earth marrow cleansing pill. These 2 kinds of elixirs must be used by players before level 10. Level 10 is when ordinary players are penniless, and it is impossible for them to obtain the marrow cleansing pill. Even if you get the marrow cleansing pill in the later stages, you won't be able to use it. At Li's current level, it is the critical moment to take the marrow cleansing pill. It is the highest level of creation marrow cleansing pill. Mom no longer worries that I start too low. This kind of good luck will never come across in your lifetime. Met by Lilu. One can imagine how excited Lilu was. Good things should not be wasted. With tears in my eyes, I chose to use it. Congratulations to the player for successfully using the fortune cleansing pill. A warm current flowed into Li's body from the top of his head. Lilu felt that every cell in his body became active, and under the nourishment of the warm current, a certain chemical reaction began to occur. Every cell is getting stronger. Everything is transforming. It's a feeling of being reborn. The strength of bones also becomes hard, tough, and full of explosive power. This process lasted about half an hour. Wait for Lilu to wake up again. The transformation has been completed. He quickly opened his properties to check the changes. ID. I have spicy noodles with me. Occupation. None. Not yet changed. Hidden occupation. 9-turn Dragon Master. 0 turn. Level. LV1, HP 150, MP 150. Constitution. 10 Strength. 10 Intelligence. 10 Spirit. 10 Dexterity. 10 Agility. 10 free attribute points. 0 Reputation. 1700 Lucky. Hidden Charm. Hidden Attack. 10 Magic. 10 Armor. 10 Magic Resist. 10 Speed. 5 Equipment. None Skill. Normal Attack. LV1. Causes 100% attack damage. Consumes MP. 0. Cooldown time. 1. Talent. Stupid. G level. The experience points required for upgrading increase 100 times, but the free attribute points obtained for each upgrade increase 100 times. Sacrifice. SSS level. The monster you hunt has a 1% chance of sacrificing 1 free attribute point to you. Empty Hands. SSS level. The success rate of stealing is increased to 100%, regardless of the target. This skill is visible only to yourself. Bloodline. Power of the Poison Dragon. S level. Each attack will cause 1% of the attack power to cause poison damage, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and it is immune to detoxification skills. Fire Dragon Power, S level. Each attack will cause burning damage of 1% of the attack power, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and the damage cannot be cleared. Water Dragon Power, S level. Each attack will inflict 1% of the attack power in freezing damage, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and the damage cannot be cleared. Comet. Great potential. With such a start, if we are not invincible, we will be letting down our ancestors. The Water Dragon's talent is about to emerge. It still adds elemental damage to the attack. 100% freezing damage increases the actual attack damage caused by Li Lu by 1 times again. Li Lu also felt amazing changes in other attributes. All initial attributes are maxed out. Compared with Li Li's first wave of attributes, they are not on the same level at all. This is the true God-level attribute. A God-level start. 1 in a million. No, it's a peerless master who is 1 in a billion. It's just a level 1 attribute, but Li Lu feels it has improved by about 3 times. That is to say, if there is no creation marrow cleansing pill, Li Li's original attributes could be up to 3 times different from those of some of the chosen ones. This gap is almost impossible to make up in the later stages. But now, this problem is solved. Confidence came back all at once. But soon, Li Lu discovered a problem that made him want to cry but couldn't. Such a clean attribute, could it be? A bad premonition arose in my mind. Li Lu picked up the ring on his hand and took a look at it. Really? Name, Space Ring Durability 0/80. Chapter 31. Not a single piece of equipment survived. Completely annihilated. Even the space ring had used up its last bit of durability and once again became an unwearable piece of equipment. It's time to test how thick-skinned I am. Li Lu called Alice out first. Then he went to the warehouse, took out all the equipment in the space ring, and stored it in the warehouse. Finally, I gritted my teeth and walked towards Xiang Chu's blacksmith shop. After a while, Li Lu arrived at Xiang Chu's blacksmith shop. Entered the blacksmith shop. Xiang Chu and Niu Niu were still chatting. I don't know what the grandfather and grandson were talking about. They were so happy. Xiang Chu held his head high, stroked his beard, and laughed nonstop. Big brother, angel sister, why are you here? Hearing the noise, Niu Niu turned her head and said in surprise, "Oh, see Li Lu is back again." Xiang Chu looked a little surprised and said, "You're already level 10 so soon? Isn't this nonsense?" "Excuse me, Junior." Li Lu took out the space ring with gritted teeth. He said, "It's like this. I haven't even used the ring that the senior repaired yet, but its durability is gone. Senior, do you think something went wrong? Or is the potion expired? How strange." Li Lu shook his head and sighed. Alice still doesn't know what Li Lu is going to do. After hearing what Li Lu said, he flew down from the air. Hiding behind Li Lu, she grabbed the tender flesh on Li Li's waist with her small hands and whispered, "You liar. You even cheated the master of the blacksmith shop." Xiang Chu was shocked. He said angrily, "Boy, are you questioning my level?" Xiang Chu raised his beard and walked over quickly. He picked up the ring in Li Li's hand and took a look at it. "Huh." Xiang Chu looked shocked. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Niu Niu also leaned over and looked at the ring's mysterious disappearance, with a confused look on her face. "No way. The equipment made by Grandpa can be used for a month without any problems. How could it break in less than 3 hours?" Niu Niu said. Alice fell silent. She seemed to know what Li Lu was thinking. Don't say that Xiang Chu couldn't figure it out. No ironworker could understand it. How is it possible for equipment with 80 durability to explode in less than 3 hours? Even if Li Lu was surrounded and hacked by 100 people for a whole day, it is impossible to lose all the durability. Li Lu frowned and said, "The problem should be with the medicine." "Absolutely impossible," Xiang Chu asserted. Niu Niu said, "Grandpa, did you remember it wrong?" Xiang Chu frowned, a little undecided. "Well, it is possible that Grandpa is old and useless." After taking a look at Niu Niu, Xiang Chu sighed and said, "I'll try another potion." Xiang Chu took the ring and slowly walked into the second room. After searching on the shelf for a while, he picked out a bottle of light red medicine. He walked out again, and just like the first time, picked up the ring with tweezers and threw it into the bottle. Boom. Puff. This time the potion was very strong. After the ring fell in, a white mushroom cloud appeared like a nuclear weapon explosion. Xiang Chu carefully took out the ring. I put my palm down and looked at it. He nodded, gave it back to Li Lu, and said, "It should be correct this time." Li Lu took the ring back and looked at it in his hand. Name, Space Ring Level, Dark Gold Durability, 100 out of 100 Processing. 2 stars blessing, 2 stars attack, 40 magic, 40 strength, 15 intelligence, 15 hidden attributes, carrying weight plus 150, speed plus 8, luck plus 3, blessing attribute, damage reduction plus 1%, damage increase plus 1% skills, exclusive. The item will not be exploded after death. Low-level storage, provides 10 additional storage spaces, does not occupy the load, but the items in the space cannot be stacked. Li Lu took a breath of cold air. Another star upgrade. 1 star turned into 2 stars. Even the durability has been increased by 20 points. It seems Xiang Chu is getting anxious. Xiang Chu looked at Li Li's surprised expression and said confidently, "You can use it again. If you don't need it for a month, come back to me anytime." Li Lu originally wanted to thank Master Xiang. Hearing this, I almost died of happiness on the spot. "Master, are you serious?" Li Lu shouted. "You must take it seriously." Xiang Chu stroked his beard. "That's really..." Li Lu was about to say yes. Suddenly, I felt something grabbing my ear. "You come out here." Alice had already reached the point of being unable to endure it. It looked like Li Lu was going to endure Xiang Chu's refusal to leave. Just look at the speed at which Li Li's equipment is consumed. It would be strange if Xiang Chu wasn't bankrupt, let alone a month. It is estimated that in just 10 days, Xiang Chu will begin to doubt his life and pack up and leave. "Master, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to do. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Li Lu covered his ears and grabbed Alice's wings with his backhand. The two of them pulled and tugged and ran away like flying. Chapter 32. The growth rate of the dragon eggs is getting faster day by day. There is not much time left for Li Lu. Let's go 003. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Li Lu headed quickly towards novice village number 003. Alice followed him and tapped his head with her wand like a wooden fish. All the way he kept complaining, "You liar, big liar." Of course Li Lu would not pay any attention to Alice, who had a kind heart. The evil dragon belongs to the camp of disorderly evil and is extremely evil. Alice would feel at ease when stealing the dragon's equipment and destroying its eggs. But Li Lu went to fool an amiable old blacksmith. Alice couldn't stand it anymore. "I am so unlucky to be with a man like you," said Alice angrily. "Wife, you can do things that are extreme, but you can't say things that are extreme. Do you think your husband is sneaking around, cheating, and not doing his job properly?" Li Lu said as he walked. "Do I need to say it?" Alice asked back. "Hee hee." Li Lu smiled. "Well, I'll take you to a place." "Where?" Li Lu walked in front without explaining. After entering the teleportation array, Alice was taken back. "Originally, I was going to novice village number 003. Li Lu temporarily changed his itinerary and moved to another place. "Adventurer, please choose your destination." 5555. Li Lu replied. "Teleporting for you. Have a pleasant journey." After a flash of white light, Li Lu returned to novice village number 5555. "Let Alice out." Alice looked at the familiar environment and asked in confusion, "Why are we back here? Aren't we going to 003? Li Lu walked forward with his head down. Alice hesitated for a moment and realized that Li Lu might not be very happy. Alice carefully suppressed her emotions, followed Li Lu, and did not hit Li Lu. Walked more than 100 meters. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "Hello, young man. Is that you, young man?" Looking back, he saw Mr. Fong, who was rushing home with 2 buckets on his shoulders and sweating profusely. Mr. Fong put down the bucket and looked at Li Lu with a simple and honest smile on his face. Now he looks full of energy and spirit, completely different from the wretched old man in the past. "Village chief, long time no see," Li Lu said with a smile. "What village chief?" Feng Xiaocai took a bucket of water from the bucket and handed it to Li Lu, saying, "I quit. I'm going to report to the court and retire." "Retired?" Alice was surprised. "Yes." Mr. Feng looked at Alice and said with emotion, "How could I know that Jiao had been waiting for me? When I went to Beijing to take the imperial examination, Jiao refused to eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights. She fainted from hunger several times, but she never agreed to her parents' matchmaking proposal." Mr. Feng paused for a moment, and as he spoke, his eyes became moist and his voice became hoarse. "What's the use of fame, wealth, and status? If I hadn't been so stubborn, how could I have let Jillian wait alone until her parents threatened to die before she could marry into a good family? Jiao is suffering." Feng Xiaocai wiped his tears and said, "If it weren't for the diary that the young man stole, I'm afraid I would never have the chance to compensate Jiao in this life." Alice was stunned when she heard this. You know that the diary was stolen?" Alice said in a daze. "I know. Of course I don't know." At this time, Lu Sanyang came over with a white towel in her hand and wiped the sweat off Feng Xiaocai's face. At the same time, he said to Li Lu and the others, "Young man, your intentions are good. I already know it. In fact, Mr. Feng often steals my things. I also know that, but I always feel regretful in my heart, but I can't say it out loud, and I don't have the courage to do it. I have to thank the young man for bringing us together. I now have the opportunity to reunite with my beloved. I have no regrets in this life." Woo, woo. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang couldn't help but burst into tears. Alice was completely speechless. Lovers will eventually marry. Li Lu looked at the loving couple and said, "The village chief and Sanyang are so loving. Why are you crying? It's just making a fool of yourself. I am sorry for being rude." Lu Sanyang quickly wiped away her tears and said ashamedly, "Don't say so much. I have long seen that you are no ordinary man. A golden fish cannot be kept in a pond. It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and rain. Now that you are back, why not come to our new home and have a seat?" Mr. Feng invited. "No, no." Li Lu clasped his fists and thanked them, saying, "We have other things to do. We just happened to pass by, so we won't disturb you too." Feng Xiaocai felt a little regretful, but soon said in a carefree manner, "If you are free, please come and visit us. Give Ah Jiao and me a chance to express our gratitude." "Definitely," Li Lu affirmed. Feng Xiaocai nodded. Then he mustered up his courage and went home with Lu Sanyang by his side. Li Lu watched Feng Xiaocai and Lu Sanyang leave. "Wait until the two of them go away." Then he said to Alice, "Let's go." Wait for Li Lu to take 2 steps out, only to find that Alice had not followed. Looking back, Alice still had tears of emotion in her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and said aggrievedly, "I'm sorry, husband. I misunderstood you." Li Lu had no choice but to walk over and pinch Alice's cheek. "What is our relationship? How could there be any misunderstanding?" Li Lu kissed Alice. He also said, "There is no boundary between good and evil. One thought can make you a Buddha, and one thought can make you a devil." Li Lu looked up at the sky and stood with his hands behind his back. Continue to educate Alice in a mature and steady voice. "Your understanding of good and evil is only superficial, just like you released a crocodile without realizing that you destroyed a pond of fish and shrimp. To save one person, one would rather lose a city. Is this good or evil? Good and evil are not defined by human heart, but by strength." Li Li's last sentence hit the nail on the head. Only the strong are qualified to discuss good and evil. Just like Feng Xiaocai and Lu Sanyang, what really ruined them was not Li Li's petty theft. But it was many years ago, when Feng Xiaocai was powerless and Lu Sanyang was unable to help. Li Lu just changed the method to help them. Where does good come from? Where does evil come from? Although I don't understand what you were saying, I just like the way you pretend to be. Alice held her chin and said admiringly. Li Lu glanced at Alice. He took a bite of Alice's little face. Alice giggled. The two of them became close again and set out again towards Novice Village number 003. Chapter 33. 2 hours later, a huge cliff appeared in front of Li Lu. "We've arrived at the dragon's nest in Novice Village number 003. With the experience of the first 3 hunting trips, Li Lu is now mature both in his mentality and actions. But, in front of a level 100 dragon, Li Li's level is like walking on a tightrope, and any carelessness is a threat. All of these could have devastating consequences. Li Lu and Alice waited for 2 hours. Result: I never saw the evil dragon fly out. "Honey, the dragon shouldn't be at home, right?" Alice became restless. Li Lu was getting a little impatient. Based on experience, before leaving its lair, the evil dragon will definitely come out to patrol. In order to avoid being discovered, Li Lu and Alice had to hide in the bushes. Otherwise, you will be taken away by the evil dragon before you can even steal the home. But now the question is, the evil dragon in Novice Village number 003 seemed to have disappeared. Never show your head at all. In this situation, Li Lu could not detect the enemy's movements and dared not act rashly no matter what. Maybe it's hatching eggs? Li Lu wondered. Even when hatching eggs, you'll get hungry sometimes. Can you keep hatching them forever? Alice said, "This question should be asked to you women." Li Lu thought, "I haven't hatched one either, so how would I know?" Alice retorted, "Well, wife, let's try it out first. Maybe you'll get some inspiration." Li Lu smiled. The evil hand slowly grabbed Alice. Alice kicked and knocked Li Li's hand away. "Go away. I'm doing business," Alice said as she flew up into the sky. "I'll go check it out. You wait here for me." Alice spread her wings and flew towards the dragon's lair. Li Li's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, "Wife, be careful." I know. Watching Alice fly higher and higher, Li Lu felt a little uneasy inside. Any female creature will be very aggressive during the breeding period, and the same is true for dragons. Once the dragon discovers Alice, the consequences will be disastrous. Just thinking about it. Alice has approached the dragon's lair. Alice took one look inside, but couldn't make out anything, so she looked a few more times. Leela shouted, "Wife, how is it?" "I don't think he's home," Alice answered loudly. "Then come down quickly. We have to hurry up." Leela was delighted. Just thinking about this. The airflow suddenly became rapid. Roar. An angry dragon roar sounded in the dragon's cave. Follow closely. A huge black shadow rushed out of the dragon's lair. When its wings spread, it looked like a dark cloud passing over Li Li's head. "Be careful, wife." Li Lu was frightened out of his wits. Alice also realized the danger. He turned around and waved a spell. Holy light. Shield. A golden shield appeared in front of Alice. But Alice is only level 60. The dragon's level is 100. The gap is so huge that they are not opponents of the same level at all. Roar. The dragon turned suddenly and opened its mouth towards Alice. A devastating bolt of lightning twisted and crackled as it shot towards Alice. It's a thunder dragon. Alice's magic shield blocked the attack for just 1 second before disappearing. Holy light. Alice hurriedly summoned the next shield. Just summoned. Bang. Lightning strikes. The shield shattered. The staff in Alice's hand was knocked out of her hand, drew a parabola in the air, and flew far away, and no one knew where it fell. The remaining lightning struck Alice's delicate body with unstoppable force. 5,000. Wow. Alice spurted out a mouthful of blood. The health bar is almost empty. Li Lu felt his heart trembling violently, as if it was bleeding. You have to know that Alice is a wizard. The mage is weak against physical attacks, but it has excellent magical defense capabilities. But this round the dragon attacks head-on. Not only did it penetrate all of Alice's shields, it also took away almost all of Alice's health. 5,000 health points. Take into account the damage absorbed by both shields. That is to say, the evil dragon's attack power is at least over 10,000. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the destruction of heaven and earth. Li Lu didn't care about his own life or death. He grabbed a nearby stone and threw it at the dragon, shouting, "Come at me, you beast." Meanwhile, Alice was falling rapidly. Li Lifei ran over and shouted, "Go back! Go back!" Alice's health bar is about to be cleared, but there is still a trace of consciousness. Glancing at Li Lu, with tears of grievance on his face after being beaten like a dog, he nodded and disappeared. Li Lu didn't have time to think about it. The evil dragon also discovered Li Lu, although I don't know Li Li's purpose. But the sensitive dragon didn't give Li Lu any chance. Roar. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky. The area 3 meters around Li Lu turned into scorched earth. Li Lu was even more miserable. He didn't even leave a body behind. He evaporated on the spot. 10 minutes later, Xiang Chu's blacksmith shop. That's not right. Xiang Chu took the ring in Li Li's hand and looked at the durability of the ring, which was completely empty. I racked my brains, but couldn't figure out what went wrong. With 100 points of durability, the maximum damage it can withstand is 10,000 points. As long as the single damage is not higher than 10,000 points, the durability loss caused by each attack will not exceed 1,000th. So, if you calculate it this way, the magic rabbits, cuckoo chickens, snail monsters, and wild dogs in the novice village want to destroy the durability of your equipment. They have to attack you a full 100,000 times before all the durability is destroyed. Even if you are chased and bitten by wild dogs every day, and they bite you 1,000 times a day, it will still take 3 months to complete this goal. So, Xiang Chu frowned. After a series of careful thinking, finally, the conclusion was drawn. "Grandpa, there must be something wrong with your medicine." Nyo Nyo shouted happily, revealing the secret in one sentence. "Well, Nyo Nyo, you are good. You have learned how to answer quickly." Xiang Chu touched Nyo Nyo's head lovingly. "Young man." Xiang Chu looked at Li Lu, feeling a little embarrassed. "I haven't used the ring's repair potion for a long time. It is possible that it has expired, become ineffective, or has been altered. Well, I'll find another bottle of potion and try again. If that doesn't work, come see me again. What do you think?" Li Lu said politely. "Then I'll have to trouble you, master." 10 minutes later, Li Lu left the blacksmith shop. He picked up the ring on his hand and took a look at it. The properties of the ring changed again. Name, space ring level, dark gold durability, 12120 processing, 3 stars blessing, 3 stars attack, 50 magic, 50 strength, 18 intelligence, 18 hidden attributes, carrying weight plus 200, speed plus 10, luck plus 4, blessing attributes, damage reduction plus 1%, damage increase plus 1%, explosive damage plus 1% skills. Exclusive, the item will not be exploded after death. Low-level storage provides 10 additional storage spaces, does not occupy the load, but the items in the space cannot be stacked. Chapter 34. Novice Village Number 001. Lilu stood in the bustling village, staring blankly at the players coming and going. Now 2 days of game time have passed. The number of players in the village has obviously increased a lot. After 2 days of development, many players already have a certain amount of stock. Many players started setting up stalls on the roadside, sell equipment, materials, potions, and even directly sell coins. Copper coins and gold coins in the early stages of the game are treasures. The price is very expensive, far exceeds the official 1-to-1 ratio. The 1-to-1 ratio means 1 gold coin equals 1 federal coin. In fact, in the early stages of the game, 1 copper coin is equal to 1 federal coin, except for selling things. Some people also buy things at high prices. This kind of person who collects things is called a jiaoya, which means a capitalist who engages in speculation in the game. After the business is up and running, the originally spacious village suddenly became much more crowded. Lilu looked down at his personal storage. Inside was a piece of equipment that he had taken out specially, the Silver Moon necklace. Silver Moon is the only piece of silver equipment in his inventory. You can imagine how precious it is. After all, it is the only silver equipment, unlike other equipment, which are all gold and dark gold equipment. There are many experts in Number 1 Novice Village. Similarly, those who can enter Novice Village Number 1 at the fastest speed. There are also major financial groups, major game studios, all major esports anchors, game anchors, and so on. Without exception, they are all powerful and capable bosses. Lilu looked at the master servant space again. Alice fell into a deep sleep. After being injured by the Thunder Dragon, Alice's health was almost reduced to 0. Directly entered a near-death state. Without the recovery potion, Lilu could hardly save Alice. If Alice were to recover on her own, it might take her 10 days or half a month. He needs potion. Need to help Alice recover quickly. If you want to buy medicine, you need money. He hasn't upgraded yet, so he uses the few copper coins he has to buy steamed buns. Right now, there is only one option for Alice to recover, selling equipment. In the crowded village, Lilu seemed a little confused. He didn't know where he should set up his stall. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the village again, sat outside, and started to sell. Silver equipment, silver equipment. There are quite a few players outside the village. Players chopping monsters can be seen everywhere. After seeing Lilu, many players laughed. Ha 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 ha, level 1. Selling silver equipment at level 1. This idiot must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. What a donkey. You were obviously kicked by a wild dog. Take my kick. Ha ha ha. Where did this wild dog come from? It's obvious that it was ripped out of its anus by a hyena. Yes, yes, yes. Look at him. His beauty filter is turned up to the max. If he's not looking for a rich woman, why is he playing games? You said you were anally robbed. How can you find a rich woman? Ha ha. The sounds of laughter rang out one after another. Lilu yelled for half an hour. No one even asked. Oh shit. Lilu let out a long sigh. Silver equipment is not easy to sell. In the previous life, there were artifacts, like silver equipment. After reaching level 10, items will be auctioned publicly in the auction house in the main city. Selling artifacts at a roadside stall? Who believes it? The first silver equipment in the legendary world at that time was sold to a sky-high price by countless people. What, 500,000? Please don't rob it. 1 million. Please give me a chance. The first experience of a campus beauty only costs 1 piece of silver. Sign the marriage agreement immediately. No car or house, just money. You know what I mean. The first silver equipment in the legendary world. It was not until 30 days after the game was launched that it was publicly auctioned in the main city's auction house. The price was called up to 500,000. Finally, she was photographed by a man named Tieshua Wenru. And this iron-blooded gentle, relying on the slight advantage of silver equipment and his hyped reputation, continued to develop his own power and established the iron-blooded mercenary group, one of the top 10 mercenary groups. It can be said that a piece of silver equipment almost changed the game landscape. This is the importance of early equipment. Therefore, when Jun Ma Xiao dropped the first piece of silver equipment in just 1 day, it caused such a huge sensation. It's only the second day. Lilu started selling silver on the street. And on Li Li's body. I was still wearing the short-sleeved shirt, shorts, cloth shoes, and wooden sword given by the system. It's like a beggar shouting for the imperial seal. It would be strange if someone believed it. Nor did he notice that Lilu was not dressed entirely like a beggar. He wore a distinctive ring on his finger. However, after the light was hidden, no one could tell the true level of the rough space ring. Passers-by walked by Lilu in waves. No one even looked at him. In desperation, Lilu had to change his lines. Selling black iron equipment. Selling black iron equipment. Dark iron equipment? Some players began to exclaim. Many people stopped chopping monsters and looked towards Lilo. Below silver equipment are black iron and whiteboard. Whiteboard, also called bronze board. Further down, there is actually a novice outfit, which is the +1 straw sandals that the village chief gave to Lilo at the beginning. In the current gaming landscape, black iron equipment can still be seen on some of the top bosses. If someone sells black iron equipment, for many rich people, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stand out. Legon called out twice. I saw 7 or 8 players immediately stopped fighting monsters and walked over in 2s and 3s. Walking in the front was a broad-shouldered soldier wearing a sloppy white suit. Although it is a blank outfit, the equipment is already complete. It is impossible for ordinary players to put together a complete set of equipment. Friend, black iron equipment? The warrior asked Li Lu in a questioning tone. After seeing Li Li's beggar's clothes, the soldier hesitated for a moment and seemed to want to just leave. Behind the warrior, there were 2 girls. It appears that the warrior and the team are in the same team, which means that this warrior is fighting 2 people at the same time, and he is undoubtedly the boss. One of the girls covered her mouth and laughed. Jioda, you are buying black iron here. Why don't you come with me to Pink Sixie? I can buy you 10 pieces of silver equipment. The girl next to him laughed and said, Yao Yao, don't joke around. What if there really is some iron equipment? Judah has been asking people all day and has only just managed to get the white equipment. How embarrassing. Why not learn from me? Look at my newbie shorts, white bikini, perky butt, big breasts, and isn't my abs just as obvious? The girl named Yao Yao said with a smile. You are different. You are just clinging to someone who is powerful. Others are powerful because they are drunk. That's right, but if Jioda doesn't mind, I can also flatter Jioda. Go have fun, the wine is mine. We are all girlfriends. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Chapter 35. The 2 girls talked without restraint and laughed nonstop. But the man called Jioda still had a very calm temperament and was not affected by the beauty around him at all. Lila looked at this man, whose idea was, life is like a play, so drink with it. The level is 2. Lila didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I don't have black iron equipment. As soon as the words fell, life is like a play. When drinking, he pursed his lips, said nothing, shook his head, and walked away. Next to the wine, 2 male players who also wanted to buy equipment from Lilu heard it. He cursed on the spot. F***K. Boy, are you a jerk? I don't have any black iron equipment. What are you yelling about? You're wasting my time, R&M. Lilu frowned and glanced coldly at the 2 male players. One is called Flooding Jinshan, level 2, and his equipment is a broken white set. One is called Scallion in the Pig's Nose, level 2, and the equipment is similar to that of Shuamanjinshin. Watch the tone of your voice. Lilu retracted his gaze and said lightly. As soon as these words fell, Shuamanjinshin was furious, and with a clang, he pulled out a cheap iron sword. Name, Rusty Iron Sword level, Bronze Attack. 3 There are no extra attributes, only 3 points of attack power. But it is also better than Li Li's wooden sword. Boy, are you looking for death? Shuaiman Jinshan said angrily. In the wild map, there is no PK restriction. If you want to kill, just use 1 knife. But Lilu did not take the flood of Jinshan seriously. Even if he doesn't use any equipment and doesn't need a space ring, his physical strength is no worse than Shuaiman Jinshan. Even if the opponent is armed to the teeth in a white suit, he is not afraid. Just because I say I don't have black iron equipment doesn't mean I don't have other equipment. Lilu said lightly. If it's not black iron equipment, then what kind of equipment is it? Shuaimanjinshin asked ferociously. Lilu ignored Shuaimanjinshin and said calmly. You can't afford it, and I'm not telling you that. You. Shuaimanjinshan was stunned. After hearing this, he became furious. At this time, life, like a play, stopped for the sake of wine. He turned around and looked at Lilu and said with interest, So, you said that to me? Lilu smiled and said, Yes. Life is like a play and a drink, if Lilu remembered correctly. He is a wealthy and powerful person. At this time, a few more players came around to watch the fun. Some people crossed their arms, looked at Lilu mockingly, and couldn't help but interrupt. Brother, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Who is Jiogu? He is giving you face by coming to take a look. How dare you fool him? The lives of the top 30 rich people are like a play, right? Amazing. No wonder they have all the equipment. Brother Gio, stop talking nonsense and send this liar back directly. He is making up lies and disrupting the market. Yes, Brother Gio, chop him up. Let us see how powerful Brother Gio is. Life is like a play. When drinking, he looked at Lilu again and shook his head. I admire your calmness, but I don't lack blank equipment. As he said, life is like a play. When he drank, he watched the water flooding Jinshan Mountain. The iron sword that was wielding the Mongjin Mountain was about to poke Li Li's face. But Li Lu didn't move at all and was still talking to him. Li Lu shrugged and said, I don't have any blank equipment either. Puff. The two beauties laughed out loud. Ha ha. The people around burst into laughter. Life is like a play. When facing the wine, his face darkened. Are you kidding me? There is no black iron and no white plate, so what I have to do is sell the beggar clothes on my body. Opposite Li Lu, the player who flooded Jinshan finally couldn't stand it anymore. K. Kid, I've been fed up with you for a long time. Go to hell. Shuamanjinshin raised the iron sword and slashed at Li Lu. The two beauties screamed instantly. Oh my, there's a fight. There's a fight. It's too bloody. I won't watch this idiot die. I will close my eyes. You are so bad, ha ha ha. The scream was loud, but there was no hint of fear. Instead, there is a bit of a coquettish flavor, and everyone is vying to squeeze into the arms of someone who treats life as a play and wine. Let's go. Life is like a play, so frown while drinking. Looking at Li Lu, who was dressed in rags but still trying to be stubborn, he just thought he was a weirdo. Not wanting to waste any more time, I just turned around and left. And the next second, the attack to flood Jinshan Mountain has not yet succeeded. Li Lu has already taken action. His speed is very fast, far beyond that of ordinary people. When no one reacted, Li Li's heavy punch hit Shuamanjinshin's nose bridge hard. Bang! A muffled sound. K. Shuamanjinshin uttered the quintessence of Huxia culture, stepped back 3 steps, and looked at Li Lu with a confused face. It was as if I had just participated in a slapping competition in the Bear Country and was knocked unconscious by a heavyweight player. 60. A terrifying number appeared above Shuamanjinshin's head. 60? Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? All beggars got 60. Did I see it wrong? Or is my 5 attack points a bug in the system? 5 points. You're already level 2, 5 points of attack power. Are you embarrassed? Then what can I do? I also want 60 points of attack power. Whoa. Li Lu dealt 60 points of damage with his bare hands. Shocked everyone. Even the saying, life is a play, and drinking wine, made me dumbfounded. Because life is like a play, the attack power of the wine, after adding a full set of equipment, can only get 30 points of attack power after trying my best. And Li Lu, seemingly having nothing, dealt 60 points of damage. Everyone opened their titanium dog eyes wide and searched Li Li's body frantically. After looking at it for a long time, I couldn't figure out anything mysterious. Finally, it was confirmed that Li Lu had no equipment at all. The beggar's outfit given by the system does not add any attributes. Li Lu didn't use the wooden sword given by the village chief at all. There is also a strange ring, which doesn't seem to be a treasure. But what shocked others the most was yet to come. After Shuamanjinshin was hit by a punch, blood began to ooze from the head. 2, 2, 2. 2 points dropped per second, lasting for 100 seconds. Unable to detoxify. It can't be cleared either. The blood bar of Shuamanjinshin began to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. My health bar, my health bar. The sound of water flooding Jinshan Mountain began to tremble, revealing a hint of uncontrollable fear. I can't die. I can't lose a level. Save me, priest, save me. By the way, I still have medicine. I can still take it. Right now, the average player level does not exceed level 2. If the level does not exceed 10, it is impossible to have a priest profession. Even if there is, it is not certain that he has learned the blood-adding skill. The only way to save the Jinshan Mountain from flooding is to take medicine, especially primary blood recovery pills. The primary blood recovery pill is the lowest level recovery item. It can only restore 10 health points in total, lasting for 10 seconds, restoring 1 point per second. Obviously, even if Shuamanjinshin took medicine, he could not catch up with the continuous damage caused by Li Lu. But Shuamanjinshin was extremely frightened and hurriedly went to find medicine. He doesn't have much health, only 80 points. After being punched, the health value has reached the bottom. With the continuous loss of blood, he couldn't hold on any longer. I finally found a blood-restoring pill, and after taking it, my health bar didn't recover politely, still falling. At this moment, everyone felt a fear from the bottom of their hearts. The pig next to him with a green onion stuck in its nose suddenly woke up and shouted, "This is the effect of poisoning. Use antidote pills, antidote pills." The pig with the green onion in its nose took out a bottle of different potions and threw it to Shuamanjinshin. Shuamanjinshin knocked down quickly. I thought there was still a glimmer of hope, but the detoxification pill had no effect. The blood volume dropped instantly. Under Li Li's cold gaze, Shui Manjinshan looked at Li Lu with a pair of eyes full of fear, despair, and unwillingness, and said, "This fist is so poisonous." After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground with a bang. The whole audience was silent. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. After a long while, someone whispered, "What is this, One Punch Man? My legs went limp. What a horrible punch. There is no doubt that if this punch hits me, I will die." "My friend, I don't agree with what you said." "What do you mean you will die? Does that mean I won't die?" "I want to say, if he puts on his equipment, who can withstand his sword?" The crowd whispered, "Life is like a play." After drinking, the two beauties swallowed hard and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. "Did I say anything just now? Did I say anything that would make the master unhappy?" Yao Yao asked. "I wanted to ask you the same thing." My best friend replied. Duh. Chapter 36. Do you want to buy more equipment? If you don't buy it, I'll go somewhere else. Li Lu calmly watched the flooded Jinshan mountain disappear. It cannot be said that the water flooded Jinshan and disappeared completely, because two pieces of white equipment were also found at the place where the water flooded Jinshan and disappeared. 2 bottles of red medicine. There are 12 copper plates. Li Li's purpose was not to kill or rob. Naturally, I am not interested in the equipment dropped by the other party. What's more, they were 2 blank pieces of equipment, which he didn't even look at, and the people around didn't dare to pick it up. Everyone looked at Li Lu stupidly, as if waiting for the emperor's edict, until Li Lu turned and left, etc. Li Lu was about to leave. Life is like a play, so we should come back to our senses while drinking. Called Li Lu. What is it? Li Lu is not in a good mood. Alice is still sleeping in the master-servant space and is very weak. If I had any potion, I would recover quickly. Not seeing Alice's lively figure, he felt uneasy and a little irritated. What kind of equipment are you selling? Li Lu took out the silver moon necklace from his backpack, hung it on his hand, and showed it off. Open the necklace properties. A string of tiny numbers appeared above the necklace. Name, Silver Moon level, Silver, attack, 10 magic, 10, hidden attribute. Charm +2, a sparkling silver necklace. A delicate and small snake bone chain. There is also a crescent-shaped pendant. Show the charm of the silver moon necklace to the fullest. Silver equipment. In an instant, the people around were quiet again. The atmosphere was eerie and scary. At the same time, undercurrents were surging at the scene and people's hearts were unpredictable. Many players secretly lowered their heads and quickly sent messages to other channels with the speed of someone who has been single for 20 years. Some people send messages to friends. Some people sent messages to teammates. There are also messages sent to businessmen and bigwigs outside the game. Come quickly. Someone is offering silver equipment. Coordinates 235/844. Brother, I have found a way to get the silver equipment you want. It is on sale now. Coordinates 235/844. Boss, how much do you charge for silver equipment? Give me a quote right now. Right now? Right now? Quick. Honey, don't be mad at me. I'll tell you something. You promised not to be mad at me. Do you want to see some silver equipment? Fresh and hot silver equipment. The scene seemed to be quiet. It seemed like there was never a moment of silence. Life is like a play. When the wine glanced at the silver moon necklace, he gasped instantly. He thought of all the possibilities of the equipment that Li Lu sold. But it is absolutely unimaginable that this equipment is a silver-level equipment. He might understand. Why did Li Lu only sell it to him? Because others simply can't afford it. As for the current market, the value of silver equipment ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. At the end of the 21st century, human assets are becoming virtualized. As all the rich and powerful enter the gaming field, the so-called high-level players who spend tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars playing games are not worthy of carrying shoes. A real high-level player. The Krypton Gold level has already reached 100 million, even a billion, 10 billion. A large number of national-level consortiums will invest hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars into the game. They will expand their territory and reconstruct their sphere of influence in this virtual world. The game world of Legend is also eligible for this treatment. Jun Ma Xiao, huh? What's your price? After a brief moment of stunned silence, life is like a play. When drinking, he exclaimed a name. As we all know, silver equipment is rare in the system now. It just so happened that there was a player named Jun Ma Xiao who obtained the first silver equipment in the entire server. Li Lu had already closed all his personal information, except for his own mediocre level. I watched Li Lu take out the silver artifact and start showing it off. For a moment, others mistook him for Jun Ma Xiao. But Li Lu did not answer the question that life is like a play and should be paired with wine. Life is like a play. After drinking, the two beauties were already stunned. Because the necklace that Li Lu showed was not for male players, but for female players. So even if life is like a play, just buy it as a drink. They won't wear it themselves, but give it to others. Or engage in barter transactions with other consortiums. Brother Geo, you should all know how Yao Yao feels about you, right? If you give me this necklace, I promise to listen to you in the future. Yao Yao said tremblingly. Brother Geo, let me be frank. I have always liked you, very much, and I am willing to die for you. Of course, if you can give me a necklace, I will like you even more. The two beauties had just finished speaking. Two bricks were sticking out from somewhere. Boom, boom. The two beauties were knocked unconscious on the spot. Someone was cursing. Is it inlaid with gold? Damn it. Get out of the way. A little bit of eyesight. You can see the value of this necklace. This should be the first silver equipment to be publicly sold in the entire server. Although it is not known whether Li Lu is Jun Ma Xiao, the attributes of the equipment are clear at a glance. Genuine silver equipment. In addition to the basic attack attribute bonus, 2 points of charm are also added. The function of charm value is to increase the probability of triggering tasks and have a higher probability of obtaining hidden tasks. This is for players who want to develop hidden professions or obtain hidden equipment. This piece of equipment is the best of the best. Li Lu held the necklace and said calmly, "Just tell me directly, and I'll give it to you as you see fit." Li Li's voice had just fallen. The players around were excited. They were sure that Li Lu was going to sell his equipment. No kidding. 50,000. Tell me your card number right here and do the transaction right here, a thin man shouted. 50,000, why don't you just rob it? I'll offer 100,000. The voice was quickly suppressed. 100,000, is that so shady? I'll give you 200,000. One price, no regrets. F asterisk asterisk KU, buddy, just name a price. If I bargain, I'll be a scoundrel, okay? More players flocked in. Leela looked up. I found that a large number of players were pouring out of the village. Walking towards this direction, I could hear someone talking from a distance. Is this the place? Is this where they sell silver equipment? It's too awesome. Silver is out so quickly. Let me see. It's the same for me. I can't afford it, so I just squeeze in. Squeeze in. Squeeze in. Everyone, please step back. Don't compete with me. The money has been received. Just call your price. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Boss, give me a chance. The boss has already set a target. If I can't buy this equipment, I will be fired. That's it. My boss lady said that if I don't get this equipment, I'll go to her with my head. Hundreds and thousands of players poured out of the novice village. Most players are wearing the novice pants given by the system. There is no title above his head, only an ID name. But even so, looking at the huge team of players, it's shocking enough. Li Lu frowned slightly. How funny. No one cares about the low-key stall. Once you kill someone, everyone in the world will know about it. If Li Lu had known this earlier, he shouldn't have wasted time. Just find a fool to kill. The equipment may have been sold long ago. And with the arrival of a large number of players, the current order is gradually getting out of control. Finally, the real boss is here. The leader of the Rose mercenary group, Bloody Rose, has arrived. The leader of the Tiger mercenary group, Big Brother Jeanhu, has arrived. The leader of the Peacock mercenary group, the Seven-Colored Peacock, has arrived. The leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, Iron Blood Gentle, has arrived. The leader of the Junlin Xiangxia mercenary group, Junlin Xiangxia, has arrived. Chapter 37. In the current game structure, it is not possible to form a mercenary group. The mercenary group must reach level 10 and have a certain level of prestige. You need to spend a certain amount of gold coins to form a mercenary guild in the main city. And now the leader of the mercenary group, who can be named. It's not like a mercenary group has been established. Instead, from the very beginning of the game, it already has a group of experts. The planning begins before the game even starts. One of the top 10 mercenary groups that are well known in all major gaming fields. It is also the strongest mercenary group. Sooner or later, they will form a real mercenary group. It's just shouting out the slogan in advance. With the arrival of these big guys, the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak. Bloody Rose was wearing a white wizard dress and had a graceful figure. Sir, I am Bloody Rose. I heard that you were selling a necklace. I have seen the properties of the necklace, and I like it very much. Can I have a word with you? Scarlet Rose had just finished speaking. Friend, I'm Jeanhu, Big Brother Jeanhu. Do you know the Tiger Mercenary Group? We are currently short of a deputy leader. Are you interested? The eldest brother Jeanhu's voice is buzzing and very impressive, and he never talked about equipment. It doesn't matter whether Li Lu is really just a civilian wearing junk equipment. In the first sentence, he threw out the greatest benefit that could be offered to Li Lu. You should know that there is a 1:1 exchange rate between game currency and real currency. A mercenary group in the game world. Just like major companies in the real world, financial resources and strength can only get stronger not weaker. Let Li Lu take the position of deputy head of the group. This is equivalent to letting Li Lu work as CFO, CTO, or COO in a super large group. Not only is it a paid position, it's a high-paying position. As long as Li Lu agrees, it doesn't matter if he doesn't get promoted in the future. There will also be thousands of younger brothers helping him grab maps, kill monsters, and level up. This is the power of mercenaries in this world. After Jean, who finished speaking, another voice sounded. Friend, I am the seven-colored peacock of the Peacock Mercenary Group. Our mercenary group has a rule that we only recruit female players, not male players. If you are willing to sell the necklace to me, I can offer the same conditions as the Tiger Mercenary Group. What do you think? From the tone of her voice, it seems that she won't be able to use soft tactics, so she just seduces her directly. But on the competition for this necklace, other mercenary groups were not willing to be outdone and tried every possible means to seize opportunities. My friend, just name a price. I will not let you suffer any loss. I am ruthless and gentle, and I mean what I say. Don't worry. My friend, Junlin Tianxiao welcomes you to join us at any time. How about making friends? Friend, almost all of the 10 most powerful mercenary groups are here. These mercenary groups are now just a slogan. And given time, Li Lu knew very well that they would not only establish a complete mercenary group. Guilds will be established one after another, and then villages, cities, and countries will be built step by step. And no one would have thought that the most powerful mercenary group at that time was formed by a girl, Bloody Rose. Scarlet Rose's profession is a mage, and her talent is a growth talent, mana stealing. In Li Li's memory, of the 10 great mercenary groups, Scarlet Rose was the weakest at the beginning. In order to survive, the Bloody Rose lingered in the gaps in the sphere of influence of other mercenary groups. But as Scarlet Rose's talent grows, mana stacks infinitely. Compared to ordinary mages, it is close to infinite mana. The final qualitative change came from the S-level bloodline talent, magic conversion, that Scarlet Rose revealed when she was hunting the boss of the Abyss. Magic conversion. A certain proportion of mana is converted into magic attack power. Since then, Bloody Rose has gone from being the 100th place scumbag on the battle power list. He instantly became the most powerful god of magic. No one can withstand her magic. Even the Dragon Knight, who ranks first on the Knight list and has the highest magic resistance value. You have to go around the Bloody Rose. This information turned into fragments of memory. It flashed through Li Li's mind. But what really impressed Li Lu was, later, someone revealed the real-life information of Bloody Rose. It's a pure campus beauty from a certain university, holding a silly bear, and a real close-up, so cute and adorable. Pooh, I am a beast. Li Lu quickly shook his head, getting rid of all the dirty thoughts in his mind. Look at the crowd around you again. Li Lu said calmly. There is only one piece of equipment, and I have agreed to sell it too. Li Lu looked at the life as a play and drank with it. Before he could finish his words, life is like a play, and a drink interrupted him. Brother, please let me go. Aren't you letting me take the blame? Life is like a play. When drinking, raise one hand and extend 4 fingers. Under the gaze of the leaders of the 10 major mercenary groups, he swore, even if I die today, I won't take this equipment, so don't worry. Oh my God, this emotional intelligence is perfect. Li Lu underestimated the emotional intelligence of life is like a play, and wine is like a play. Life is like a play. You can afford silver equipment when drinking. That's for sure. But with so many big guys present, who would dare to buy? Isn't anyone who buys it going against a group of big guys? It seems that my equipment will not be sold anymore. Li Lu has a headache. He didn't want to sell it at a high price. 100,000 is fine too. 200,000 is also fine. He can accept it all. He accepts Silver Moon. There are still more than a dozen gold and dark gold items that have not been sold. Anyway, we have money. And 10 years later, because of the connection between the game world and the real world, it doesn't matter whether it's in-game money or real money. What matters is strength, the ability to survive. Li Lu said, as you can see, there is only one piece of equipment. Now the original owner doesn't want it anymore. If others want it, I can't divide it evenly. Let's do this. Li Lu thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you an intended price. If you think it's acceptable, just raise your hand and we'll talk about the deal. Other friends won't have to compete. How do you do that? The crowd nodded. 100,000. Li Lu just finished speaking. The huge crowd all raised their hands. Li Lu made a bet. This is what the teacher would ask in class. The teacher would have died of happiness on the spot. 150,000. Li Lu raised the bar. Look around. Not a single hand was put down. Li Lu took a deep breath. He was a little confused about the situation. Looking at Tieshua Wenru, Junlin Tianxia, and others standing at the front, everyone's expression seemed to say, take my advice. This business is very complicated, and you can't control it. Could it be that poverty limits my imagination? Lilu gritted his teeth. He shouted loudly. 300,000. The atmosphere fell into silence. 300,000. No one gave up on this. What answered Lilu was the whispers among the leaders of the 10 major mercenary groups. Junlin Tianxia. Iron Blood, listen to my advice. Stop it. This necklace is not suitable for you. Kieshua Wenru. Neither Peacock nor Rose said that. You are a grown man. How dare you say that? Junlin Tianxia. I just think you will look very feminine if you wear it outside. Iron-blooded gentle. I bought this for my wife. Are you dissatisfied? Junlin Tianxia. Okay, brother. My wife has gone to buy durian. Don't blame me for being ruthless today. Kieshua Wenru. Afraid of you? I have no intention of letting go of this hand today. Junlin Tianxia. It seems like I'm going to let it go. Bloody Rose. Big guys, please give me some face. I like this necklace very much. Thank you. Seven-colored peacock. Sister Qiangwei, if you put your hand down, I will treat you to dinner tonight. The eldest brother Zhan Hu said, Put it down. It's not about the money. With my 20 years of singleness, I just want to tell you that I can definitely hold it up longer than you. Duh. Chapter 38. Time passes slowly. Lilu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Half an hour has passed. The price was called out to 500,000. Some stragglers gave up. Not because they wanted to give up, but the leaders of the 10 major mercenary groups all raised their hands. No one is willing to give in to anyone else. There is no doubt that the competition will continue like this. Other wealthy local tycoons have no chance at all, because the mercenary group itself is a consortium. With their large numbers and deep pockets, they are not something that ordinary players can contend with. Lila looked at the 10 team leaders who were raising their hands and glaring at each other. Finally, I sighed. He estimated, even if the bid reaches 1 million today, these people may not give up. In the end, if they get angry, they might even kill and rob. Or being blacklisted by a mercenary group would not be a good thing for him. 500,000 is already the limit. Lilu put away the necklace and no longer showed it, getting ready to find another way to sell. When the eldest brother Zhan Hu saw Li Li's action, he quickly put down his arms and was about to speak. Zhan Hu, you gave up. 9 voices said in surprise. The eldest brother Zhan Hu was furious. I just want to ask, what do you mean, little brother? Are you not going to sell it? No matter what, you've given up. We all saw it. Get down quickly. The 9 people shook their heads. The eldest brother Zhan Hu was in tears. He looked at the other 9 group leaders who were looking aggressive. Finally, he sighed and left dejectedly. Li Lu said slowly, if everyone refuses to give up, I won't be able to sell this necklace. Sell me, sell me, sell me. The 9 group leaders looked at Li Lu with great anticipation. Men and women alike had eyes filled with deep affection and a plea for favor. Li Lu already has an idea. He opened his nearby chat channel. He said calmly, let's just say the price is 500,000, not more, not less. Hearing what he said, the crowd became nervous. It can be seen that Li Lu has already planned who to sell it to. Li Lu continued, I will randomly select one person from the 9 leaders. I will give you the news of the selected leader and leave the transaction location. Captain, if you receive the message, please come to me as soon as possible. Other team leaders, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. See you later. After saying that, Li Lu did not stay any longer and turned and left. The direction he was heading was not towards the village, but in the wild. The others looked at Li Lu, who was leaving. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Li's words were very insightful. On the one hand, random selection. On the other hand, there are still opportunities for cooperation. Even those big guys who were not chosen would not easily hold a grudge. And Li Lu did not announce who he would choose. This way you don't offend anyone. Who got this silver artifact in the end? The mercenary leaders are only suspicious of each other and cannot blame Li Lu. So, who will Li Lu send the message to? Among the 9 group leaders, everyone looked down at their messages. I have a lot of news for you. There are also many messages from strangers. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find any message from Li Lu. First, they couldn't see Li Li's ID at all. Second, the time does not match the time when Li Lu sent the message. Only in the corner. Bloody Rose secretly watched a shocking stranger's message. My heartbeat keeps accelerating. Keep accelerating. I have spicy noodles with me. How could it be him? Isn't it Jun Mo Xiao? It's not Jun Mo Xiao. Wait, spicy noodles. My Tina. Is he the Latio brother? Li Lu just left. I felt like someone was following me. Some followed openly. There are also those who follow secretly. When opening messages from strangers, lots of tips for forming a team and adding friends. It's just a piece of silver equipment. Li Lu shook his head to himself. If you take out the gold equipment, you'll dig up my ancestors' graves. Lila found a quiet place, changed off the cloth shoes given by the system, put on the popular boots placed in the space ring. Windrunner boots increases movement speed by 12 points. The shoes themselves are mainly used to enhance movement speed. After putting on the popular boots, Lilu clearly felt that his speed had increased significantly. The space ring also has a certain speed enhancement. After upgrading to 3 stars, the speed increasing attribute of the space ring has been changed to +10. In other words, Lilu was wearing 2 pairs of shoes. For others, it's a problem whether they have shoes or not. Change your shoes. Lilu continued to move forward. In less than 5 minutes, he threw away all the people who were pursuing him. There was no one in sight behind me. Damn, this speed is too fast. I just want to know where the master got the silver equipment. What great god. Why don't you just say Jun Maxiao? That's true, but at our level, we're not even qualified to follow behind others and eat dust. If nothing else, if he's only level 1, I'll eat 3 pounds of shit right there. The players cursed and swore as they watched Li Lu gradually disappear. About half an hour, Li Lu arrived at a new map, Wild Boar Forest. This was also the place where he had agreed to trade with Scarlet Rose. In the Wild Boar Forest, trees are lush and abundant. Every 10 meters or so, there is a sturdy elm tree. The dense foliage blocked out the afternoon sun, cast a cool green shade. The heat from the sun was almost imperceptible and the forest was quite cool. Some information about the Wild Boar Forest gradually emerged in Li Li's memory. In the Novice Village, the Wild Boar Forest is already a relatively advanced map. The map level has reached level 4, compared to the previous level 1 rabbit, level 2 wild dog, level 3 deer. The combat effectiveness of wild boars has been greatly improved. At the same level is the golden Tibetan Mastiff found by Jun Maxiao. They are both fighters among the trash and the leaders of the Novice Village. Wild boars have rough skin and thick meat. High health. The attack power is also not weak. Possess the skill, Brutal Charge. Pig Charge increases movement speed for a short period of time and causes 20% additional damage after hitting the target. For beginners, wild boars are very dangerous. But again, the rewards are amazing. Wild boars will drop a set of novice equipment, which is called Pig Set by old players. The Pig Set is a bronze-level equipment, including boar leather armor, boar gloves, boar helmet, boar greaves, boar bracelet, boar necklace, boar ring, boar sword, boar bow, and so on. A full set of equipment will give the player an additional set skill, Savage Charge. The skill attributes are exactly the same as those used by wild boars. This skill has very low benefits for mages, but for warriors, it is very powerful. The Wild Boar Forest is almost a must-go map for warrior-type professions. As for the mage, because wild boars have thick skin and flesh, and their attack power is high, not only is it inappropriate to kill wild boars, it is also dangerous. Lila thought, already entered the Wild Boar Forest. Walking. Suddenly, a scream rang in my ears. Help! Help! The voice sounds familiar. Lila was shocked. It's the Bloody Rose. Duh. Chapter 39. I forgot, Scarlet Rose is only level 3. Still a magician. If we are discovered by wild boars. Lilu quickened his pace and ran towards the place where the sound came from. Ran about 200 meters. The sound is getting closer. Buzz. Buzz. You can hear the wild boar's squealing coming from its throat. Look up. Bloody Rose was wearing a beautiful white dress, which made her look graceful and elegant. Her long black hair, like seaweed, swayed in the wind, like Snow White. But the situation of Bloody Rose at this time was not optimistic. It was still very dangerous. She was holding a staff in her hand, not daring to look back, and was running for her life frantically. Following behind her was a wild boar that was 1.6 meters long, 1.2 meters tall, fat and strong, with a completely black body. The wild boar was chasing closely. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. It seems like he's about to be caught up. Lilu cursed inwardly. Damn it. This would kill Bloody Rose. His money is going to be gone. In fact, he didn't expect it either. Bloody Rose came alone, without even bringing any of her subordinates. The Wild Boar Forest is not a tourist destination. If you are not careful, someone might die. No time to think about it. Lilu quickened his pace and rushed over. Take advantage of the speed bonus from Wind Boots and Space Ring. He is faster than a wild boar, using simple and violent movements of men. A flying kick. Kicked the wild boar directly on the head. Bang! I felt a solid rebound from the soles of my feet. Lilu was pulled by the speed of the wild boar. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, somersaulting several times. The boar stopped moving. He shook his head, turned around, and looked at Lilu. There was a scarlet and violent light in the huge pig's eyes. Li Li's heart sank. I should have known not to choose the wild boar forest. I am drifting. Wild boars are not the flat-headed brothers in the woods. The honey badger could not pose any threat to Li Lu, but the boar reached level 4. Li Litzai is level 1. It is not an easy task for Li Lu to defeat the wild boar. Li Lu took a deep breath. Get ready. Face the wild boar head on. The moment Bloody Rose came to her senses and saw Li Lu, show joy on your face. He shouted, "Spicy noodles. Get out of the way." Li Lu tilted his head towards Bloody Rose, signaling her to step back. Bloody Rose's expression tensed, and she quickly hid under an elm tree. "Be careful," she warned him while biting her teeth. Li Lu said no more, but I was complaining in my heart. You are the leader of one of the top 10 mercenary groups, even if you are at the bottom. Don't you know how to bring some people over? Really? Li Lu was speechless, but now is not the time to think too much. Let's deal with the wild boar first. The wild boar was kicked in the head by Li Lu and quickly became violent. Roar! Let out a roar. He spread his legs and rushed towards Li Lu. A pair of long and sharp fangs, like 2 sharp knives inserted into the chicken rifle and cutting blood grooves, flashing a terrifying cold light. Li Lu held his breath. He now only has the space ring and the speed boots. There is also a novice wooden sword that he carries with him. I'm used to stealing dragon eggs to make more room for gear. Except for the most important equipment, no other equipment was brought. Under the current circumstances, Li Lu no longer needs the wooden sword. The wooden sword has only 1 attack point. It is not Li Li's most effective weapon either. The wild boar was about to attack us. Li Lu made a sumo wrestling starting move. Wait for the wild boar to arrive. Behind the tree trunk, Bloody Rose couldn't help but exclaimed, "Be careful. Li Lu has no weapons. Wouldn't it be courting death to fight against a wild boar?" Bloody Rose hurriedly opened her backpack to check if there was any extra equipment inside. But apart from the staff, there are no other weapons. The war is about to break out. Bloody Rose was in a panic. And next, a scene appeared that stunned Bloody Rose. Li Lu just grabbed it casually. He whispered 4 words, "Empty hands." Next second, there was a dagger in Li Li's hand. What is this? Use local materials? Out of nothing? The Bloody Rose's mouth grew into an O shape, which made people stunned. An knowing smile appeared on Li Li's lips. Good job. Whatever you think will come true. With a casual grab, a dagger appeared. Look down. The properties of the dagger emerged. Name, Wild Boar Dagger, level bronze. Attack, 8-12 bronze level equipment has only 1 attribute. It is the PRS version of the whiteboard equipment, but the attack of 8-12. It's very good. Plus, Li Lu is most familiar with daggers. The appearance of this dagger almost meant the wild boar's death. But how can a dagger be enough? Look at me. Empty hands. Congratulations to the player for obtaining bronze clothing, wild boar leather armor. Empty hands. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the bronze necklace, boar's heart. Empty hands. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the bronze ring, wild boar ring. Empty hands. Congratulations to the players. Bloody Rose was petrified at the sight. Li Lu, who originally had no equipment on, putting on wild boar clothes, pants, wrists, helmets 1 by 1. Li Lu has a clear speed advantage. Circle around the wild boar. Don't kill the wild boar, just steal it. Weapons, clothes, pants, shoes. I don't know if the wild boar forest is sparsely populated. That's why wild boars have never been killed by humans. The wild boar in front of me. That's too fat. The thing stolen from a wild boar allowed Li Lu to put together a wild boar set. Finally, Li Lu stopped. The equipment is complete. Now it's time to get rid of it. It's time to open your eyes. Li Lu took out a dagger, stabbed the wild boar's head. 1 cut. A hideous bloody eye was pierced. Swish. Pull out the knife again. Blood gushed out and opened the wild boar's eyes on the spot. -80. Shocking numbers floated out from above the wild boar's head. Oh, the wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream. 1 knife costs 80. At the same time, Bloody Rose looked at her only 10 points of attack power. If you remove the wild boar's armor and magic resistance, she might only be able to deal less than 8 damage. Compare it with Li Li's damage. Bloody Rose swallowed dryly. I couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration in my heart. I can't control myself at all. However, when Li Lu heard the wild boar's roar, suddenly, his face changed drastically. Get out of here. Li Lu immediately turned around and said to Bloody Rose. Oh. Bloody Rose didn't react. I said, get out of here. Li Lu repeated it with a serious expression. No, you don't want to fight anymore. Bloody Rose was shocked. Isn't it obvious that the advantage is on Li Lu? A level 4 wild boar might drop 7 or 8 copper coins. According to the current market conditions, 7 or 8 copper coins are equivalent to 7 or 8 federal coins. Definitely a great reward. What's more, There are experience rewards. Li Lu stared at the wild boar with murderous eyes, pointed dagger at the disadvantaged boar, said, "It is calling for its companions." What? Bloody Rose was stunned again. Who is this spicy strip? Just by listening to the wild boar's cry, can you tell whether the wild boar is angry or calling its companions? What a deep understanding of the game. What a strong predictive ability. It's terrifying when you think about it. Without waiting for Bloody Rose to come to her senses. Roar. From deep within the dense forest, a terrifying roar was heard, resounding throughout the entire wild boar forest. Chapter 40. Novice Village Number 1. Countless players who heard the roar all looked in the direction of the wild boar forest. This is the boss? The crowd was shocked. It's the boss's voice. It's the boss's voice. Damn it. The wild boar forest has killed the boss. Everyone go and see. No, I said it wrong. Everyone go and die. No matter what. Even if I die today, I have to find this boss. The crowd was boiling. Thousands of players heard the news and immediately called on their friends to rush to the wild boar forest. Li Lu looked towards the depths of the dense forest. His expression became increasingly solemn. He picked up the dagger a little angrily, stabbed the wild boar in front of him. Let you call someone. Let you call someone. Li Lu stabbed the knife in again, and then pulled it out. One knife. Two knives. He stabbed her 5 times. Then he stabbed the wild boar to death. Boom. The wild boar fell to the ground with a thud. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the wild boar and gaining 12 experience points. 12 experience points. Remove the discount effect of the talent stupidity. In other words, Li Lu was fighting for nothing. But something is better than nothing. I can't take care of that anymore. After killing the wild boar, Li Lu was ready to withdraw. He had just heard the boss voice. The Wild Boar King is a level 5 boss, 1 level higher than the ordinary wild boar. He is currently only level 1. No advantage at all. It's almost impossible to defeat the Wild Boar King. Of course, it cannot be said that there are no advantages at all. After all, it's level 1. If you die, you die. Don't feel sorry. Just when Li Lu was about to ask Bloody Rose to leave, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sight. Good job. Here we come. Name, Wild Boar King, level 5. Attribute, hidden, detectable. The Wild Boar King in front of me was over 1.5 meters tall, over 2 meters long, and as fat as a small mountain. In terms of weight, it is estimated to be 2 tons. It has a pointy head and long fangs. It has a ferocious look and shiny black fur. Looking at the dead wild boar on the ground, the Wild Boar King glared at Li Lu with hatred. He seemed to be angry that Li Lu killed his younger brother. This matter. There is no way to resolve this peacefully. Li Lu took a deep breath, gripping the dagger. Quickly enter combat status. It's not that he doesn't want to run, but there is a Bloody Rose behind him. If you want to run, he is fine. But what about the Bloody Rose? This is the sponsor that I finally found. Even if I die, you have to wait until you give the money before you die? Li Legon got ready. Oh. The Wild Boar King let out a series of angry roars. 2 streams of white smoke came out of his nostrils. The fatty but not greasy pork thighs go into full-speed 4-wheel drive mode. Woo 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 woo. Faintly one could hear the sound of a high-end motorcycle stepping on the accelerator. The Boar King's hind legs kicked up a cloud of dust, rushed straight towards Li Lu. Brutal collision. There was no dragging of feet. The first move is the Wild Boar's signature skill. With the acceleration of skills, has caught up with Li Lu's speed. Li Lu was calm and collected, not in a hurry, based on his rich gaming experience. In this case where the speeds are similar, what matters is the operation. For example, moving. Look at me move, position. Li Lu just said it. Bang. The Wild Boar King hit Li Lu in the chest. -30. A blood-red number floated above Li Lu's head. Ahem. Li Lu held his waist and stood up. As the saying goes, we are all from the same roots. Li Lu grimaced in pain. The actual test is faced with a huge gap in strength. Moving around doesn't work. After the Wild Boar King succeeded in his attack, he quickly turned around and aimed at Li Lu again. A brutal charge is not a straight-line charge. Instead, you can collide in a curve. As long as Li Lu's speed is not fast enough, he will not be able to escape. But, second brother, since you want to be ruthless, don't blame me for being disloyal. Li Lu took out a dagger. He didn't forget. He is a thief. Head-on confrontation has never been a thief's first choice. It's just like an honor of kings. If you don't learn how to sneak attack when playing CK, then what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Roar. The Wild Boar King rushed towards Li Lu again. Li Lu stopped dodging. With a swing of the knife, a cut was made on the Wild Boar King's head. -50. The damage has been done. But Li Lu's situation is not optimistic either. The Wild Boar King's tusks pushed his buttocks straight up into the sky. -60. The blood volume plummeted. Li Li's health dropped by almost 1/3. Li Lu endured the pain. Get up quickly. His eyes swept across the elm tree beside him and looked up at it. I have an idea in mind. Without saying a word, Li Lu hugged the tree and climbed up. Agile movements, just like a monkey. In a few seconds, he hanged himself on the southeast branch. Li Lu lay on the branch. Looked down. The wild boar king was also looking up at him. There was a rare harmony in the eyes of both parties. Hey. Li Lu smiled slightly. Now let's see what you can do. At this time, Li Li's dagger had a poison effect, although he only reduced the wild boar king's health by 50 points, but include poisoning, burning, and freezing damage. In the next 100 seconds, the wild boar king will also drop 150 health points. One sword is better than 4. Now it depends on who can outlast whom. Li Lu is feeling proud. Suddenly, the wild boar king turned around and looked in another direction. That is, the bloody rose is hiding under a tree, shivering. Damn it, Li Lu cursed inwardly. The wild boar king was staring at the bloody rose and trying to divert his hatred. Li Lu quickly shouted to Bloody Rose, "Get on the tree, get on the tree." Oh, I guess Scarlet Rose never thought about it. This game is about climbing trees, and Li Lu is not a gaming genius. He knows the 100% authenticity and openness of this game. If you have experienced it earlier, you will choose to avoid danger in other ways. But for the Bloody Rose, even if you know, you can climb the tree. But she's a girl, a wizard, a dress. Don't touch the water. I can't even do a pull-up. How to climb a tree. This kind of thing may not be suitable for girls. Bloody Rose hugged the tree trunk, kicked it with her feet for a long time, and did some stretching exercises. Looking at Li Lu, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go up. Duh. Chapter 41. F***K. The wild boar king has shifted his hatred, rushing towards the Bloody Rose. Just the body of Bloody Rose. He would die in front of Li Lu at any moment. Li Lu bent down, hung his arms on the tree, and climbed down from the tree. He picked up another stone from the ground. Call. Smashed towards the wild boar king. The wild boar king looked at Li Lu again. The atmosphere was very tense at one point. Roar. The wild boar king rushed towards Li Lu again. Li Lu hid behind the elm tree. The wild boar king slammed its head into the elm tree, which shook violently and scattered dead leaves to the ground. Li Lu brought the wild boar king and performed a trick of King Qin walking around the pillar. But Li Lu knew it clearly. Once the monster is unable to complete its attack, the aggro will still be transferred. The object of transfer is the Bloody Rose. While the wild boar was hitting the tree and feeling dizzy, Li Lu dodged and ran towards the Bloody Rose. Come up. Li Leafy Eye is on the tree. Then he grabbed Bloody Rose's little hand. The Bloody Rose was also dragged to the elm tree. Two people together, crowded on the tree branches. The elm tree has a diameter of 30 centimeters. The branches are tangled and the roots are solid. Even the wild boar king can't do anything to Li Lu and the Bloody Rose. The wild boar king roared continuously under the tree. Use your fangs to dig at the tree roots madly. Li Lu took advantage of the wild boar king's inattention. Jumped down from the tree. A knife stabbed the wild boar king in the butt. 55. Roar. The wild boar king roared angrily and turned to hit Li Lu. Li Lu climbed up the tree again and hid. Hey. Looking at the blood on the wild boar king's head constantly dropping. 2. Li Lu showed a smile of success. Here's a chance. The wild boar king won't be able to bear it if the poison continues like this. And his poison will stack. As long as we find the opportunity, it won't be a drop of -2, but -4, or even -6. Grind this pig king to death. Li Lu let the wild boar king roar hysterically. When the wild boar king goes to dig at the roots of the tree, jump again. A knife stabbed the buttocks. Open the eyes of the pig king. Wait for the pig king to come back. He climbed up the tree again. But at this time on the tree, Li Lu is not alone. There is another beautiful girl as pretty as a flower at the Bloody Rose. There is only one branch. Li Li's movement up and down inevitably created some wonderful sparks. Bloody Rose's face turned red. You touched me there. Bloody Rose was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a tree hole to crawl into. But the problem is that Li Lu was trying to save her. You can't just say, go down. Can I go down too? I heard the voice of Bloody Rose, which was filled with shame and anger. Li Lu was slightly stunned. Just now, killing the boss was important, and saving people was also important, so he had no time to be distracted. Now the situation is reversed. The tense atmosphere also eased. Looking at the blood-red rose that was less than 30 centimeters away from him, only then did Li Lu feel a sense of unavoidable embarrassment. 30 centimeters distance. This is the intimate distance that only lovers can enjoy. Li Lu looked at the school beauty, Bloody Rose from a close distance. Her face was clean and spotless. Her face shape is a pure inverted triangle face with small, bright, thin, and soft lips. Her willow-shaped eyebrows are slightly upturned. Her eyes are like a clear spring, and her long eyelashes flutter and twinkle. As he looked at the Bloody Rose, the Bloody Rose also looked at him with the same curious gaze. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Lilu could smell the faint fragrance of the Bloody Rose. Politely said, "Sorry, I didn't notice." Bloody Rose blushed slightly and said, "It's okay. I'm just not used to this feeling." Although she said she was not used to it, Bloody Rose actually relaxed a little physically. Li Baoyong lay on a branch, keeping a little distance from the Bloody Rose. "I didn't expect you to come alone. If you had 2 companions, it wouldn't be so dangerous." Bloody Rose thought about it. Then he said, "You are the one who has awakened the bloodline. Do you want me to follow you?" Lilu did not deny it. From the moment, he sent a message to Scarlet Rose. This matter can no longer be hidden. But because of this, Li Litsai carefully selected his trading partner. The girl named Bloody Rose is very smart and well-behaved. She is a friend worth making friends with. After getting Li Li's affirmative answer, Bloody Rose took a deep breath. She must have been surprised. But he still said calmly, "I was afraid you would mind, so I didn't let anyone else come." "Fine." Lilu took out the silver moon necklace from his backpack. He handed it to Scarlet Rose and said, "Take it." Bloody Rose was stunned. He was stunned and said, Aren't you afraid that I will take it away without paying?" Lilu smiled. He said calmly, "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have chosen you." There was a gleam of light in Blood Rose's eyes. "You are such a strange person," she said. Then, Bloody Rose opened the trading interface. Not a game transaction, but a cash transaction. The game is connected to the outside world. 500,000. I don't want you to lose money, so I'll give you 600,000. "What do you think?" said Bloody Rose. "This kind of game has silver equipment that goes on sale the next day. Almost certain. After getting the necklace Silver Moon. Not to mention the attack power of the Blood Rose itself is doubled. With the bonus of hidden attribute charm value. Triggering hidden professions and other hidden tasks is a foregone conclusion. No one would complain about having too much money. What do you think?" Lilu replied. Bloody Rose smiled sweetly. "Put your equipment in and click trade." Lilu thought about it and decided to respect Bloody Rose's opinion. Follow normal transaction process. He sells equipment. Bloody Rose is responsible for paying. Ding, transaction successful. Player Bloody Rose paid you 600,000 Federation coins. A system prompt sounded. The trading interface is also closed. Bloody Rose happily took out the Silver Moon necklace. Wore it around his neck. "Does it look good?" she asked Lilu. "It suits you very well." Lilu smiled. Bloody Rose was even happier. After this conversation, the relationship between the two became much closer. If there wasn't a wild boar king who hated the rich under the tree, that's even better. Bang, bang, bang. The wild boar king continued to hit the tree. "What should we do now?" Bloody Rose lowered her head to look at the wild boar king. "Be careful." Lilu looked at Blood Rose's actions and quickly reminded her. Then he said, "Hold on tight. Don't get shaken off." Well, the tree shook too violently. Blood Rose turned her back to Lilu, grabbed the tree trunk with her hands, and looked at the wild boar king. This. Lilu looked at Blood Rose's slender figure, thin waist, plump and perky breasts, and gradually mature curves. After a slight pause, he said, "How does the tree quake feel?" Bloody Rose turned around and asked in surprise, "What tree tremor?" "Wait, what did you say, you? Judging from Bloody Rose's quickly shy expression, she understood. Of course, this is not Lily's fault. She said it herself. Lilu didn't wait for Blood Rose's little fist to punch him. Jumped down the tree quickly. He smiled and said, "I will take over the Wild Boar King. We will meet again later." At this time, the Wild Boar King's blood was gradually being drained by the poison. After Lilu jumped down, a knife clatters. Kill with 2 swords. After the Gaga killing, successfully killed the Wild Boar King. Exploded were 1 black iron staff, 3 bronze pig suits, 1 wild boar egg, 1 pile of copper coins, and some other materials. Lilu gained 50 experience points. Looking at the equipment all over the floor, Lilu shook his head. This is the only output from a boss of this level. The highest level of equipment that can be produced is only black iron equipment. For example, Jun Ma Xiao killed the level 5 Golden Tibetan Mastiff King. But the Golden Tibetan Mastiff King itself will not drop silver equipment. Jun Ma Xiao's silver equipment was the first kill reward given to him by the system. This Wild Boar King. The best thing that exploded was probably the wild boar egg. Players start taking care of babies after reaching level 20. There are not many ways to get babies, except that the trainer can tame wild beasts. Other players either kill the boss to get the pet eggs, or catch the pet through the pet collar. Of course, you can also do what Lilu did, cut off the firewood from under the cauldron and steal directly from the dragon's lair. At this moment, suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the dense forest. Where is the boss? Has anyone seen the boss? Have the others arrived? Everyone be careful and don't get separated. Don't worry, Captain. The brothers have eaten and drunk enough today. The wild boar king can't fly away even if he has wings. Lilu turned his head and looked. There was a shadowy figure outside, approaching in this direction. He looked at the Bloody Rose again. Bloody Rose's face flushed red. She was filled with shame and anger. Lilu was too lazy to pack up his things. There's nothing good about it. Put away the dagger. To the Scarlet Rose. It's just a joke. Don't be shy. I don't want the things anymore. I'll give them to you, bye. Then, Lilu changed direction. It was so fast that after a few sprints, it disappeared. Are you shy? Bloody Rose touched her red cheeks. I kept recalling Lilu's words in my head. Tree tremors. Tree tremors. How can this guy be so mean? But, why don't I find him disgusting at all? Bloody Rose bit her teeth. Gently click on the recent contacts. You won't be rejected, right? That shouldn't be the case, right? What if? Then don't order it. After a fierce ideological struggle, Bloody Rose sent a friend request to Lilu. Chapter 42. The Iron Blood Mercenary Group, the King of the World Mercenary Group, the Peacock Mercenary Group, the Tiger Mercenary Group. There is also the Rose Mercenary Group of Scarlet Rose itself. Bigwigs from all sides flocked into the wild boar forest. However, all he saw was Bloody Rose standing under the tree with a calm face. The wild boar king is dead. Everyone looked at the blood-stained corpse of the wild boar king on the ground in shock. Incredible. A level 3 blood rose actually killed a wild boar king alone. K. I called 1,000 people over here, took off their pants, and you show me this? The other mercenary groups cursed. Scarlet Rose had already collected the equipment dropped by the wild boar king and concealed the light of her necklace. Looking at a group of unfriendly colleagues, Bloody Rose gritted her teeth and said coldly, Bloody Rose is in charge. Everyone else should step back. Hundreds of members of the Bloody Rose rushed forward. Stand beside the Bloody Rose and protect it. Each of them held a weapon in their hands and looked at the others nervously. The atmosphere was tense. No one knows what the wild boar king revealed. But if someone is unwilling to give in, they will take action. No matter what the wild boar king drops, it is possible that it will drop again. It's just a level 5 boss. Why are you so proud? Yeah, I thought you were level 10 and officially formed a mercenary group. You rubbish Rose mercenary group. You're trying to steal my boss, R&M. You little b*****ch, you're pretty. When the guild war comes, I'll beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. That's right, I'll let you be aloof first. The more aloof you are, the more I like you. Ha ha ha. Amidst a chorus of curses. In the end, no one took action. There were thousands of players and various mercenary groups. In the end, they could only return with regret and go their separate ways. Half an hour later, Lilu teleported back to Novice Village number 3. Now that he had money, he needed to buy potion immediately. My wife is still lying in the hospital bed. I've been lying down for half a day. Originally, you can also buy potions in Novice Village number 1. But after the equipment selling incident, I guess 90% of the players in Novice Village number 1 know him. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, also to avoid being treated as a monkey, Lilu still chose to change place. But as soon as I walked out of the teleportation array, look, is this the Bain brother from the forum? Let me take a look at the photo. He is 180 centimeters tall, has 8-pack abs, 2-inch hair, and is dressed like a beggar. He looks a bit effeminate. It seems a bit like that, but also not quite. What nonsense are you talking about? He is from Novice Village number 1. He is only at level 1. How could he be teleported to Novice Village number 2? That's right, I must have recognized the wrong person. The sound of conversation in my ears. Lilu was so scared that he shivered. He quickly lowered his head to avoid attracting attention. Now he is wearing a complete set of bronze equipment, the pig suit, brown leather armor, brown pants, and a brown helmet. It looks more or less obscene. There is indeed a gap between what everyone understands as a great god. Furthermore, most players in the game will set the beauty mode to the maximum. So there are a lot of handsome guys like Lilu. Recognize Lilu's identity at a glance. It's not easy. Lilu pressed the helmet down a little more. Walk up to a player who is setting up a stall on the roadside. The name of this player's booth. It says, buy and sell gold coins at high prices, trade on the spot. Look for Da Zhuang Studio. Lilu asked in a low voice, how do I change the gold coins? The player who was setting up the stall looked up at Lilu, and when he found that Lilu was wearing a complete set of bronze suits, his smile became a little more enthusiastic. "Boss, are you selling gold coins or buying gold coins?" asked the stall owner. "Purchase. The purchase price is 1504. How much do you want, boss?" 1504. Lilu was secretly shocked. 1504 means that the exchange rate between gold coins and federal coins is as high as 1:1504. In the game, federal coins cannot be used for direct game purchases, need to be exchanged for gold coins. For example, buying potions, repairing equipment, raising pets, changing jobs, and establishing a guild all require spending gold coins. The gold coins in the early stage were extremely expensive. Because it is extremely scarce, there is simply not enough. In the later stages, the exchange rate will gradually decrease. The current exchange rate is even higher than the 1:1000 that Lilu imagined. Reached 1:1500. Lilu was resurrected in this life. In reality, he is a junior student. Because of the social involution, I couldn't find an internship and had to rent a small room outside the school. I started working as a game anchor. But the anchor industry is still involuted. Apart from the top bosses, no one paid attention to an unknown newcomer like him. The rewards I receive every day are not enough to pay the electricity bill. Until the release of Legendary World, Lilu took out all the part-time income he had accumulated over 3 years. Bought a gaming pod. Only then did I re-enter the game and start a new life. In terms of economic strength, Lilu can be said to be penniless. That's why I had to sell my equipment for money. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough money to buy medicine for Alice. "Give me 100 gold coins," Lilu said. "The boss is awesome." The stall owner was stunned on the spot. Other stall owners around looked over with envy. There were also passers-by players who secretly looked at Lilu, wanting to see where the rich man came from. 100 gold coins. That's 150,000 in cash. Ordinary civilian players don't have such confidence. "Card or bank transfer?" asked the stall owner. "Transfer the money. How much?" Lilu confirmed. 150,400, the stall owner replied. "Can 400 be wiped off?" "No problem." Lilu nodded and opened the trading interface. The 150,000 yuan in cash was transferred to the stall owner through a third-party platform. After the stall owner received the payment, I transferred 100 gold coins over. "The deal is done. Thank you, boss. Take care, and welcome to come often," the stall owner said politely. Lilu nodded, turned, and walked towards the pharmacy. The pharmacy in the novice village. All the items sold are low-level recovery items. But that doesn't mean there aren't advanced recovery items. After Lilu went in, found the pharmacy owner, a middle-aged man wearing a tall hat and smiling. His name is Medicine Shopkeeper. "I want the life creation pill." Lilu looked at the medicine shopkeeper and said directly. There was no dragging of feet. The medicine shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. The life-creating pill is not something that most people know about. Pills include primary, intermediate, advanced, special, and top grade. The restored health points are 10, 50, 100, 500, 1000 respectively. And above the top level, there is a special pill, the life creation pill. This kind of elixir is the limit of elixir-level recovery items. The biggest feature of Shengxing Xiaohua pill is not to restore blood volume, but to heal wounds. After taking it, patients can recover as before in the shortest possible time without any sequelae. Lilu was just restoring Alice's health. It won't be such a hassle. But if you understand this game as reality, Alice was severely injured by the Thunder Dragon, and her body must have suffered some irreversible damage. Because Alice is not a player, she is an NPC and can die. To be on the safe side, Lilu chose the ultimate elixir in the novice village, the Shengxing Xiaohua pill. The pharmacy owner was stunned for a moment. "Come back to your senses from the shock." Looking at Lilu, he waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, sir, our shop is small, and we don't have such treasures," said the pharmacy manager. Lilu smiled. 20 gold coins. It fell onto the table with a bang. The other players who were buying medicine around were dumbfounded when they saw Lilu's actions. What is this? Bribe NPCs? I guess except Lilu, no one else has ever thought about this question. The dazed crowd of players formed a sharp contrast with Lilu's calmness. And players were shocked by more than just the fact that Lilu was bribing the drugstore owner. He also threw out 20 gold coins in one breath. According to the current market conditions, 20 gold coins are equivalent to 30,000 alliance coins. A huge sum of money. Just one pill costs 30,000 alliance coins. What kind of elixir is so expensive? Who is worthy of using this pill? Everyone was still in shock. The pharmacy manager's expression changed again. He looked at Lilu again. Lilu's overly calm expression. And there is determination in attitude. It seems to imply another meaning. You'd better hand over the pills obediently and don't force me to do it. The medicine shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat, But after thinking for a while, he finally accepted the money and said to Li Lu, "Sir, can you please have a word with me?" Li Lu nodded, and under the guidance of the medicine shopkeeper, he walked inside and entered the inner compartment. Chapter 43. 10 minutes later, Li Lu was holding an exquisite box in his hand. Left the pharmacy. When the box is opened, a strange fragrance can be smelled. A golden pill was placed in the center of the box. Sheng Sheng Zaohua pill. Revive the dead, turn bones into flesh, and restore 5,000 health points at one time. There is no other explanation. Li Lu closed the box. Together with 10 top-level recovery pills, they were placed into the master-servant space. "Wife, it's time to take medicine," Li Lu shouted with his mind. Unfortunately, no one answered. Li Lu went to see the master-servant space. I found Alice covering herself with a quilt, wrapping herself tightly. I could vaguely see Alice's butt sticking out and the outline of her wings standing up, but I had no idea what she was doing. This daughter-in-law. Li Lu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, we walked towards the inn in the village. After the last Brontosaurus expedition, Li Lu was taught a hard lesson. Now my mentality has become more stable, and I am no longer so anxious to steal dragon eggs. The bloodline is too strong. If only it were that easy to get. It will no longer be called the strongest buff in the late game. Certain powerful blood powers can allow a trash player to turn the tide in an instant. Continue to brush the bloodline thing. There is no need to rush. Li Lu prepared to take a rest first. Wait until my wife is well again. Consider continuing to explore the dragon cave. The most important point is, without Alice, he would not have been able to climb up to the dragon's lair. After entering the inn, Li Lu went up to the second floor and found a deserted spot to sit down. There is a screen to block the view. You can see the scenery outside. This inn is not big. As an inn in the novice village, its function is mainly to provide players with steamed buns and dumplings. And in the legendary world, the complete functions of an inn include more than just selling steamed buns, dumplings, and porridge. A variety of food services, tea services, and sleeping and rest services are also provided. After level 10, as players gradually start to open their main professions, various secondary occupations will also be opened. This includes chefs. Chefs can work in inns, not limited to system inns, but also inns in the player's main city. The chef helps players restore their physical strength, health, spirit, etc. by researching and making delicious food. Certain delicacies made from special ingredients can also improve the player's attributes for a short period of time. In the late game, the chef profession will have a significant impact on the combat effectiveness of the entire guild members. For example, a cocktail party, a feast. The combat effectiveness of guild members will be greatly improved, and then the entire army will attack and defeat the opponent. But this inn has a strong chef, only available in the main city. There is no such thing in the novice village. When Li Lu entered the inn, he could only order a few side dishes, 2 tails of liquor, a portion of pork, and a stack of hand-shredded beef. The innkeeper had nothing else to offer, but a table full of delicious food. It's basically formed. "Wife, come out for dinner." The dishes were full. Li Lu started to coax his wife again. "Hello, daughter-in-law. My wife is great. It's so boring without a wife. It's time for dinner. It's time to eat." Shouted 3 times. No one responded. "You don't want to eat? If you don't want to eat, I'll eat it." Li Lu wasn't polite either. As he digested it, he sighed. "This side dish is great, made of wild mushrooms, with red umbrellas and white stems. In one word, fresh. This fungus is really delicious, crunchy, and easy to eat. This pork is so delicious, I have to eat another bite. This beef." In fact, Li Lu didn't eat a single bite. But that's not all. A delicate shout came from my ear. "Bad guy, no one is as bad as you." While flirting with the little sister, I was peeking at the baby sleeping. "I don't want to show it to you. I don't even care about you." Alice folded her arms, flew in the air, and had a tantrum. Li Lu looked at Alice with a smile. After looking around carefully, make sure Alice is okay. Fully recovered. The mental state is also very good. It's just a pity for this angel wife, who was bullied so badly by the evil dragon. Now coax. It's as it should be. How about this? Let's put aside the dispute and work together to develop this table of food first. "I don't want to listen to you." Alice snorted, her eyes sweeping across the table full of delicious food. He looked away again with difficulty. "Oh," Li Lu sighed deliberately. "Forget it. I won't bother looking for a panacea next time. I won't die, right? There's no need to improve the food. Isn't the lake water tasty? Aren't the berries delicious? I also have to work hard to find little skirts, nice clothes, rings, necklaces, earrings for my wife. It's better not to mention it. It's better not to mention it." Li Lu took a sip of soju and said with great distress, "Husband, just finished. Alice's coquettish voice came to my ears. Don't be angry, husband. I know he's been working very hard. Okay, stop being so stingy. Look at Alice. Does Alice hold a grudge? No, not at all. Alice's proud defense collapsed in an instant. Leela still had a stern face. Alice pulled Lily's clothes, shook Lily's shoulders, and tugged at Lily's arms. Sudden, Lilu turned around suddenly and grabbed Alice's wings. Haha, Leela laughed out loud. He bit Alice's face. Alice cursed in shame and anger. You damn husband. You stinky husband. Lilu pressed Alice on his knees again. Grab the wings, flip it over, and spank it. She said proudly, what do you think? If you don't listen to your husband, I will spank your butt into 2 pieces in a minute. Bad husband, bad husband. How dare you talk back? You deserve a beating. It hurts. Let me go. That won't work. Let your husband check to see if you've recovered. Good morning. Really? Then let's do some bone-touching fortune-telling. I bit your hand. Even if you bite my hand, it's not over yet. Half an hour later. After a good meal and a good drink. Lilu took Alice and left the inn. When walking out of the inn, Lilu looked back at the inn. Well, what are you sighing about, husband? Alice asked. This is a rubbish inn. There are no beds. Alice kicked Lilu so hard that he didn't know which way to go. Chapter 44. Novice Village Number 3. At the foot of the dragon's lair. Lilu has taken off all his equipment. Just bring the space ring, speed boots, and Alice. Arrive here again. A day has passed since the last time we went deep into this dangerous place. This time, Lilu would never dare to be careless again. In front of a level 100 god-level monster. Any carelessness may lead to irreversible consequences. Honey, how about we change places? Alice looked nervous, looking at the evil dragon's nest exposed in midair. I couldn't help but feel scared. If you want to change it, you should have changed it earlier. Lilu was unwilling to give in. Lei Long beat his wife, and he would make her pay the price no matter what. Secondly, now he has the blood power of poisonous dragon, fire dragon, and water dragon. I just need thunder dragon. There is no possibility of compromise, both emotionally and logically. What should we do now? Alice asked. Lilu looked at the sky, which was gradually getting darker. Just said one word. Wait. There is also darkness in the game. Just like daytime, it is 12 hours. But for most players, there is no distinction between night and day. You can do tasks during the day. You can also complete tasks at night. You can kill monsters during the day. You can kill monsters even at night. But now for Lilu. All he needs to do is wait. Wait for this evil dragon to fly away. Then look for an opportunity. Night is falling. There were twinkling fireflies floating in the grass. A breeze blew through the treetops, blowing through Alice's hair. Lilu hugged Alice and leaned against the rocks. Lying on the grass, looking at the stars boredly. Meteor, husband, look, a meteor. Keep your voice down, don't disturb the dragon. No, husband, look, it's really a shooting star. Alice screamed with excitement. Now the 2 of them are in the dragon's lair. This kind of shouting behavior, obviously very dangerous. Lilu said nothing. He held Alice down. Woo! A sound of a blocked mouth came out of Alice's mouth. Her wings flapped vigorously, but it was of no avail. If he used too much force, Lilu would reach out and grab Alice's 2 wings. Alice's wings are not small, and are about 1.5 meters wide when spread out. But the place where the wings connect to the body is very compact. You can grab it with one hand. Lilu grabbed Alice's wings with one hand. He pinched Alice's little bust with one hand and gently put it to Alice's face. What should it be called? Lilu asked. Alice's face flushed, and her eyes gradually became watery. No, don't. Alice felt uneasy all over, as if ants were crawling on her. Why? Yes, there are mosquitoes. Don't you have wings? You can flap them. My wings are not for swatting mosquitoes. What is that for? Do you want to know? Alice lowered her head shyly, looking a little mysterious. Oh, Lilu became interested. Alice's wings slowly spread open. This time, her wings were after spreading the first layer of feathers. A second layer of feathers spread out from under the feathers. And the third floor. The wings grew bigger and fuller. Lilu felt like he was lying on Alice's body. It's like lying on a soft bed covered with a goose-down blanket. It was an extremely luxurious bed that only princesses were qualified to enjoy. On her wings, it emits little by little light like a firefly. Wings together. Take Alice's body. Wrap it up with Lilu. In the corner where the 2 were, there was only a feather-shaped spherical object left. Above the feathers, there are twinkling star-like, dreamy lights. No one can see what is happening inside. The next day dawned, accompanied by a majestic dragon roar. At the entrance of the dragon's lair, a terrifying monster appeared at the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon stood on a stone platform outside the cave. He combed his wings as if no one was around, licking the hideous bones on them. Lilu, who was standing at the foot of the cliff, saw this scene clearly. The thunder dragon appeared again. Lilu remained patient and continued to wait. About half an hour passed. The sun in the sky began to rise slowly. Lei Long looked up at where the sun was rising. Looked for a while. Suddenly it spread its wings and flew away. It's gone, it's gone, Alice said in great surprise. Alice is in high spirits and radiant today. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is more beautiful and elegant. Shall we go up now? Alice wanted to fly away, but Lilu grabbed Alice's little hand. My mind was recalling the first time I was in danger in the poisonous dragon's lair. The fatal blow from the poisonous dragon came from the depths of darkness. He was insidious, cruel, and cunning, not like a beast. It's more like a psychic creature with an extremely high IQ. It will sneak attack, can calculate, also pretend. If Lilu hadn't reacted quickly at that time, maybe the first plan to steal dragon eggs failed. There won't be a second or third time. Wait a minute, don't be impatient. Lilu took a deep breath, suppressed the inner restlessness. Even though he has been waiting all night, Lilu's voice had just fallen. Roar. A dragon roar was heard again in the air. Suddenly, an evil dragon appeared from behind the mountain, landed at the entrance of the cave. It looked down with contemptuous eyes, as if warning any creature that dares to approach. Lilu's heart trembled. I looked up at the sky through the green grass leaves that blocked my view. It's still that thunder dragon. It didn't leave, but he was pretending to leave. After coming back and observing any movement around him, search for any enemies that might be invading the dragon's lair, until there was indeed no movement. Halala. The thunder dragon spread its wings and flew away again. That was a close call. Lilu's palms were sweating. If I hadn't held back just now. Once you encounter this beast, strike back and kill it. Neither he nor Alice could escape. You won't get any benefit by then. Not to mention the equipment was exploded again. From now on, the dragon will continue to be vigilant. He didn't even need to think about the dragon eggs in this place. Lilu waited patiently for another minute. Make sure the dragon flies away this time. Went out to find food. Then he told Alice, once the evil dragon comes back, you must immediately enter my master-servant space and not make any trouble. Do you understand? Looking at Lilu's serious eyes, Alice's heart warmed and her expression became obedient. Got it, husband. Lilu said no more. Alice flew out into the open and spread her wings. Come up, husband. Lilu walked over, climbed onto Alice's back. It feels like Alice's wings have become a little bigger. No need to hold Alice's neck. Lie on your back. It will also feel very comfortable. Why does it feel different? Lilu asked in confusion. What's the difference? Don't you think your wings have gotten a little bigger? I'm already very small. Isn't it normal to be a little bigger? Alice said generously. What? Very small? Lilu was shocked. How small? Lilu then remembered a question. How old is Alice? 500 years. Alice said dissatisfiedly. 500 years old. Faint. Can this be considered small? So how old do you gods usually live? 10,000. Alice tapped her chin with her finger and tilted her head, thinking. Lilu's eyes went dark. 10,000 years old. Compared to the long lifespan of the gods, it seems, it is indeed still very small. But relative to humans, it seems like he has become an old monster again. Then the question is, what? When do you gods get married and have children? Lilu asked a fatal question. No extra thoughts, just showing concern. It's just a strange custom from the gods. Chapter 45. Lilu was about to slap himself twice. Alice said, just like you, girls from our tribe can get married and have children when they are 20 years old. Is that so? Lilu let out a long sigh. This should be to adapt to local customs. We cannot generalize when looking at problems. In terms of physical age, Alice is already a monster who is hundreds of years old. But in terms of psychological age, it is completely different. Never mind. They both have this relationship. If you care about these things, it's a bit unnecessary. Okay, honey, we're here. While the two were talking, the dragon's lair is near. Alice flew over with all her might. Still very tired, though, but not like it used to be. He had to carry Lilu up with a babbling voice. Arrived at the dragon's lair. Lilu and Alice acted quickly. Alice cheered. Rush into the dragon's lair. Going to look for equipment. Alice lost her staff last time. It wasn't found either. But the wool comes from the sheep. Since it was knocked down by the thunder dragon, that must also be retrieved from Lei Long. Lilu observed the surrounding terrain. Nothing unusual was found. It's similar to the previous dragon cave. There are still huge piles of treasure. There is also a dragon egg. Looking at this scene, Lilu breathed a sigh of relief. Success. Successfully penetrated the enemy. The next thing to do is to move things. But at this moment, hubby, look, Alice exclaimed. Lilu looked in the direction of Alice's finger. I saw a light blue arc appear above the treasure pile. This is... Shield? Lilu was horrified. Alice flew carefully around the blue shield. Honey, I can't get in. This shield is very strong. Lily's face suddenly darkened. He was right. The dragon is not only treacherous and cunning, but also very smart. Once you find something wrong. In addition to strengthening patrols, a magic shield was also set up for the dragon's nest. The shield is 10 centimeters thick. The color is light blue, and it feels a bit like a vast starry sky. From time to time, blue electric snakes flashed by. It can be seen that this shield is by no means simple. With Lily's current attack power, it's impossible to break this shield. In Alice's words, the staff is gone. You can't just use your little fists to smash it, right? This is trouble. Lilu frowned, and his expression became more and more serious. This reptile is so cunning, Alice said angrily. Lilu was not impatient. Keep calm. Tell yourself to calm down again and again. Then keep finding solutions. Now he has successfully entered the dragon's lair. Only one step away from eating the dragon egg. I am really unwilling to be stuck here. And any blood power is a rare treasure. Never give up. The power of blood 3 times before. Every time. Both doubled Lily's damage. Poison dragon, fire dragon, water dragon. If you successfully obtain the bloodline of the thunder dragon, the damage can be doubled. Just missed it. I will never accept this. But the shield cannot be broken. What should I do? Lili's phone call. Son, Lilu seemed to have thought of something. Wife, please move aside. Lily's expression remained serious. But he seemed calmer and had an idea. Alice flew away. Lilu stood in front of the shield and took a deep breath. Then he held out a hand. Facing the shield, he slowly opened his palm. Awesome hands. Empty. Last life. Before Lily's Mayashu Kong was upgraded to SSS level. The only target that can be stolen is the player. Later it gradually expanded to NPCs and monsters. And now, SSS's magic hand is empty. There is a brand new skill introduced, not limited by the target. That is to say, he can steal all targets, including this shield. As long as it belongs to this shield, it can become Lily's. So, does the dragon egg inside the shield belong to the shield? Lily's eyes were calm. Along with the skill light flashed by, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the gold equipment. Bloodthirsty pendant. Success. Lilu was overjoyed. My husband is awesome. Alice jumped up with excitement. After proving the feasibility of this method, Lilu didn't waste any more time. Empty hands. Empty hands. Empty hands. One skill after another was madly thrown at the shield in front of him. You can say that. Thunder Dragon has means. Lilu also has his own methods. It just so happens that there is always something that can defeat something else. When it comes to stealing, even a level 100 Thunder Dragon is no match for him. No one could stop Lilu. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the silver equipment, pearl earrings. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the dark gold equipment, lightning staff. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold equipment, ivory ring. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the silver equipment, the fine silver sword. Congratulations to the players. More and more equipment is taken out from the shield. Lily's expression became more and more excited. The skill of empty hands. Although he complained about it many times, but more often than not, this skill demonstrated its terrifying power. No cooldown time. No mana consumption. No usage restrictions. Want to steal? You can steal endlessly. Steal until the other person breaks down mentally and is left with nothing. The dragon's treasure pile. There are just too many treasures. Equipment, ores, jewelry, money. There were so many that Lilu couldn't take them all away. 10 stolen minutes. The dragon egg was not stolen. Lilu was a little anxious. Empty hands. Lilu felt that he had used his skills at least 500 times. Finally, congratulations to the player. You got a dragon egg *1. Success. Looking at the dragon egg that appeared in Lily's arms, Alice shouted excitedly, pointing at the dragon egg in Lily's arms and said, Hubby, hubby, dragon eggs, they are dragon eggs. Lilu nodded with relief. Next, you can fight dragon eggs. Eat the egg liquid. Without waiting for Lilu to speak, Alice has started to activate her skills. She replaced her staff with a dark gold staff that had just appeared, the lightning staff. Name, lightning staff level, dark gold attack, 1525, magic, 58 to 108, armor, 10 magic resist, 10 hidden attributes, intelligence plus 20, magic explosion plus 30, explosion damage plus 10% skills, thunder punishment, attack carries an additional 10% lightning damage, paralysis, 1% chance of causing paralysis to the target, lasting 1 second. Hubby, get out of the way. I'm going to beat him to death. Thunderstorm. With the new staff, Alice is eager to try it out. Li Lu originally thought that Alice would feel sorry for the bone jade scepter she dropped. He overthought it. Women are naturally attracted to things like equipment and only like new ones. Instead of the old one, Li Lu put down the dragon egg, just about to leave. Sudden, Li Lu looked at the dragon egg on the ground. He looked at his palms again. Something seems to be wrong. What exactly is wrong? System prompts. You get dragon eggs. 1. Etc. I got a dragon egg. Doesn't that mean that this dragon egg is mine? Duh. Chapter 46. Li Lu suddenly woke up. He suddenly looked at the dragon egg on the ground. A thunderstorm is flying towards the dragon eggs. Li Lu yelled, "Wife, don't. Yummy butterfly." Li Lu let out a scream. It was as if the eggs on the ground were not the dragon's eggs, but his eggs. In a flash, Li Lu rushed forward, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, and pushed the dragon egg on the ground away. The lightning passed by his eyes and exploded on the ground. The splashing magic damage fell on Li Lu. 540. Li Lu's health bar was reduced to a tiny bit. If I hadn't been stealing the equipment, I would have accidentally put on a set of gold equipment. He has gone to see Marks. But looking at the intact dragon egg, Li Lu was so happy that he almost died on the spot. Not a dragon's egg. This is my egg. After the successful theft, the dragon egg has changed hands. It became Li Lu's exclusive item. In other words, Li Lu's thought moved. The dragon egg disappeared in an instant. Take another look. The dragon egg appeared in his pet space. Name, dragon egg, unhatched. Level, God level, attribute, unknown personality, unknown evaluation, unknown hatching conditions. Level 20, reputation 10,000 in the last column. The necessary conditions for hatching dragon eggs are shown. The first is that you must reach level 20, which is the minimum standard for carrying a pet, and this is the same for all pets. The second one requires 10,000 reputation points. Level words. Li Lu will arrive soon. As for reputation, Li Lu looked at his reputation. The current reputation is 1,700 points. But it doesn't matter. As my fighting power continues to explode, the reputation should reach 10,000 points soon. Then the first divine pet in the game, and a dragon baby. Shouldn't it be me? Happiness comes too suddenly. Just thinking about it. The system's voice came slowly. Ding, you have obtained a god-level pet egg, a dragon egg. Do you want to announce it to all servers? No. Congratulations, you have the first god-level pet egg in the server. Rewards. Reputation plus 1,000. 1 pet resurrection pill. 1 pet marrow cleansing pill. 1 pet evolution pill. 1 pet training pill. Pet resurrection pill. A god-level pill that can directly revive a dead pet. Pet marrow cleansing pill. Saint-level pill. Maxes out the pet's initial attributes. Only usable before level 10. Pet evolution pill. Immortal level pill. Improves the quality of the pet plus 1. Pet training pill. Spiritual level pill. Pet physique plus 1. Strength plus 1, intelligence plus 1, spirit plus 1, agility plus 1, can be used up to 100. The levels of elixirs are divided into ordinary, precious, rare, elixir, immortal elixir, holy elixir, and divine elixir, a total of 7 levels. Pet evolution levels are divided into ordinary, elite, mutant, leader, king, emperor, spirit, fairy, saint, and god, a total of 10 levels. Listen to the ding-dong system prompts in your ears. Li Lu was overjoyed. He would never have dreamed of it. I can actually get a great value gift package for pets. In the legendary world, each player can bring 1 pet. The training of pets is very complicated. Powerful pets may be more powerful than the player himself, and a weak pet may just be a burden. For Li Lu, the 9th level Dragon Master, there is no upper limit on the number of pets that can be brought along. He can afford as many pets as he wants. Of course, pets are not that easy to keep. Upgrading, training, and evolving all consume a lot of resources. He now has his first god-level pet. The system rewarded 1,000 reputation points and 4 pills of different levels at one time, especially the soul-resurrecting pill that can revive pets. This is a huge profit. It needs to be specially explained. Unlike players, once a pet dies, it cannot be resurrected, unless you have a heaven-defying item like the soul-restoring pill. Husband. Alice flew to Li Lu. She took out a small pink handkerchief. Wipe your saliva. Alice handed the handkerchief to Li Lu. Only then did Li Lu come back to his senses. Quickly wipe away the saliva. Just about to return the handkerchief to Alice. Roar. A startling dragon roar came from outside the cave. The thunder dragon is back. It started from the moment Li Lu stole the dragon egg, and the dragon egg changed hands. The thunder dragon should have sensed it. Before the dragon egg changed hands, there is a restriction on the destination of dragon eggs. The destination is the mother of dragons. If Li Lu wanted to steal dragon eggs, Dragon eggs cannot be placed in pet space. He needs to completely steal the dragon egg. Only then will the destination be transferred. The dragon egg will belong to Lilu, and it can be placed in the pet space. Now Lilu has changed the fate of the dragon egg through his magical powers. Just steal the dragon eggs. This move is even more ruthless than intercepting. The thunder dragon might be so angry that his lungs are about to explode. The sound gave off a feeling of a nuclear bomb about to explode. "Wife!" Lilu yelled. Alice understood. She didn't even wait for Lilu to see her. It disappeared in a flash. Returned to the master servant space. Lilu takes care of everything. Looking at the thunder dragon approaching step by step. An uncontrollable joy welled up in my heart. Revenge successful. Perfect counterattack. Even a level 100 dragon suffered a severe setback. If you hit my wife, I'll arrest your son. From now on, I will be your son's biological father. As for you, you are only fit to be the old man next door. Lilu did not forget to stimulate the cunning and clever thunder dragon through mental damage. Roar! The thunder dragon roared at Lilu. There were patches of fishy-smelling saliva and a row of densely packed teeth in his mouth. It's no use. It's too late. Lilu grinned. Even if you kill me, your son won't come back. Of course, if you don't want to kill me, you'll get out of the way. There is a long way to go. See you in the rivers and lakes. After Lilu finished speaking, he walked out of the cave with confidence. Walk with the wind. Feeling a little bit adrift. Unfortunately, the dragon is obviously not as easy to fool as Alice. Just took 10 steps. Call out. A sharp dragon claw directly pierced Lilu's heart. To be continued. Chapter 47. It hurts so much. At the resurrection point, Lilu covered his chest and gasped for breath. Like a nightmare, he saw the claws of the thunder dragon exposed on his chest. Blood trickled down from the nails, soon staining the entire collar red. But Lilu thought again of the scene where Alice was severely injured by the thunder dragon. He vomited 3 feet of blood, and his delicate body withered. Obviously, Alice was in the same pain as him, but she still persisted. My angel wife is really wronged. Lilu felt an irrepressible surge of emotion in his heart. Ever since Alice followed me, she has been working diligently. He was beaten by evil dragons many times and his parents disowned him, but he never complained. How could a wife like this not be worthy of love? Let me out. Let me out. Just as I was thinking about it, Alice's voice started yelling in my ear. Boom, boom, boom. There was also the sound of someone kicking the door. Lilu quickly opened the master servant space. Release Alice. The master servant space is for servants. You can come in at will, but you can't just go out casually. So every time Alice is about to come out, everything must be approved by Lilu. See Alice fly out happily. Lilu said nothing. Grab Alice's little hand. He took a bite and bit Alice's lips. Alice's pupils dilated rapidly. My heartbeat accelerated to its maximum in an instant. An incredulous look stared at Lilu's eyes. The people around them suddenly lost their minds. Oh my God, look at this beast in human clothing. A beast in human form, shameless and insane. A mysterious player forcefully kissed the angel NPC. Even Su Xian wasn't that fierce. Ning Kaichen is online. I admire you. My name is Dong Yong. What is the name of this immortal friend? Beast, let go of that girl and let me do it. The male creatures around. All of their eyes were red, and they were overwhelmed by jealousy. Any normal player may not be able to accept this. While I was still working hard to kill monsters. Every day, I can only deal with small monsters like hares and wild dogs. And someone has forcefully kissed the NPC, showing affection with Angel Sister. It's the same 9 years of compulsory education, so why is there such a big gap? Husband. The atmosphere became increasingly strange. Alice cried out shyly. He quickly pushed Lilu away. Pull Lilu's hand. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly slipped out of the resurrection point. Novice Village number 4. Lilu reorganized the equipment, set off towards the dragon's lair again. The trip to Leilong was briefly reviewed. Although I didn't get the bloodline, but I got the dragon egg and the divine pet dragon, so this wave was totally worth it. Another name for the evil dragon is the giant dragon, the western dragon. The character of this kind of dragon is often violent and cruel. It doesn't have the ethereal feeling of the eastern dragon. But because of its different character, the evil dragon's lethality should not be underestimated. Its destructiveness and aggressiveness are among the best among god-level monsters. Lilu had thought about stealing dragon eggs from the very beginning. But after discovering that the dragon eggs and the mother dragon had a connection, this idea automatically becomes nonsense, or even a fantasy. It was impossible for him to steal the dragon eggs under the dragon's nose. Even if you get the dragon egg, it cannot be placed in the pet space. Eventually, The dragon egg will be retrieved by the mother dragon because the dragon cannot walk far with the egg in its arms. And when the dragon egg is not protected by the shield, simply use the empty hand on the dragon egg. Lilu had tried it a long time ago. Can't steal anything. It's useless. If he wanted to use his skills to steal dragon eggs, he would not be able to steal the eggs unless he used it on the mother dragon. But Lei Long's cleverness backfired. Thought the shield could protect the dragon eggs. But he was attacked from a distance by a master. Instead, it helped Lilu. Lilu thought about it carefully. I just realized how lucky I am. If the thunder dragon hadn't set up a shield in advance, he would never have been able to steal the dragon egg. This god-level pet egg. Even if ordinary players reach level 80, they may not be able to kill god-level creatures and then drop god-level pet eggs. Except for the unexpected surprise on pets. Lilu also discovered a surprise. Because when the thunder dragon killed him, it did not use magic attacks, but physical attacks. The attack area is only the chest, not the whole body. I thought the space ring would explode, but it only reduced its durability by 10 points. There are 110 points left. Enough for him to use again. Lilu took the harvested equipment. As usual, store it in the warehouse first. Then he only wore the space ring and sprint boots. And a wife. Going to look for the dragon's lair again. In the legendary world, the population of each novice village is about 100,000 people. There are tens of thousands of novice villages in Huaxia district alone. The Huaxia area is also called the Shenlong continent on the map. There are only 4 villages that Lilu is exploring now. Compared to the tens of thousands of novice villages in the entire Shenlong continent, he has only completed less than 0.04% of them. With less than a month left, Lilu doesn't have as much time as he imagined. How many bloodlines can be revealed? He himself doesn't know either. About 3 hours. Lilu and Alice traveled along the way. Finally arrived at the dragon's nest in novice village number 4, a huge cave located halfway up the mountain. Although there is no trace of the evil dragon, but Lilu can already confirm that this is the evil dragon's nest in novice village number 4. At this time, it's getting late. By this time the dragon must have returned home. There was no chance for Lilu to take advantage of. Lilu was not in a hurry either. I searched for some wild fruits in the jungle at the foot of the mountain. Inside the backpack, there is also some spare food. After collecting enough food, Lilu found a natural cave about 3 meters square in the crevice of the rocks at the foot of the mountain. The cave was dry and spacious, like a small room. Lilu cleared the weeds in the cave. Lay out animal skins. Bring some regular stones on which to place things. Place food and drinks on it. After some tidying up, the inside of the cave is like a cozy room. Even the coldness of the night no longer makes people feel cold. Hubby, you're amazing. Alice held her chin in her hands, almost fainting from happiness. Lilu took out a few candles bought from the grocery store. Decorate the small room with candles. The candlelight burned faintly, illuminating the sumptuous dinner on the stone terrace. Although it is the human world, but it feels like being in heaven. Lilu was lying on the animal skin. Hug Alice. Enjoying the food and wine handed to him by Alice. Listen to Alice telling some legends of the gods. It looks like a tyrant king, Zhou hugging a fox demon Daji. There is no need to elaborate on the beauty of it. That night, the sounds of wild animals sometimes echoed above the forest, and in a cave below the dragon's lair. But from time to time, there were bursts of sobbing that were not to be told to outsiders. Chapter 48. The next day, after a night of hard waiting, hunting time, come again. When the day dawned, the evil dragon flew out of the dragon's lair on time. Standing on the empty stone platform in front of the dragon's lair, he licked his fleshy wings and combed his sharp claws. The sun was almost rising. The dragon went out without noticing, but Lilu wanted to be on the safe side. It's better to wait for the dragon to fly away for about 10 minutes. Then I called Alice. Let Alice carry herself on her back. The two of them quickly reached the dragon's lair. After entering the dragon's lair, the environment in front of me is similar to some of the dragon caves mentioned above. They are all rich treasure troves. The dragon of this lair. It's a wind dragon. The color of dragon eggs is light blue. Lilu can recognize the element category corresponding to the element color at a glance. Because this dragon mother was not on guard at all, Lily's plan went very smoothly. Take a quarter of an hour to select the best equipment. Chose 5 gold weapons, for gold clothes and 1 gold shoulder armor. Then, work together with Alice to destroy the dragon eggs. The dragon egg exploded. Alice immediately flew back to the master servant space. Lilu dived into the dragon egg. Eat, eat, eat. The egg liquid of the wind dragon has a cool feeling. Once you eat it, your whole body feels like it's floating. Wait until Lilu finishes eating the dragon egg. The evil dragon mother finally flew back. He looked at Lilu, who was sitting on an eggshell with an eggshell on his head, with a confused look on his face. Watched it several times. After making sure that this child was not his own, only then did he get completely furious. A tornado blew. Li Lu died on the spot, turned into powder, and disappeared. Bite. You have gained the power of blood, the power of the wind dragon. Should we make a server-wide announcement? Inside the resurrection point, Li Lu looked at his character attribute panel. Originally the power of 3 bloodlines. Now there is one more. Bloodline. Power of the poison dragon, S level. Each attack will inflict 1% of the attack power and poison damage, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and is immune to detoxification skills. Fire Dragon Power, S level. Each attack will cause burning damage of 1% of the attack power, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and the damage cannot be cleared. Water Dragon Power, S level. Each attack will inflict 1% of the attack power and freezing damage, lasting for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and the damage cannot be cleared. Power of the Wind Dragon, S level. Each attack carries 1% of the attack power and cutting damage, lasts for 100 seconds. The damage can be stacked, and the damage cannot be cleared. 4 bloodlines. Plus the 3 innate skills he possesses. Li Lu already felt like he had a great start. Even now, he is only level 1. He seemed to have embarked on a completely different path of strength improvement from other players. Other players improve their strength, are busy upgrading. Each level increase can increase all attributes by 10%. But in terms of attack power, ordinary players need to reach around level 10 before their attack power will double. It may also be around level 8, where the attack power doubles compared to level 1. The reason why it is not an absolute level 10, because the player's upgrade attributes are not improved on the basis of level 1. Instead, it is improved on the basis of the previous level. This is a geometric improvement, not an arithmetic improvement. This improvement is at the beginning. It won't be very obvious, but the further you go, the more terrifying the enhanced attributes become. When you reach level 100, the increased attribute multiplier is definitely not as simple as 1 plus 10%, asterisk 100 times. But it is 1 plus 10% to the power of 100. The final answer, it's 13,000 times. In the early game, the first time a player's attack power doubles is around level 8. And Li Li's words, he doesn't even need to upgrade. He just needs to get a bloodline. The attack power is doubled, even if it's still level 1. The damage he inflicts is so great that even if other people are level 8, they cannot compare to him. And when obtaining blood, Li Lu can also obtain a large number of system rewards. Now for Li Lu, upgrading is actually a non-issue. Keep brushing your bloodline. It was so dark that the sky was dark. No loss either. The 4th bloodline skill was revealed. Li Lu was excited for a while, but there are also disappointments. I just didn't hear about the system rewards anymore. In other words, the bloodline aspect. The system only gave rewards to the top 3, but not to the 4th place. There should be no more later. But it doesn't matter. Li Lu got all the bloodline rewards by himself, including a random talent, sacrifice, a hidden profession, 9-turn dragon master, and a god-level elixir, good fortune marrow cleansing pill. Don't be too greedy. Afterwards, Li Lu returned to Novice Village number 2 again. Found his old friend, Xiang Chu. Alice no longer has the face to see Xiang Chu. Before entering the door, he took the initiative to go into the master-servant space and hid. Thanks to Li Li's extremely thick skin, he sat in front of Xiang Chu and Yo. Let's talk about what happened in the past 2 days. Things that may affect the durability of the ring. He told Xiang Chu everything, without reservation. Xiang Chu and Yo were like reporters interviewing Li Lu. Take notes while listening. Afraid of missing something. Improvements that affect the next equipment repair potion. When I was asked to kill the Wild Boar King for the first time, I actually refused. Because I feel like you can't ask me to kill someone and then I'll kill him. I have to give it a try. At least I have to make sure that no matter how hard the Boar King pokes my butt, the durability of the ring won't decrease. But, Senior, you also saw it, whether it was the wild boar's distortion or the loss of the ring. The durability of this ring is no longer called durability. It's called Schrodinger's durability. When you look at it, it lasts just as long, but when you stop looking at it, it disappears. Li Lu recounted his testimony in court perfectly. A concept used in it is called Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat is a classic concept in quantum mechanics and is not easy to understand. The basic explanation is, some elements exist in 2 superimposed forms at the same time, such as light, which can be a point or a line. When this element is combined with poison, it affects a cat trapped in a box. No one knows whether the cat is alive or dead. This kind of cat that exists in both dead and alive states at the same time, which is both a dead cat and an alive cat, is called Schrodinger's cat. As for this concept, whether Xiang Chu and Niu Niu can understand it. Li Lu didn't know. After listening to Li Li's explanation, Xiang Chu stroked his beard and thought deeply, his brows furrowed. Niu Niu bit her fingers, also puzzled. This is amazing, what went wrong? Xiang Chu was at a loss. First, let's rule out Big Brother's problem. I guess it's the medicine, Niu Niu said in surprise. Xiang Chu nodded. Took away Li Li's ring. I changed the bottle of medicine again. Throw the ring into the potion. Thump. Bang. After a series of violent chemical reactions, Xiang Chu returned the ring to Li Lu again. He said decisively, there will be no problem this time. Looking at Xiang Chu's gnashing teeth expression, Li Lu said silently, it depends on whether the level 100 evil dragon agrees or not. Thank you for your hard work, senior. I will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. Li Lu left in a low profile. At the same time, take out the ring. Check again. Name, space ring level, dark gold durability, 140 processing, 4 stars blessing, 4 stars attack, 60 magic, 60 strength, 22 intelligence, 22 hidden attributes, carrying weight plus 250, speed plus 12, luck plus 5, blessing attributes, damage reduction plus 1%, damage increase plus 1%, burst damage plus 1%, hit rate plus 1%, skills. Exclusive. The item will not be exploded after death. Low-level storage. Provides 10 additional storage spaces. Does not occupy the load, but the items in the space cannot be stacked. This thing should be as good as epic equipment. Li Lu murmured. Duh. Chapter 49. Novice Village Number 5. Li Lu found the warehouse manager, an NPC named Hua Hua. Compared to Niu Niu in Novice Village Number 2, Hua Hua is older and more mature. Li Lu was just about to empty his backpack and store all his things in the warehouse. Hua Hua reminded, Sir, your warehouse is full. To store more equipment, you need to unlock a new warehouse grid. Do you want to unlock it immediately? Li Lu came back to his senses. Look inside the warehouse. Densely packed equipment. Click Organize. Equipment is automatically sorted by level. 6 pieces of dark gold equipment, 30 pieces of gold equipment, and 8 pieces of bronze equipment. There are also 6 pieces of damaged equipment. But even the damaged equipment is still gold equipment. Even if it doesn't last long, it's still valuable. Li Lu scratched his head. Look towards the 8 pieces of bronze equipment. It's the pig set that I stole last time. The last time we set out, we put everything in the warehouse for the sake of convenience. Li Lu thought about it. Take out the 8 pig sets first. Put on a pig suit. I reorganized the warehouse again. Then put all the extra equipment in the backpack into it. It barely fit. But come back next time. I can't let it go. How much does it cost to unlock the warehouse? Li Lu asked the warehouse manager. 10 gold coins for 10 squares, sir. 10 gold coins. That is 15,000. It's dark. Li Lu just felt his scalp tingling. But gold coins in the early stages of the game are just that expensive. There are places to spend money everywhere. Except for the local tycoons, no one can afford to play it. Even if there are 1 billion players making money together, the money I got was still not enough to spend. Like the function of opening a warehouse. Even if an ordinary player reaches level 30, he may not open an extra one. Because it's expensive. Unlock 50. Li Lu looked at the few gold coins he had left. Even if I know it's dark, we also had to continue to open warehouses. Because compared to the value of a piece of gold equipment, this little money, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Sir, it has been successfully opened for you. You get 50 extra warehouse slots. Yes, thank you. Li Lu nodded. Then, I thought about it. Walk towards the market in the village. The so-called market is the place where players set up stalls. As for the current market conditions, there were so many people setting up stalls that in the entire village, no one set up stalls except on trees and houses. There are people everywhere selling or buying things. Even outside the village, you can see players selling things and killing monsters at the same time. Li Lu just found a businessman. A girl with a high ponytail who looks quite clever. The ID is Bing Luo Hongchun. How do I collect the equipment? Li Lu asked. He needs to sell the piggy bank first. Because if you don't sell it, then we went to the dragon's lair. It will only take up the equipment slot on your body. At that time, we will have no choice but to throw it away, which would seem a bit of a waste. What equipment, handsome? Bing Luo Hongchen's voice is very nice. Li Lu pointed at the pig-like sleeve on his body. This? A wild boar set, huh? Bing Luo eyes lit up. Soon he said, the bronze set is quite popular now, but it is a stock set after all, so the price has dropped a lot. Well, you name a price. Li Lu did not drag his feet. What Bing Luo Hongchun said was not wrong. The game has been launched for 5 days now. Players' levels gradually reach the level 3 threshold. Starts at level 3. Players can now form teams to look for various low-level wild bosses. This kind of boss will drop black iron equipment. Now the equipment of the big guys has generally entered the black iron age. Compared with the level of the big guys, ordinary players are more inclined to buy bronze sets. This is also the reason why Bing Luo Hongchun said that the bronze set is more popular. As for weapons, the price is higher, 5,000 for me. Clothes and shoes, 2,000. Ring, bracelet, necklace, 15,000. Other shoulder armor, wrist guards, belts, etc., all about 1,000. Handsome guy, how are you getting out? Lilu thought about the price. He was not mistaken. The most expensive thing is still weapons. Everything else has to step back. But in fact, in addition to these common equipment, there are also some special equipment that are very expensive, but they are almost impossible to drop and are very rare. For example, earrings. Lilu visited so many dragon caves, but didn't see a single earring. All out, please count them. Lilu chose to take off all his equipment. They were all handed over to Bing Luo Hongchun. Look at Li Li's solid 8-pack abs. Bing Luo Hongchun's face flushed slightly. He took the still warm equipment from Li Lu and counted them one by one. One weapon, one piece of clothing, one piece of pants, one bracelet, one ring, one necklace, one helmet, one shoulder pad, one wrist guard, one belt. Bing Luo counted the wild boar sets one by one. Finally, he said, "Handsome, this is a full set of wild boar suits. The price is a bit higher. I will pay you an extra 1,000 federal coins, a total of 18,500. No problem, just transfer it to me." Li Lu opened his own trading interface. Bing Luo Hongchun nodded repeatedly. The cash was quickly transferred to Li Lu. Li Lu took the money and prepared to leave. "Wait, handsome. Anything else?" "Look back." Bing Luo was hesitating and a little embarrassed. "Can I add you as a friend?" At any time, the party that takes the initiative to add friends seems to be the one at a disadvantage. Even businessmen are no exception. "Oh, this doesn't work." Li Lu politely declined. He doesn't want others to know that his ID is the spicy brother who is being hunted down by agents from various countries. "Okay, handsome, I've sent you the message. If you want to add me, you can do so anytime. If you have any equipment to sell in the future, you can contact me." Li Lu said no more and turned away. Then, Li Lu looked at his friend request list. There are quite a lot of people adding me. The number of people shown by the little red dot is already 99 plus. All of them were added by nearby people, including Bing Luo Hongchun. But just a few. Li Lu frowned slightly. Is this a bloody rose? And time to add friends. 2 days have already passed. This is embarrassing. To add or not to add? Chapter 50. Novice Village Number 1. Butterfly Valley. Bloody Rose was leveling up in the valley by killing monsters with the top managers of the 2 mercenary groups. All 3 are girls, except for the Bloody Rose. The other 2 girls' game IDs were displayed above their heads. One of them is called Dajue's Hong. One is called Fox Spirit Matchmaker. "Rose, be careful." Suddenly, Deju Weizhong let out a cry of surprise. What?" Bloody Rose was stunned. A moth-like creature half a meter long swooped over. It stabbed the Bloody Rose with its long, sharp, and ferocious mouth parts. Name: Mutated Small Moth. Level 4. Attribute: Hide. The Bloody Rose couldn't dodge in time. The moth's mouth parts hit her on the shoulder. -15. A bloody number floated above the head. Seeing this, Deju Weizhong and the fox demon Zai Hongniang rushed over. Each wielded a weapon, chopped the small moths fiercely. The 3 of them worked together. In just 2 or 3 strokes, the little moth was knocked to the ground. Looking at the little moth lying dead on the ground, Deju Weizhong looked at the Bloody Rose with an unhappy expression. "Xiangwei, what's wrong with you? You've been distracted these past 2 days, and Xiaohong, and I can't help you. I also feel that Xiangwei is not in good shape and distracted. What's going on?" The fox demon little matchmaker said doubtfully. "No, I'm fine. Let's continue." Bloody Rose hurriedly picked up a few copper coins on the ground, her eyes evasive. The more so, Deju Weizhong and Fox Spirit Matchmaker became interested instead. "Could it be that you have a crush on someone?" "That's pretty close. I've never seen our Xiangwei look so distraught." "Ha. Then the sun must be rising from the west. Our school beauty is starting to miss men." "Don't talk nonsense. If you say that, Xiangwei will definitely deny it. Next time she goes to check the news, she will be even more secretive." Puff. Deju Weizhong and Fox Spirit Matchmaker were talking to each other. As they talked, they all started to smile beautifully. Bloody Rose ran over angrily. "Reach out and grab Deju Weizhong and Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. You 2 damn girls, I'm going to scratch you to death. It's urgent. Look, Xiangwei is anxious. You still don't want to admit it? Tell us quickly, which heart-stealing hunter stole the heart of our school beauty?" The three girls were in a mess. It can be seen that these three people are not only the top leaders of the Rose mercenary group, still close girlfriends. Otherwise, they wouldn't be inseparable, killing monsters and leveling up together in Butterfly Valley. Bloody Rose pounced forward. After fighting for a while, they were counterattacked by Deju Weizhong and the fox demon Zihong Niang. Soon she was defeated, panting and saying, stop scratching, dear sister, let me go. Why don't you tell me now? It's been 2 days. If you keep going like this, how can you still have the energy to level up? We still have to hurry up and build a mercenary group, Deju said calmly. The fox demon little matchmaker also advised, only the top 10 mercenary groups can receive the system rewards. Time is running out. The overall situation is more important, Xiangwei. Yeah, I know. Bloody Rose calmed down. Right now, many big guys are spending huge sums of money to upgrade just to grab the rewards for establishing a mercenary group. There is no high threshold for establishing a mercenary group. As long as you reach level 10, enough prestige, pay a little money, you can create a mercenary group. Creating a mercenary group is crucial for accelerating the upgrade and expanding the membership of the mercenary group. A mercenary group can apply to establish a guild only after it has 200 members. The guild can participate in monster sieges and have a chance to get a village building order by killing monsters and bosses. Only at this point did the guild begin to move towards independence and become a separate force. This will open up the road to independent development and competition for world supremacy. This is what countless consortiums and top players dream of doing. The first step is to establish a mercenary group. I heard that the first person to establish a mercenary group will be directly rewarded with a village construction order. Deju's tone was full of excitement. Someone is offering 100 million to collect village construction orders, but I don't know if it's true or not. Whether it's true or not, the village construction order is really good. After Deju Weizhong finished speaking, he returned to the main topic and stared at the Bloody Rose. After saying so much, you still haven't told me who you were thinking about? I don't miss anyone. Still quibbling, Xiaohong, tickle him. How can you not tell the truth from the false between Deju Weizhong and Fox Spirit Matchmaker? For little hands immediately reached into Bloody Rose's clothes. Say it. Isn't it okay for me to say it? Under the attack from her best friends, Bloody Rose had no choice but to beg for mercy. Actually, it's not a big deal. Bloody Rose gritted her teeth and told everything that happened in the auction that day and in the wild boar forest. After saying that, Deju Weizhong and the fox demon Xiaohong Yang's eyes were full of stars. A long time, Deju Weizhong sighed. Xiangwei, it's not that I don't support you, but the person you are talking about may not be worthy of you. Fox demon little matchmaker said cautiously, you got silver equipment in the first 2 days and challenged the level 5 wild boar king alone. Rose, you are so lucky. You actually met the strongest man in the game, Jun Ma Xiao. Forehead, looking at the infatuated expression of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Bloody Rose hesitated for a moment, but did not refute. She stood up dejectedly. I think Deju is right. Bloody Rose looked at her empty friend list. 2 days. The other party doesn't even pay attention to me. Am I ugly? Or am I not gentle enough? There are a lot of bootlickers around me. Everyone treats themselves as if they were the apple of their eye. I'm afraid it will fall if I hold it in my hands. I'm afraid it will melt if I put it in my mouth. It just happened that he was the only one who even added me as a friend. Nor will I care. Bloody Rose looked up at the beautiful scenery in Butterfly Valley. The scenery in the distance suddenly seemed to become wider and more distant. Just think of it as my wishful thinking. Bloody Rose bit her teeth. She used her hand to smooth her bangs that were messed up by the breeze. It seemed to calm my restless thoughts that had been lingering for the past 2 days. Let's go and kill some monsters. I won't think about it anymore. I swear. Bloody Rose picked up the staff and smiled freely. And just at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly came. I have spicy noodles. Follow me. I have added you as a friend. The Bloody Rose froze in place instantly. What's wrong? Deju Weizhong and the fox demon Zihong Niang looked at it in astonishment. No, it's okay. Bloody Rose blushed slightly. Go fight the monsters. As he spoke, his steps seemed lighter than ever before. The complexion is ruddy and radiant, like a butterfly among flowers, flying towards the monster in the distance. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.